The IPO being the biggest so far of the calendar year. Insurance major Life Insurance Corporation has emerged as the biggest anchor investor in the TATA Capital IPO. Commerce Ministry's Armed Director General of Trade Remedies has initiated an anti-dumping probe into the import of certain steel items from China, Indonesia and Vietnam. Items including cold rolled flat products of 300 and 400 series, induced by an application filed by the Indian Stainless Steel Development Association on behalf of the domestic players, where they alleged that dumping has impacted them. They have requested the imposition of an anti-dumping duty on imports of these goods from these countries. The Bombay High Court has dismissed a plea by businessman Anil Ambani that challenged the State Bank of India's decision to classify the loan account of Reliance Communications, which he leads, as fraudulent. The ruling, delivered by Justices Revati Mohite Dere and Neela K. Gokhale, upheld the SBI's action, stating that the bank adhered to the RBI's guidelines and that the classification aligned with the regulatory requirements.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSME से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे MSMEs थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And we're tracking the Karur stampede probe. The latest, the Madras High Court has constituted an SIT to probe the stampede. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. "13 Pakistani fighter jets, including the US-made F-16, were destroyed during Operation Sindhu." One-member Judicial Commission formed sitting judge of Guwahati High Court, Justice Soumitra Tekia to probe Zubin Garg's death. Another Republic exclusive remand note stresses that prima facie evidence establishes Siddharth Sharma's culpability in the early demise of Zubin Garg. Election Commission team led by CC Ganesh Kumar in Bihar to review poll preparedness ahead of upcoming assembly elections. Exclusive details accessed by Republic. Protests outside a military post in POK as the protests in POK get more intense by the day against the Shehbaz Sharif government. Getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. And PM Modi has just put a post up on X. He's welcomed the Gaza peace plan and says, "We welcome President Trump's leadership as peace efforts in Gaza make very decisive progress. Indications of the release of hostages mark a significant step forward. India will continue to strongly support all efforts towards a durable and just peace." So India will continue to support peace efforts. That is what PM Modi has said. He just put a post up on X. And I just want to go ahead and, in fact, we have Abhishek joining us right now. Abhishek, Hamas says it agrees to parts of Trump's Gaza plan, but seeks more talks. And Prime Minister Modi is welcoming the Gaza peace plan.
Well, you see, first up, the Prime Minister's post on X, and he has tagged President Trump, his personal and official handles. But what is significant is there is a second time in the last 1 week, and since the unveiling of the Gaza plan from the White House, that Prime Minister Modi has come out and welcomed it. Not only welcomed it, but expressed full support from India. We have also, of course, spoken to the Israeli side, and this latest post of Prime Minister is coming in the backdrop of Pakistan completely rejecting the Trump Gaza plan. We had their Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar speaking in their National Assembly yesterday in Islamabad and completely disagreeing. And remember, this is the same Ishaq Dar along with Shehbaz Sharif who were at the White House just last week, and they were seen to be supporting Trump on this. So the duplicity of Pakistan vis-a-vis India's full support to peace in West Asia, like we have taken the position on Ukraine. I think Prime Minister Modi is sending across a strong message to Washington, D.C. that when it comes to shared values, it's the India-United States relationship which is stronger and more durable vis-a-vis the kind of uptick we have seen under President Trump of late, specifically post-Operation Sindhu, in their relationship with Pakistan. So I think that's a very diplomatic message sent across from New Delhi to Washington, D.C., and from Prime Minister Modi to President Trump that ultimately, in the long term, it's the India-United States relationship which matters because there is commonality of interest. There is the spirit of shared values as strong democracies, vibrant democracies, and that on most of the geostrategic and geopolitical issues, it's India and the United States which look which look in the same direction and have similar interests, unlike Pakistan, which is essentially a rentier state, a terror state, and does not gel in any manner with the values that the United States professes. So I think strong messaging there by Prime Minister Modi with his second post in a week on support to the Trump Gaza plan. And of course, remember, Israelis are completely on board on this. In fact, if anything, it's Hamas which is still reneging from this, and they have put conditions. And even the partial acceptance that has come from Hamas is essentially because of a warning fired by President Trump that unless they accept it by Sunday, which is tomorrow, there would be all hell breaking loose. So I think Hamas hedging its bets, but India really sending across a strong message to United States that we look in the same direction when it comes to our geopolitical, geostrategic, and shared values interests.
Right. And Abhishek, this is very important. Like you said, this is also a diplomatic message being sent to the players, especially the West Asia players, that India wants to be part of any kind of consensus on solutions. That is also a very strong message that India and Prime Minister Modi is sending.
Well, you see, when it comes to providing solutions, perhaps post-COVID, if there is one nation that has emerged as a net solution provider, it's India, be it humanitarian aid, be it disaster response, be it, policing the sea lanes against pirates in the Indian Ocean region, be it providing diplomacy, which is pro-peace and against war, from Ukraine to West Asia, to Afghanistan. Even in the case of Gaza, the amount of humanitarian aid provided to the Palestinians by India is second to none. So I think in that sense, our actions speak louder than our words. Remember, while President Trump is wanting to punish Afghanistan because he wants the Bagram air base back, India decided that the people of Afghanistan should not suffer. So when the deadline of stopping of operations or punishing operations from Chabahar port came in on October 1, India quietly sent in additional aid for Kabul to come out of the crisis that they have recently had because of the earthquake, just 3 days before the deadline kicked in on October 1. So I think be it Gaza, be it Afghanistan, be it Ukraine, wherever there are trouble spots, it's India which is the net solution provider. It's India which is the voice of sanity. It's India which is the voice of reason. And I think everyone in the world gets that message. So irrespective of the turbulence that we have seen of late between New Delhi and Washington, D.C., I think Prime Minister there indulging in some very deft diplomacy and subtle messaging to make sure that the realignment with the White House and the larger DC establishment happens.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek, for getting those details for us. And I also want to go ahead and play out this reaction. President Trump has shared a powerful message in response to Hamas's statement regarding his peace plan. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home. This is what he has said. Let's play it out.
I want to thank the countries that helped me put this together. Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive. So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented, but thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 2 minutes. AIADMK General Secretary Palaniswamy, who's on a Awakening Journey campaign with the theme Let's Protect the People, Let's Save Tamil Nadu, on Friday met the people there in various constituencies. He went on to criticize MK Stalin for raising issues only for elections. And despite DMK's 16-year-old rule in action, while AIADMK fights for people, not family interests like DMK. Right-wing students conducted a protest march in JNU a day after scuffle on campus with the left wing. The violent clash was during a Visarjan Shobha Yatra organized on occasion of Vijay Dashami. following the 9-day Navratri celebrations, which began with the provocative poster circulated by the other group announcing a Ravan Dahan that portrayed former JNU student Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, known for their activism as Ravan, which escalated with the separate effigy burnings on the very same campus. Niti Aayog released the first publication under its Niti Tax Policy Working Paper Series I titled Enhancing Tax Certainty and Permanent Establishment and Profit Attribution for Foreign Investors in India. The Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, BVR Subramaniam, thanked the Prime Minister for his role in reforms actually picking up and happening in various parts of the economy.
It's a very delightful day when we have come to release the first working paper on tax policy by Niti Aayog. Thanks to the guidance of the Prime Minister, you can see reforms actually picking up and happening in various parts of the economy. You saw the GST 2.0 rollout just 10 days ago, and the kind of happiness and delight with which it is greeted all around.
The Puducherry Roadside Vendors Association, which was protesting against the municipality for cancelling the elections and demanding immediate elections, staged a protest today and entered into a scuffle with the police. Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis said that Navi Mumbai International Airport will be named after Mr. D.B. Patil, and he added that the proposal, which was recently discussed with Prime Minister Modi, received a positive response. He also said that approvals to rename Pune and Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar airports will also be expected soon. And viewers, India's defence sector has witnessed a remarkable transformation over the years. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh highlighted the nation's rapid strides towards self-reliance. With a vision to build a strong, vibrant defence industry, India is steadily decreasing its dependence on foreign countries. The recent agreement with HAL to purchase 97 light combat aircraft with over 64% of the equipment to be produced in India is a testament to this progress. Let's listen in to the Defence Minister.
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते मित्रों मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में भी भारत सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर तेजी से कदम आगे बढ़ा चुका है। विदेशों पर हमारी निर्भरता निरंतर कम होती जा रही है और इसी विजन को लेकर आज भारत एक सशक्त और वाइब्रेंट डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री खड़ा कर रहा है। हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत हद तक डिफेंस इंपोर्ट पर पहले निर्भर रहा करते थे, लेकिन आज हालात बदल रहे हैं। अब हर पुर्जे, हर हथियार, हर प्लेटफॉर्म पर गर्व से लिखा जा रहा है मेड इन इंडिया। साथियों, पिछले महीने में ही हमारी सरकार ने 97 लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट, कितने कॉस्टली होते हैं बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, खरीदने के लिए हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड एचएल के साथ एक समझौता किया है। इन विमानों में 64% से ज्यादा पार्ट्स, इक्विपमेंट्स यदि लगेंगे तो 64% से ज्यादा वो इंडिजिनस होंगे, भारत में बने होंगे, भारत की धरती पर बने होंगे और भारतवासियों के हाथों बने होंगे। कहने का मतलब यह है साथियों, तेजस लड़ाकू विमान हो, आकाश मिसाइल हो, अर्जुन टैंक हो या फिर प्रचंड हेलीकॉप्टर हो, आज हमारी सेनाओं की ताकत भारतीय हाथों में बनी टेक्नोलॉजी से बढ़ रही है।
And viewers, in a significant disclosure, the Indian Air Force Chief has confirmed that 13 Pakistani fighter jets were destroyed during Operation Sindoor. Among them, 4 to 5 US-made F-16s eliminated on the ground. Air Chief also revealed that 6 additional Pakistani aircraft were taken down by India's S-400 air defense system, marking a major operational success. With this confirmation, Operation Sindoor now stands as one of the most decisive air campaigns in recent years, underscoring India's growing air dominance and the strategic impact of its advanced defense capabilities.
This is a battlefield of speed, power, and resolve. Here, every sortie shapes history, every mission forges legends. From the icy peaks of the Himalayas to the vast oceans below, a vigilant force commands the air, swift, silent, and relentless. It shields a billion dreams, carrying with it the strength of a nation. For those who dare challenge its domain, the answer is certain. This is the Indian Air Force. Infallible, impervious, precise, achuk, abhedya va sateek. The past year, our engines rode across continents. At Exercise Desert Night 24.1, over the Arabian Sea, Sukhoi 30s, Jaguars, and AWACS forged new bonds with France and the UAE. At Red Flag Alaska, Indian Rafales and a 252-strong contingent undertook the longest ferry in our history, proving global reach in both combat and logistics. On the return leg, we trained with Greece and Egypt, diplomacy written in contrails. From pitch black in Australia to Dara Shakti in Malaysia, our Su-30s and IL-76s showed that distance is no barrier to dominance. In the Indian Ocean, our Su-30s and AWACS trained with the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, displaying seamless integration with the best in the world. And at Bright Star in Egypt, the tricolor rose above Africa's largest multilateral exercise, our presence commanding respect, our precision undeniable. These were not just exercises, they were declarations that the IAF is not a participant, but a leader. In Aero India 2025, the 15th edition of Asia's largest air show, brought together 80 nations, over 800 aerospace and defense companies, and hundreds of thousands of visitors. In 2025, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla made history as the first Indian mission pilot aboard the International Space Station. His successful flight marked IAF's pioneering role in exploring new frontiers of space. This year, the IAF bid farewell to the iconic warbird of MiG-21. For 6 decades, this legend stood as India's shield in the sky. The Indian Air Force salutes its 62 years of valor, service, and an unbroken watch. Foremost in battle, the IAF is also at the forefront of technology. Ever evolving, it is continuously building training, preparing for tomorrow. The C-295 transport joined operational squadrons, bringing agility and reach. The Vadodara assembly line began shaping the future of aerospace in India. Every induction is more than a machine in service. It is sovereignty taking flight, and indigenous strength took center stage. Our effectiveness is measured not just in firepower. It is reflected in our compassion. The IAF was the first responder in every crisis, flying relief to cyclone-hit Orissa and Bengal, rescuing villagers in Arunachal, pilgrims in Uttarkashi, and tourists in Sikkim, while sustaining flood-hit Punjab and Jammu. From cliff rescues in Manimahesh to relief flights in Myanmar, Afghanistan, and evacuations under fire in Israel and Iran. A telecraft and crew carried food, medicine, and hope, delivering courage and compassion across India and beyond. From Mandalay to Kabul, from Pathankot to buy more, our mission was one: to save, to serve, to protect.
पाकिस्तान से आए आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा। ये नया भारत किसी की परमाणु धमकियों से डरता नहीं।
When the hour of reckoning comes, only the brave take to the skies. On the ground, steel awakens, missiles mounted, radars are scanning. Every detail measured, every motion exact. Ready for the what we were born to do. With silent resolve, with unflinching discipline. In briefing rooms, missions are shaped, intent sharpened. The air warriors rose to the challenge, every step carrying the hopes of the nation. Engines ignited, power unleashed. From the runway to the skies, India's resolve took flight, wings of fire cutting across the night. Targets locked, commands given. In a flash of light, precision became fire, and the enemy silenced.
ये नया भारत है।
The world now knows India's reach is absolute, its precision unmatched. From Alaska to Australia, from Pahalgam to Pathankot, from disaster zones to battlefields, the Indian Air Force has lived its creed. Infallible in its dominance, impervious in its defense, precise in its execution. We are more than warriors. We are the guardians of tomorrow. The Indian Air Force, touching the sky with glory.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें
Just getting you some top headlines coming in. Hamas agrees to free Israeli hostages after Trump's ultimatum on Gaza peace plan. Prime Minister Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace efforts and says indications of the release of hostages mark a significant step forward. 13 Pakistani fighter jets, including 4 to 5 US-made F-16, were destroyed during the Operation Sindhu. One-member Judicial Commission formed sitting judge of Guwahati High Court Justice Soumitra Saikia to probe Zubin Garg's death. Another Republic exclusive. Remand note stresses that From FSI, evidence establishes Siddharth Sharma's culpability in the early demise of Zubin Garg. Election Commission team led by CEC Ganesh Kumar may be hard to review poll preparedness ahead of upcoming assembly elections. Exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show protests outside a military post in POK. Good morning, viewers. Well, this morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A devastating tragedy has struck Indonesia. Century-old Islamic boarding school in East Java has collapsed, killing at least 10 students and leaving more than 50 others still missing. Rescue operations have now shifted from hand search to heavy machinery as hope for survivors fades. Officials say the building was undergoing illegal renovations when the concrete structure gave away. The collapse has now sparked anger and grief as parents wait desperately for news of their children.
10 students dead, more than 50 still unaccounted for. The collapse of an Islamic boarding school in Indonesia has turned into a heartbreaking search for bodies rather than survivors. The century-old Al-Khozini school in East Java caved in during Monday prayers, trapping hundreds of boys aged between 12 and 19. While some escaped with broken bones and head injuries, many never made it out. Rescue efforts that began with bare hands have now turned to heavy excavators and jackhammers as the rubble piles remain unforgiving.
Untuk pembongkaran saat ini ya hampir sekitar 50% kalau dilihat dari bangunan sebelumnya ya. Itu udah 50% lagi.
Authorities say the bodies are being found crushed under concrete walls and slabs of debris.
Ya, untuk korban sendiri tentunya karena mungkin karena reruntuhan ya otomatis pada posisi yang artinya tertimpa material lah. Rata-rata tertimpa material dari tumbukan ataupun betonan ataupun part-part dari tembok.
Police have confirmed that the tragedy could have been avoided. The two-story building was illegally expanded into 4 floors, its century-old foundation unable to bear the weight. By Friday evening, rescuers had pulled multiple bodies from the ruins, 2 from the prayer hall and another near the exit, as though trying to escape. For dozens of families waiting outside the rubble, hope fades with every passing hour. Recovery teams say the operation may take until Saturday to complete, but the death toll is expected to rise.
And because Luxembourg's Grand Duke Henry abdicated his throne after 25 years this Friday in favor of his son. His son was sworn in on the same day and he greeted the crowd from the Grand Palace. Here's more.
Henry Luxembourg's Grand Duke of 25 years renounced his throne this Friday. His son Guillaume, the new Grand Duke, was enthroned after swearing an oath to Luxembourg's constitution in a traditional ceremony on the same day. The ceremony was attended by royals and European heads of state. Soon after which he greeted the public from the Grand Ducal Palace balcony with royal family including his wife, the Belgian-born Countess Stéphane de Lannoy, his sons Prince Charles and Prince Francois, and the former Grand Duke Henry with his former Grand Duchess Maria Theresa at his side. In his first address to public, he emphasized upon freedom and unity as he quoted a 1919 speech by Grand Duchess Charlotte. The new Grand Duke additionally plans to host an evening gala for international guests.
The Philippines was struck by yet another natural disaster as Typhoon Matmo has blew into the country on Friday, days after the country was gripped by a massive earthquake. Here's a quick report as the country's disaster response team are gripped with rescue operations from earthquake, storms, and now a typhoon.
Philippines is struck by yet another natural disaster as a typhoon flew into northern Philippines on Friday, barely before the country even made a recovery from the earthquake that hit central Philippines this Tuesday and two other storms too. These disasters being almost simultaneous in its occurrence complicates the country's disaster response. Typhoon Mamto blew into Dinapig town in Isabel province from the Pacific with sustained winds up to 130 kph. It reportedly was a blow to northwestward over a vast agriculture valley and mountain provinces where residents in some flood and landslide-prone villages were evacuating. Additionally, Philippines forecasters alleged it was expected to blow into South China Sea on Saturday on course towards southern China. Also, Hong Kong's observatory said Mamto would pass by the territory on an expected path toward Hainan Island and mainland's Guangdong province over the weekend. The typhoon was not expected to directly affect the region further south, which was where the earthquake had struck, which killed at least 72 people and injured more than 550 others. Mamto, locally known as Paolo, was the 16th tropical cyclone to hit Philippines this year. The Southeast Asian archipelago nation is lashed by about 20 typhoons and storms a year and lies on the seismically active Pacific Ring of Fire, making it one of the countries most prone to natural disasters.
I was getting some more updates coming in. The World Health Organization said it had verified 400 deaths in Gaza linked to malnutrition so far this year, including 101 children, of whom 80 were under 5 years of age. Currently, only 4 malnutrition stabilization centers in Gaza remain operational. The nutrition response faces severe operational challenges, including critical shortages of therapeutic foods and a lack of space to expand stabilization services within the existing health facilities. A fire broke out at a Chevron oil refinery just outside Los Angeles on Thursday night, sending towering flames into the air that were visible for miles. The company, through a statement later on the same day, claimed there were no injuries at the Chevron El Segundo refinery and all personnel were accounted for, adding that a monitoring system indicated that the fire did not move beyond the facility's fence line. The cause of the fire was not disclosed. Fire crews had reportedly and valiantly contained the fire to just one section of the refinery, so no surrounding area, let alone the outside, was affected. Sarah Mullally, the Bishop of London, has been named the Archbishop of Canterbury, the first time a woman has been chosen as the spiritual leader of the Church of England. She will replace former Archbishop Justin Welby, who announced his resignation in November. Now, in fact, we see that she is also a former cancer nurse who became England's youngest chief nursing officer before joining the clergy, facing serious challenges in the church that include divisions over the treatment of women and the LGBTQ people. She told British broadcasters that her approach will include working with local groups and other faith leaders on increasing the cohesiveness of their communities as a key priority. President Trump is now openly embracing the conservative blueprint he desperately tried to distance himself from during the campaign in 2024. In the post on a Truth Social site Thursday morning, Trump announced that he would be meeting with his budget chief. This will be later on to discuss which federal agencies should be cut and whether the cut should be permanent. Trump's comments represent a dramatic about-face after he and his campaign spent much of last year denouncing the massive proposed overhaul of the federal government that was drafted by many long-time allies and current and former administration officials. Luxembourg's Grand Duke Henry abdicated his throne after 25 years in favor of his son, who was crowned in a ceremony later on the same day, then greeted the masses atop a balcony of the Grand Palace with the royal family at his side. In his first address, quoting a 1919 speech by the Grand Duchess Charlotte, emphasizing freedom and unity. The self-styled godman now behind bars, Swami Chaitananda. This case, which by the way rocked Delhi with allegations of molestation, fraud and deceit, has entered a crucial new phase as the laws uncover, in fact, one of his antics with clinical precision. So take a look at where this investigation stands right now.
17 young students, allegations of molestation, obscene messages and pressure inside a Delhi institute. The man behind it all, Swami Chaitananda, is now in judicial custody. After days on run, Delhi police arrested him from Agra. He was then put in police custody for 5 days. Officers from the Delhi police seized his phones, laptop, and a shocking stash of fake UN and BRICS visiting cards, fake photos with important political figures and forged passports under different names.
Delhi court has granted 14 days of judicial custody. Earlier what we have seen that the accused was arrested from UP's Agra district last Sunday, and after that he was produced in the Patiala House Court, where the 5 days of police custody was granted to the very accused, in which what we have seen that Delhi police have recovered 3 cell phones, 1 iPad and other materials from his possession. After that, he was taken to the very institute where Delhi police corroborated the statement given by him. Apart from that, co-accused statements were also corroborated in that direction. And right now, Delhi police have gathered several evidences in connection with the case. And right now, he was again produced in Patiala House Court, when what we have seen that Delhi court has granted 14 days of judicial custody, but the investigation is continuing in that direction, because earlier what we have seen that 16 female students have come forward in this investigation, and they have basically given their statements, they have given their testimony to the Delhi police.
With the legal net widening, 3 of his own aides confessed to pressuring the victims into silence. They were later released on bail. The National Commission for Women have stepped in, demanding protection for victims, counselling, and advocating for the strictest possible action against the accused. Now, in 14-day judicial custody, the Molester Baba faces a mountain of charges, ranging from molestation, harassment, fraud, and forgery. Investigators say that his digital trail, chat records, and forged papers will form the backbone of the charge sheet. What remains to be seen, though, is whether justice will finally be delivered to his victims.
And we're getting all these updates coming in from the world of business now. 3 cabinet colleagues of Indian Prime Minister Modi are promoting use of apps by domestic rivals to Google Maps, WhatsApp and Microsoft, and the strongest backing yet for Make in India products amid trade tensions with the United States. After the United States imposed a 50% tariff on Indian imports in August, Modi has pushed for use of Swadeshi products or those made in India, and to scrap daily use of foreign goods. India infotech ministers have now urged for alternatives such as domestic firm Zoho Software, which will not be easy as these American brands have deep roots among users, especially in India. India's equity markets and benchmarks inched higher on Friday, logging weekly gains led by banks after the regulator announced a raft of lending reforms, and as metal advanced on dollar weakness. Nifty 50 opens new tab, rose 0.23%, while BSE Sensex opens new tab, added 0.28%. Tata Capital, the flagship financial services company of the Tata Group and subsidiary of Tata Sons, has raised rupees 4,600 plus crores from 135 anchor investors on October 3rd, a day prior to the launch of its IPO for the public subscription. The IPO being the biggest so far of the calendar year. Major life insurance corporation has now emerged as the biggest anchor investor in the TATA Capital IPO. India, by the Commerce Ministry's Armed Directorate General of Trade Remedies, has initiated an anti-dumping probe into the import of certain steel items from China, Indonesia and Vietnam. Items including cold rolled flat products of 300 and 400 series induced by an application filed by Indian Stainless Steel Development Association on behalf of domestic players, where they allege that dumping has impacted them. They've requested the imposition of an anti-dumping duty on imports of these goods from these countries. Bombay High Court has dismissed a plea by businessman Anil Ambani that challenges the State Bank of India's decision to classify the loan account of Reliance Communications, which he leads as fraudulent. The ruling delivered by Justices Revati Mohite and Neela K. Upheld the SBI's action, stating that the bank adhered to the RBI guidelines and that the classification aligned with the regulatory requirements. In Hyderabad, the tragic hit-and-run case has been reported where the son of a Congress leader has claimed the life of one senior citizen and left another injured. The accused, Rehan bin Ali, allegedly rammed his SUV into two pedestrians on the 30th of September. The son of a Congress leader, Rehan, was arrested 3 days later. Take a look.
On the busy streets of Chandrayan Gutta, a two-wheeler crushed beneath a speeding SUV. Bystanders scrambled to stop the vehicle and prevent further harm. The SUV belonged to Rehan bin Ali Maskati, son of Congress leader and Maskati dairy owner Ali Maskati. He was driving the Fortuner that hit two senior citizens, 55-year-old Sajid and 65-year-old Abdul Hasnat, leaving them critically injured on the road. Eyewitnesses say the vehicle moved dangerously and struck the victims at high speed.
फॉर्च्यूनर कार वाले लेके आके मारे. कब? 30 तारीख के दिन 4:30-5 बजे के टाइम मारे. उन्होंने चल रहा था उनका असरा हॉस्पिटल में. आज अली मस्कती के फर्जंद साहब थे वो, उन्होंने मारे सो है. उनकी तरफ से कुछ भी रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिल रहा. ट्रीटमेंट करा रहे थे उन्होंने. ऑलरेडी मेरी कंप्लेंट पहुंची भी थी. अब आते बोल रहे थे उन्होंने, फिर फोना ने उठा रहे, उनके बच्चे हैं साथ, पूरा इलाज करा रहे थे. काम वाले बच्चे अली मस्कती के बेटे हैं, उनके कोई काम वाले उन्होंने इलाज करा रहे थे. वही पूरा आज इंतकाल हो गया. बॉडी मेरी वाली साहब की लेके चले आते बोल के बोल रहे हैं उस्मानिया हॉस्पिटल.
Abdul Hasnat succumbed to his injuries on October 3. Sajid remains hospitalized, recovering from multiple fractures and head injuries. 3 days later, police have arrested the main accused.
And viewers, as people gasped for life in the middle of a stampede, TVK Vijay continued his speech on stage. The disconnect between the tragedy that was unfolding on the ground and superstar turned politician Vijay has sparked a massive outrage. Viewers, watch closely as to what happened. Remember, the Karur stampede probe is also continuing simultaneously.
The Karur tragedy. The tragedy that took lives of so many innocent fans. Fans who had thronged the venue in Karur district just to take a glimpse of Vijay, but ended up losing their lives. 41 lives were lost, ordinary families destroyed. The probe in this matter is in the Madras High Court. And the judges at the Madras High Court have raised sharp questions. Questions like, why did Vijay abandon the spot? Why was there no help given for the dying? And it wasn't only the TVK party, fingers were pointed out at the current DMK government too. The Stalin administration was pulled up for lapses in crowd control and medical response. The court made it very clear, 41 lives cannot be brushed aside. Neither the government nor Vijay's party can escape accountability. A special investigation team led by senior officer Zubin Garg will now probe the case. The High Court has also denied to grant anticipatory bail to the TVK leader N. Satish Kumar over the roadshow rampage. Meanwhile, Vijay had filed a petition seeking CBI probe in the matter. But High Court rejected that petition and the demands to ban TVK rallies were dismissed. The court has ordered strict new SOPs for political gatherings to ensure that another Karur horror never happens again.
And Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh emphasized that India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack was driven by desire to combat terrorism, not by religious considerations. Addressing the Jain International Trade Community event in Hyderabad, Singh stated that I quote here, when we responded to the Pahalgam terror attack, we did not ask the dharma of the terrorist. Let's have a look at this report.
हमने हमेशा फिर कोई कंप्रोमाइज नहीं किया है। 2016 की सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, चाहे 2019 की एयर स्ट्राइक हो, या अभी हाल में 2025 में जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, हमने साबित किया है कि जब भी जरूरत होगी हम भारत की एकता और अखंडता के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए चाहे जिस भी सीमा को लांघना पड़ेगा हम सीमा लांघेंगे, लेकिन अपने देश की रक्षा करेंगे। और मेरे साथियों, पहलगाम में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ था उसके बारे में आप जानते हैं। निर्दोष लोगों को धर्म पूछकर मारा गया था, लेकिन आपने देखा कि हम लोगों ने पाकिस्तान पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की तो धर्म पूछकर नहीं मारा। हमने यह नहीं देखा कि किस धर्म को मानने वाले हैं, हमने तो केवल इतना ही देखा कि टेररिस्ट सेंटर्स कहां हैं जिन आतंकवादियों ने हमारे पहलगाम के निर्दोष लोगों को मारा है। हमने उनके ऊपर आक्रमण किया है। हमने वहां के किसी मिलिट्री इस्टेब्लिशमेंट अथवा सिविलियन इस्टेब्लिशमेंट पर कभी आक्रमण नहीं किया। हम चाहते तो यह काम पहले भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन नहीं किया हम लोगों ने। और साथियों, याद रखिए, जब हम अपनी सैन्य शक्ति, अपनी आर्थिक शक्ति बढ़ाने की बात करते हैं तो हमारा मकसद, हमारी कोशिश किसी पर वर्चस्व स्थापित करना नहीं होती है। हमारी शक्ति का उद्देश्य है अपने आदर्शों की रक्षा, अपने धर्म और आस्था की रक्षा और उन मानवीय मूल्यों की रक्षा जो भगवान महावीर की शिक्षाओं में सबसे ऊंचे, सबसे श्रेष्ठ रूप से प्रकट होते हैं।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें
He fought for justice in the Nirbhaya trial. He stood by leaders like Chandrababu Naidu. He defended Arun Jaitley in the Kejriwal defamation clash. He advised global giants like Facebook. Former Additional Solicitor General of India, senior advocate, one of the country's top lawyers, Siddharth Luthra. Fearless, unyielding, relentless. In a rare, no-holds-barred conversation on the legal side of things this weekend only on Republic TV.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. We continue to track the biggest news stories from India and across the world. In India, the top stories that we continue to track is what is happening in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, where a toxic cough syrup has claimed the lives of several children. We also will get you all the updates on the Karur stampede case. Now, new video has emerged that shows how insensitive politicians are. We'll also get you all the updates on the Zubin Garg death case. All that coming up. Here are the headlines that we are tracking.
Or to having the hostages come home to their parents, and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents, because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive.
Hamas agrees to free Israeli hostages after Donald Trump's ultimatum on Gaza peace plan. Prime Minister Nirav Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace efforts, says indications of the release of hostages marked a significant step forward. One-member judicial commission formed. A sitting judge of the Guwahati High Court, Justice Soumitra Saikia, to probe Zubin Garg's death. Election Commission team led by CEC Gyanesh Kumar in Bihar to review poll preparedness ahead of the upcoming assembly elections. And exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show protests outside a military post in POK. Viewers, first up, the updates on the Zubin Garg death case, and a one-man judicial commission has been formed to probe the death of Zubin Garg, with Justice Soumitra Saikia, sitting judge of the Guwahati High Court, appointed to lead the investigation. Now, this commission aims to thoroughly examine the circumstances surrounding the singer's untimely demise and submit a detailed report following its inquiry. The development comes a day after key witness in the case had told investigators that Zubin's manager conspired to poison the singer and later posed the event as an accident. So a major breakthrough really in the case, because now a one-man judicial commission has been formed, and this commission is going to look into the circumstances and all the angles related to the death of Zubin Garg. Now, Justice Soumitra Saikia, who is a sitting judge of the Guwahati High Court, is going to lead the investigation into the case, and it will thoroughly examine the circumstances surrounding the singer's demise and submit a detailed report following the inquiry. All right, we are right now joined in by Anirudh, our colleague, who is joining us from Guwahati. Anirudh, how is the family and the people across the state are now reacting, considering the fact that now a new investigation is going to be looking into this entire case, and that too, this is a judicial commission. How is everybody reacting to this?
Well, Aishwarya, if we look into the past also, then this is probably the first time that in an inquiry, in a judicial commission, the Guwahati High Court has constituted a commission under the leadership of the sitting High Court judge. So Justice Soumitra Saikia will be leading this investigation. And Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma had earlier written to the Chief Justice of Guwahati High Court, highlighting the importance of the matter and the developments and why the Judicial Commission is the need. And yes, people also had been demanding that a free, fair and transparent inquiry should happen into the death of Zubin Garg. So yes, the Judicial Commission has been welcomed by the family, friends, as well as fans of Zubin Garg.
All right, thank you so much for those details there. So, viewers, this is a dramatic turn into the investigation into the death of singer Zubin Garg, because now the Assam government has ordered a judicial inquiry headed by Guwahati High Court Justice Soumitra Saikia to uncover the truth behind his untimely demise. Meanwhile, Republic TV has now accessed the remand copy of Zubin's manager, which clearly highlights the murder conspiracy. In fact, a key witness had stated that the manager, Siddharth Sharma, deliberately poisoned Zubin. Here's a report.
Zubin Garg's death probe has been intensified. The Assam government has ordered a judicial inquiry into mysterious death of Zubin Garg. One-man judicial commission has been formed, which will be headed by the sitting judge of Guwahati High Court, Justice Soumitra Saikia. Meanwhile, Republic has accessed the exclusive remand copy of accused Siddharth Sharma. The remand note prepared by SIT investigating Zubin's death has made startling revelations. Zubin's manager, Siddharth Sharma, is a named FIR accused in grave offences, including criminal conspiracy, murder, and culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Key witness Shekhar Jyoti Goswami has stated that Sharma forcibly took control of the yacht from Zubin Garg prior to his death and conspired to project it as an accident. Goswami alleged that Sharma and associate Shyamkanu Mahanta deliberately poisoned Zubin and arranged foreign liquor to conceal their conspiracy. The remand note also revealed that during Garg's last moment, when he was gasping for breath, manager Sharma allegedly said, jab do de, meaning let him go, and dismissed his condition as acid reflux. The note highlighted that accused has provided not satisfactory explanation regarding the supply of liquor and women to Garg before his death, and stressed that prima facie evidence establishes Siddharth Sharma's culpability in early demise of Zubin Garg. The investigation into Zubin Garg's death has taken a dramatic turn, with the judicial inquiry and the revelations about Siddharth Sharma's alleged involvement. As the probe continues, the SIT findings and the Judicial Commission's inquiry will be crucial in uncovering the truth behind Zubin Garg's death.
And viewers, after a killer cough syrup claimed the lives of several children in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, now there is an update, because now the Tamil Nadu Drugs Control Department has issued an immediate stop production order to the manufacturing of cold ref cough syrup after a batch was found to be non-standard quality and adulterated with the diethylene glycol, according to an analysis by the state's drug testing laboratory. Additionally, a show cause memo has now been served to the manufacturer for the cancellation of their manufacturing license, and states have ordered high vigilance after a killer cough syrup claimed the lives of 11 children across Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. So whatever happened across Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, the effects can be seen on the other states as well. In fact, the Tamil Nadu Control Department has asked the production to be stopped of the cold ref cough syrup after a batch was found to be of non-standard quality. All right, Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Sharda, what are the details emerging in the case? Because what we are seeing is an increased vigilance, but what we are seeing is that these cough syrup are found to be adulterated not only in Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh, but in other states as well.
Well, this cold ref cough syrup is being manufactured by a pharmaceutical company here in Tamil Nadu, situated in Kanchipuram. Following the deaths in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan of the children, the Drug Control Trafficking Department went to the manufacturer, asked them to stop producing anything. And also, starting from October 1, the sale of the cold ref cough syrup was also banned throughout the state of Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, and also what we're getting to here is that the drug control department has taken over multiple samples from this company to check whether it's adulterated with a particular chemical, which is also used as a oil brake solvent when it comes to automobiles. So that's the main issue behind this, is that they find whether this chemical actually causes deaths of the children in the Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and the continuous ban would be placed after these multiple samples are tested by the drug control department here in the state of Tamil Nadu. So apart from stopping the manufacturing in Tamil Nadu, they've also stopped the sale of this particular drug, and also the production stock that was taken in the last 3 months are also put on a halt without distribution to other states, which also includes Kerala, Andhra Pradesh.
We would also like to know from you, Sarada, now that we are witnessing increased vigilance, the big question is, these are, definite, the drug that you're talking about, the cough syrup that you're talking about belongs to a particular company, but there are several generic medicines, generic cough syrups that are sold all across the country. So how important it be for the state to take a control of the entire, drugs, and not only the manufactured by private companies, but also generic drugs?
Actually, this is not the first time that we are hearing about a drug that's causing the death of children and adults, because multiple times these generic medicines that are available over the counter without any prescription has caused multiple deaths, even though there are multiple rules for the pharmaceutical companies, also to the medical shops, asking them not to sell certain drugs over the counter. Multiple people, without consulting the doctor, without getting a proper prescription, try to take this on-the-counter drugs that are harmful as well. So it's expected that following this particular issue that has happened with the company in Tamil Nadu, multiple affirmations are given by the drug control department here, saying that they would be giving a proper check to all the generic medicines that are available, and especially to the over-the-counter drugs that are being sold by the pharmaceutical companies. It's also expected that set of medical councils, doctors will set up a medical council, making sure that these over-the-counter drugs that are being sold are checked and then given to the people. And also a list of medicals that are to be banned is expected to come soon, Aishwarya.
All right. Thank you so much, Arda, for all those details there. You keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, in a related news, now the Rajasthan government has suspended the state drug controller and halted the distribution of medicines manufactured by Jaipur-based company Jason's Pharma. The Medical and Health Department stopped the supply of all the 90 medicines manufactured by Jason's Pharma until further orders. Distribution of all other cough syrups containing dextromethorphan has also been suspended. Remember, this coming in after 11 children across the states of Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh died after consuming killer cough syrups. And now several other states have also taken action. Komal, my colleague, is now joining us live from Sikar. Komal, very good morning. First, I would like to know from you, what is the verified number of child deaths in the case related to the consumption of cough syrup? That is the first part. And I would also like to know about the Jason's Pharma case. Have the children who have died from the cough syrup, did they consume the cough syrup from Jason's Pharma in particular?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, अगर परिवार की बात करें, चूंकि इसमें 2 बच्चों की मौत हुई है, पहला मामला भरतपुर से आया था, दूसरा मामला सीकर से सामने आया था। परिवार ने यही आरोप लगाया था कि उन्होंने अपने बच्चों को वो कफ सिरप दी थी, जिसके बाद वो बच्चों को बेचैनी हुई, किडनी में उस कफ सिरप ने असर किया और उसके बाद बच्चे की मौत हो गई। लेकिन वहीं दूसरी तरफ अगर हम स्वास्थ्य विभाग की बात करें तो वो लगातार यही कह रहे थे कि कफ सिरप से कुछ नहीं हुआ है और उन्होंने बाकायदा जाँच के लिए कफ सिरप के सैंपल्स भेजे थे। कल शाम में हमने सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक भारत पर यह खबर भी दिखाई थी कि किस तरह से ये केसेंस फार्मा कंपनी को जो है क्लीन चिट दे दी गई है, यानी सैंपल्स जब जांच के लिए गए उसके बाद क्लीन चिट दे दी गई। लेकिन फिर रात में एक फरमान जारी हुआ जिसके तहत अब केसेंस फार्मा की सभी दवाइयों को जो है वो बैन कर दिया गया है, यानी 19 दवाइयों को बैन कर दिया गया है। साथ ही साथ जो ड्रग इंस्पेक्टर है उनको भी सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है, यानी मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से भी एक बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई जो है वो देखने को मिली है, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पे देख रहे थे एक लोगों में जो है, बच्चों में भी खास तौर पर डर बना हुआ था इस कफ सिरप को लेकर के। 10 ऐसे बच्चे थे जो राजस्थान के अलग अलग जिलों से थे और वो बीमार पड़े हुए थे, लेकिन पहले क्लीन चिट दी गई और उसके बाद फिर बैन किया गया। यानी देखिए पहले क्लीन चिट, पहले कह दिया गया कि आपकी कोई गलती नहीं है, लेकिन उसके बाद देखिए एक एक्शन लिया गया क्योंकि लोगों ने जो है इसका विरोध करना शुरू किया। केसेस फार्मा के अगर हम इतिहास की बात करें तो जैसा कि जानकारी मिल रही है उसके अनुसार देखिए अब पहले भी केसेस फार्मा की कई ऐसी दवाइयां हैं जिसमें जो है डिफेक्ट पाया गया था। कंपनी को 6 महीने के लिए डिबार भी किया गया था। तो ऐसे में एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल ये भी उठ रहे थे कि आखिर डिबार करने के बाद भी गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स में केसेस फार्मा की दवाइयां कैसे सप्लाई की जा रही थी। खास तौर पर वो कफ सिरप जो बच्चों को अगर देते हैं तो बच्चों की मौत हो सकती है। बच्चे बीमार पड़ रहे थे, 2 बच्चों की मौत भी हो गई। परिवार ने आरोप लगाया कि इसी सिरप की वजह से मौत हुई। केसेस फार्मा के जब दफ्तर हम लोग पहुंचे तो वहां पे पूरी तरह से देखिए ताला लगा हुआ था। मालिक, गार्ड, जितने कर्मचारी थे सभी कोई फरार थे। यानी देखिए कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़ा सवाल भी उठ रहा था कि अगर आप एक तरफ कह रहे हैं आपकी कोई गलती नहीं है तो आप फरार क्यों रहे, आपने ताला क्यों जड़ दिया अपने पूरे फैक्ट्री के बाहर। तो ऐसे में गंभीर सवाल खड़े हो रहे थे। पहले क्लीन चिट दिया गया, लेकिन अब देखिए पूरी तरह से एक्टिव मोड पर नजर आ रही है राजस्थान सरकार और केसेस फार्मा की 19 दवाइयों पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया गया है। यानी एक बहुत बड़ा एक्शन। और इसके साथ ही साथ ड्रग इंस्पेक्टर की बात करें तो उन्हें सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है। जी,
सभी दवाओं पे प्रतिबंध तो लगाया गया है, लेकिन ये भी बताइए कि क्योंकि ये दवाओं का मामला है तो ये सिर्फ जो सप्लाई होती होगी इन मेडिसिन्स की वो सिर्फ राजस्थान में नहीं बल्कि देश के दूसरे राज्यों में भी होती होगी। तो सिर्फ केसेस फार्मा की मेडिसिन्स को अभी रोक देना तो ठीक है, लेकिन जो अभी तक ऑलरेडी मार्केट में हैं दवाइयाँ उनके ऊपर प्रतिबंध कैसे लगेगा?
बिल्कुल देखिए अगर हम केसेस फार्मा की दवाई जो कि कफ सिरप, चूंकि इसका ज़्यादा मामला जो है विवाद खड़ा हुआ है, कफ सिरप में जो है गड़बड़ियाँ निकल करके सामने आई है, उसकी अगर हम बात करें तो वो दवाइयाँ जो है वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में मिलती है। यानी राजस्थान के गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में, यानी मुख्यमंत्री निःशुल्क योजना के तहत मिलती है। ऐसे में जब आप गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में जाएंगे उसके बाद डॉक्टर्स जब आपको प्रिस्क्राइब करते हैं और वही अस्पताल के डिस्पेंसरी से ही आपको वो दवाई मिलेगी। यानी अगर आप प्राइवेट मेडिकल शॉप में जाएंगे और अगर आप उस कफ सिरप को मांगेंगे तो वहाँ पर वो कफ सिरप अवेलेबल नहीं है, लेकिन डिस्पेंसरी में वो कफ सिरप जरूर अवेलेबल है। और ऐसे में राजस्थान के कई जिलों में उस कफ सिरप की सप्लाई है। क्योंकि अगर हम केसेस फार्मा की बात ही करें तो ये एक लोकल कंपनी है जो कि जयपुर में है और यहाँ पे ही ये दवाइयाँ बनती है। साथ ही साथ कफ सिरप के साथ 19 दवाइयाँ जो है उसको भी बैन कर दिया गया है। जाहिर तौर पर ये दवाइयाँ जो है अलग अलग जिलों में भी जाती होगी। खास करके अगर हम राजस्थान के जिलों की बात करें वहाँ पर भी जाती होगी। तो एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती ये भी है कि हर एक जगह से ये दवाइयों को पूरी तरह से प्रतिबंध लगाना होगा। किसी को भी गलती से अगर ये दवाई दे दी जाती है तो बहुत बड़ा देखिए जिस तरह से ये कफ सिरप एक काल बन करके एक बच्चों के घर में आया है, कई बच्चों की तबीयत भी खराब हो गई है। तो ऐसे में ये काल बन के दूसरी दवाइयां लोगों के लिए काल ना बने, इस पर प्रतिबंध तो लगा दिया गया है, लेकिन इसे अमल करना भी बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है। और ये स्वास्थ्य विभाग के लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती होने वाली है कि आखिर वो किस तरह से सब जगह से प्रॉपर बैन करवाए ताकि गलती से भी डॉक्टर जो है उन दवाइयों को ना लिखे, क्योंकि अगर उन दवाइयों को लिखते हैं तो पूर्व में जो
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Komal, for joining us from Sikar and giving us all those updates there. And viewers, well, 2 children dead and several others under critical condition, and a doctor himself collapsing after consuming it. So Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh's toxic cough syrup scandal is now snowballing into a full-blown health crisis. Take a look.
In Sikar, 5-year-old Nitish never woke up after a routine dose of cough syrup. In Bharatpur, a 2-year-old met the same fate. What was meant to treat a cough has left families devastated.
डॉक्टर नहीं दवा दी,
डॉक्टर ने दी थी ये दवाई। फिर उसको जब उस टाइम पे थोड़ी हल्की खांसी नहीं हुई थी और कल परसों उसको खांसी हुई थी तब उसको दवाई दी थी, वो भी 5 ml दी थी। उसके बाद में उसको दे के सुला दिया गया था। फिर रात को 2 बजे उसने पानी मांगा है, पानी पिया है, उसके बाद में फिर सो गया। वो पानी पीने के बाद में फिर वो उठा ही नहीं। सुबह जब उसको उठाया तब वो उठा ही नहीं।
हम सरकार से मांग करते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा गया कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन और किसी का बच्चा नहीं जाए, उसके लिए ख़ास तौर से स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को इनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। मोदी जी बोलते हैं कि हमारे 140 करोड़ मेरी ही जनता है, लेकिन उनको एक्शन लेना चाहिए कि भाई कि आगे किसी के बच्चे की जान नहीं जाए किसी गलत चीज़ वजह से।
The syrup in question was based on dextromethorphan. It was supplied free of cost under Rajasthan's free medicine scheme. But it is now at the center of a storm after multiple children fell ill, with them vomiting, being nauseous, and falling unconscious within hours of ingesting the syrup. In an almost bizarre twist, a senior government doctor, Dr. Tarachand Yogi, drank the syrup himself to prove the safety. Hours later, he too collapsed, adding to the public panic. Facing outrage, the Rajasthan government has banned the distribution of 22 batches of the syrup, sealed over 1 lakh bottles across the hospitals, and have ordered urgent recalls. The National Centre for Disease Control has joined the probe, with samples rushed for lab testing. But questions are mounting. Records show that the syrup had failed quality test multiple times in the past, only to be cleared again through alternate labs. A lab shopping practice has been eyed by experts on a possible cause for compromising public health.
इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में स्वास्थ्य विभाग की लापरवाही तो है ही, लेकिन 2 कप सिरप जो संदेह के घेरे में हैं, उन्हें 6 मौत के बाद बैन किया गया, प्रतिबंधित किया गया, और जहां से इन कप सिरप की सप्लाई हो रही थी उन जगहों पर भी फूड विभाग की टीम जो है वो छापामार कार्रवाई कर रही है। और इन कप सिरप में जो सबसे मेन सिरप है कोल्ड ड्रिफ्ट, उसमें DEG नाम का रसायन मिले होने की आशंका है।
With the scandal spilling beyond Rajasthan and now also with the cases erupting in Madhya Pradesh, the question remains, how did a substandard drug re-enter the system despite repeated red flags? For now, grieving parents are left demanding for answers and accountability.
More news from across the nation. AIADMK General Secretary E.K. Palaniswamy, who's on the Awakening Journey campaign with the theme "Let us protect the people, let us save Tamil Nadu," on Friday met with the people of Palakkad and Pannakaram constituencies. He went on to criticize MK Stalin for raising the Kata Chivo issue only for elections, despite DMK's 16-year-old rule in action, while AIADMK fights for people, not family interests like the DMK. Right-wing students conducted a protest march in JNU a day after scuffle on campus with the left wing. The violent clash was during Visarjan Shobha Yatra organized on the occasion of Vijay Dashmi following the 9-day Navratri celebrations, which began with a provocative poster circulated by the other group announcing a Ravan Dahan that portrayed former JNU students Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, known for their activism, as Ravan, which escalated with separate effigy burnings on the very same campus. Niti Aayog released the first publication under its Niti Tax Policy Working Paper Series 1 titled Enhancing Tax Certainty in Permanent Establishment and Profit Attribution for Foreign Investors in India. Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, BVR Subramaniam, thanked the Prime Minister for his role in reforms actually picking up and happening in various parts of the economy.
It's a very delightful day when we have come to release the first working paper on tax policy by Niti Aayog. Thanks to the guidance of the Prime Minister, you can see reforms actually picking up and happening in various parts of the economy. You saw the GST 2.0 rollout just 10 days ago, and the kind of happiness and delight with which it is greeted all around.
The Puducherry Roadside Vendors Association, which is protesting against the municipality for cancelling the elections and demanding immediate elections, staged a protest today and entered into a scuffle with the police. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis on Friday said that Navi Mumbai International Airport will be named after late Loknete D.B. Patil. He added that the proposal, which was recently discussed with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, received a positive response. He also said that approvals to rename Pune and Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar airports will also be expected soon. Time to take a break, and coming up ahead, the biggest international news story right now. Hamas has agreed to free Israeli hostages after Donald Trump's ultimatum on Gaza peace plan. We'll get you all the updates on that big story after a short break. Stay with us.
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी।
All these investments that you're making, are they purely Swadeshi companies?
Yes.
Are they Swadeshi in the sense 100% Indian?
Always our investment thesis is companies that have a long gestation period in R&D, people who need that backing, people who are hardcore engineers, all with a nationalistic spirit that we have to do this in India, we have to show that we can do this in India. That's what I'm looking for.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं।
Hamas agrees to free Israeli hostages after Donald Trump's ultimatum on Gaza peace plan. Prime Minister Nirav Modi welcomes Donald Trump's Gaza peace efforts, says indications of release of hostages mark a significant step forward. One-member judicial commission formed, a sitting judge of Guwahati High Court, Justice Soumitra Sakia, to probe Zubin Garg's death. Election Commission team led by CAC Gyanesh Kumar in Bihar to review poll preparedness ahead of the upcoming assembly elections. And exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show protests outside a military post in POK. All right, viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where the mosque committee filed an urgent petition in the Allahabad High Court regarding the demolition of the mosque and a marriage hall in Sambul district. Well, the urgent bench formed on a holiday heard the matter and requested a stay on the order. This case will be heard again today at 10 a.m. The committee stated that the demolition order is illegal and should be stopped immediately. Remember, this coming in after the Sambul district administration demolished a large marriage hall and a mosque said to be built illegally on a government land. Amrit, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Amrit, give us more updates on what is going to happen in the Allahabad High Court today, because the district administration said that they are carrying out the due legal process because the structure was built illegally on a government land. Amrit, can you hear me?
ये बता दें कि हाईकोर्ट में 10 बजे इस मामले को लेकर सुनवाई है। बिल्कुल आपको बता दें 10 बजे इस मामले को लेकर हाईकोर्ट में सुनवाई होनी है। और इससे पहले कल हुई सुनवाई में हाईकोर्ट ने कुछ कागजात मांगे थे जो कि अभी तक नहीं मिल पाए हैं। तो बड़ी मुश्किल स्थिति है, क्योंकि अगर कागजात पेश नहीं किए जाते हैं तो आप मान के चलें कि यहां पर बुलडोजर एक्शन होना तय है। हाईकोर्ट ने सीधे तौर पर यह कहा कि अगर आपके पास कागजात है तो कागजात पेश कीजिए, लेकिन अभी तक ऐसी कोई खबर नहीं है। दूसरी तरफ ये जो मस्जिद बनाई गई है वो मस्जिद जो है तालाब की जमीन पर बनाई गई है। और इस वक्त संभल से एक और बड़ी खबर आपको बता दूं, संभल से समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद जियाउर रहमान बर्क के घर पुलिस पहुंची है, क्योंकि बरेली डेलीगेशन के साथ जियाउर रहमान बर्क जा रहे थे, जिन्हें पुलिस ने घेर लिया है। पुलिस ने उनके घर के चारों तरफ पुलिस है और सांसद अभी वहीं पर है। अब वहां से क्या अपडेट है थोड़ी देर में और जानकारी मिलेगी, लेकिन यह बड़ी खबर आपको बता रहे हैं। संभल के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट संभल से जो है सांसद जियाउर रहमान बर्क, उनके घर पुलिस पहुंची है और घर के चारों तरफ इस वक्त पुलिस है। यह बड़ी खबर है। यहां से संभल से पहली सांसद जियाउर रहमान बर्क डेलीगेशन के साथ बरेली जा रहे थे तो वो घिर चुके हैं। दूसरी अगर ऐश्वर्या हम बात करें यहां पर मस्जिद को लेकर जो कि तालाब की जमीन पर बनी है, तो इस मामले पर 10 बजे सुनवाई होनी है। अब से आधे घंटे के भीतर इस मामले पर सुनवाई की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो जाएगी। लेकिन एक दिन पहले जब इस मामले पर सुनवाई हुई तो अदालत ने पूछा कि ये कहा जा रहा है और एक्शन से पहले ये कहा जा रहा है कि ये जो मस्जिद है वो तालाब की जमीन पर है और एक मैरिज हॉल पर एक्शन हुआ तालाब की जमीन पर। तो उस मामले को लेकर यहां के लोगों ने, मुस्लिम पक्ष ने आपत्ति जताई, लेकिन इस आपत्ति के बाद अदालत ने पूछा, इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कि आप आपत्ति जता रहे हैं, एक्शन हो रहा है इस वजह से क्योंकि यह तालाब की जमीन पर बनाया गया है, अवैध निर्माण है, तो अगर आपके पास कागजात हैं, जरूरी दस्तावेज हैं, तो वो पेश करें, अन्यथा आपकी दलील पर हम कैसे सुनवाई करेंगे, क्या करेंगे। तो इस आपत्ति को लेकर अब आज 10 बजे अर्जेंट सुनवाई हो रही है। ये अब देखना होगा 10 बजे मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से क्या कागजात पेश किए जाते हैं या नहीं किए जाते हैं। अगर कागजात तो देखना होगा क्या है, अगर नहीं किए जाते हैं तो आप समझे बुलडोजर एक्शन तय है। ये हो सकता है कि मुस्लिम पक्ष कुछ दलील दे और कुछ वक्त मांगे, ये हो सकता है कि थोड़ा इंतजार करना पड़े। ये एक बड़ी जानकारी इस वक्त निकलकर सामने आ रही है। 10 बजे इस मामले पर सुनवाई होगी, लेकिन यह देखना होगा कि क्या कुछ वक्त मांगा जाता है या फिर कोई कागजात पेश किए जाते हैं, और अगर कोई कागजात नहीं है, मुस्लिम पक्ष यहाँ क्लियर कह देता है और इसके साथ अगर कोई रिक्वेस्ट करता है तो मुश्किल की स्थिति आएगी, हो सकता है बुलडोजर एक्शन हो। ऐश्वर्या
जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ, हम आपके पास अभी लौटते हैं। व्यूअर्स, वी हैव मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कमिंग in fact that has our colleague Amrit has said, and that is police have surrounded MP Ziaur Rahman Bog's residence in Sambul and prevented him from going to Bareilly. So this is the big story coming in from Sambul, where the in the Sambul riots case, who's a key accused Samajwadi Party MP Ziaur Rahman Bog is police has surrounded his residence in Sambul and prevented him from going to Bareilly. Let's go back to Amrit. Amrit, Sambul riots के key accused हैं समाजवादी पार्टी के MP जियाउर रहमान बर्ग। अब वहाँ पे पुलिस पहुँच चुकी है, कुछ अपडेट मिला है आपको इस वक्त?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आपको बड़ी जानकारी दे दे। बरेली में बुलडोजर एक्शन, और आपने बीते दिनों देखा बरेली में किस तरीके से महिला फोर्स उतारी गई, इसके साथ जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है, आरएफ के जवान है, तमाम वहां पर सिक्योरिटीज है वहां पर। और बरेली में जुमे की नमाज, कल जुमे का दिन था, कल जुमे की नमाज थी, तो आपने देखा किस तरीके से वहां पर सावधानी बरती जा रही है और वहां पर बुलडोजर एक्शन बरेली में लगातार हो रहे हैं। लेकिन बरेली का मुद्दा इस वक्त सियासी गलियारे में भी है। बरेली का मुद्दा इस वक्त न सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश बल्कि पूरे देश में हाईलाइटेड है, पूरे देश में मीडिया में सुर्खियों में है। और बरेली में लगातार जिस तरीके से हिंसा की खबर सामने आ रही थी और लगातार उसके बाद जिस तरीके से प्रशासन ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल किया है, जिस तरीके से लगातार एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं बरेली में, अब ऐसे में सांसद जियाउर रहमान बर्ग डेलीगेशन के साथ बरेली जाने की तैयारी में थे। जाहिर है कि वहां जाते तो मुश्किल होती, जाहिर है वहां जाते तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर आती, और यही वजह है कि आज सुबह सांसद जियाउर रहमान बर्ग बरेली की तरफ मूव करने वाले थे, पहुंचती है। जियाउर रहमान बर्ग के घर को चारों तरफ से घेर लिया जाता है। अभी गिरफ्तारी हुई है या नहीं हुई है, थोड़ी देर में हम आपको कंफर्म करेंगे, लेकिन खबर यह है कि सांसद घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकते हैं क्योंकि दहलीज पर पुलिस है, चारों तरफ से उन्हें घेर लिया गया है। सांसद जियाउर रहमान बर्ग को, जो समाजवादी पार्टी से आते हैं, और वो बरेली में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कोई, इसलिए यहां पर वह एक्शन लिया गया है। संभल में इस वक्त रहमान बर्ग अब से थोड़ी दूरी पर, वहीं पर हम लोग जा रहे हैं, और यहां हमने आपको मस्जिद को लेकर, लेकिन पहले थे संभल से सांसद समाजवादी पार्टी के जियाउर रहमान, अभी पुलिस चारों तरफ से उन्हें घेर कर रखी हुई है, घर में है आप।
All right, so remember these developments coming in after the September 26th violence. There is utmost security and vigilance being seen after Friday prayers were conducted peacefully under heavy security arrangements in Bareilly. Thank you so much, Amrit, for all those updates there. All right, viewers, we need to move on in the bulletin now. Big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where suspected Pakistani drone has been spotted along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba. Now, search is launched in Ramgarh area of Samba after suspected drone spotting last night. Now, the drones were seen entering the Indian territory from Pakistani post Hussain at around 8 p.m. last evening. Now, BSF and the Jammu and Kashmir police have launched searches in the area. So, Pakistani drone, which is a suspected Pakistani drone, was spotted along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba. and thereafter searches were launched in the Ramgarh area of Samba. And this drone was seen entering the Indian territory from Pakistani post Hussain. This happened at around 8 p.m. last night. And both the BSF and the JNK police launched searches in the area. Gursimran, my colleague, is now joining us live from Jammu for more details. Gursimran, what details do we have? Because, in the recent past, we have seen this increased drone activity all along the international border as well as the other border as well. What is the update right now as far as this particular drone spotting is concerned?
See, this was late last night at around 7:45. That is what we are being told by the officials in the Indian Army as well as the Border Security Force. The sighting was done by the Indian Army unit that has been deployed on the international border. And after the sighting, they informed their counterparts of the Border Security Force as well as Jammu and Kashmir Police. This drone was seen entering the Indian territory from the Hussain border outpost of the Pakistan and was entering towards the Nanga area of Ramgarh in the Samba sector. As soon as the information was received by the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the Border Security Force, intensified searches have been launched in the area. There has also been a 9 to 10 second video that was shot by one of the locals and that was shared by the Indian Army, with the Indian Army, by the locals as well as with the BSF and the JNK police, after which intensified searches have been launched in the area. The information that have flown in says that the drone has entered the Indian territory but was not seen moving back to the Pakistani territory. So that also raises some suspicion, and the intensified searches in the area are underway since yesterday evening at around 8. And the forces are trying to ensure that if this drone is in the Indian territory or have collapsed due to the anti-drone mechanism that is there in place, this can be actually traced and recovered at an earliest, because what we have seen that Pakistan is now not only pushing the narcotics as well as weapons, but they are also trying to send the drones so that they can drop the cash into the Indian territory, and that can later be used for the purpose of fueling terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. So keeping that in view, the searches are underway in the area of Nanga in the Ramgarh sector of Samba.
Gursimran, any update on whether this drone was carrying, some weapons, or was it a drug dump? What really was it about?
See, it is yet to be clear whether it was a drone that was carrying some consignment of weapons, narcotics or cash into the Indian territory, or it was just a surveillance drone. Because till the time the drone is not recovered, it will be only speculations that what kind of a drone it was. But one thing that has been confirmed, that it was not a friendly drone that was operated by any of the sister agencies. This was a hostile threat that was seen and now is being worked upon by the security agencies by launching an intensified operation in the area of Ramgarh.
All right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those updates there. Thank you. And viewers, as the Indian Air Force marks 93 glorious years of valor, excellence and unwavering dedication, it continues to soar as the nation's shield in the skies. And ahead of the Air Force Day on 8th of October, a special tribute video has been released capturing the courage, the precision and relentless spirit of the men and women in blue. So join the journey of the Indian Air Force, infallible and always mission ready.
This is a battlefield of speed, power, and resolve. Here, every sortie shapes history, every mission forges legends. From the icy peaks of the Himalayas to the vast oceans below, a vigilant force commands the air, swift, silent, and relentless. It shields a billion dreams, carrying with it the strength of a nation. For those who dare challenge its domain, the answer is certain. This is the Indian Air Force. Infallible, impervious, precise, achuk, abhedya va sateek. The past year, our engines rode across continents. At Exercise Desert Night 24.1 over the Arabian Sea, Sukhoi 30s, Jaguars and AWACS forged new bonds with France and the UAE. At Red Flag Alaska, Indian Rafales and a 252-strong contingent undertook the longest ferry in our history, proving global reach in both combat and logistics. On the return leg, we trained with Greece and Egypt, diplomacy written in contrails. From pitch black in Australia to Dara Shakti in Malaysia, our Su-30s and IL-76s showed that distance is no barrier to dominance. In the Indian Ocean, our Su-30s and AWACS trained with the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier strike group, displaying seamless integration with the best in the world. And at Bright Star in Egypt, the tricolor rose above Africa's largest multilateral exercise, our presence commanding respect, our precision undeniable. These were not just exercises, they were declarations that the IAF is not a participant, but a leader. In Aero India 2025, the 15th edition of Asia's largest air show, brought together 80 nations, over 800 aerospace and defense companies, and hundreds of thousands of visitors. In 2025, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla made history as the first Indian mission pilot aboard the International Space Station. His successful flight marked IAF's pioneering role in exploring new frontiers of space. This year, the IAF bid farewell to the iconic warbird, the MiG-21. For 6 decades, this legend stood as India's shield in the sky. The Indian Air Force salutes its 62 years of valor, service, and an unbroken watch. Foremost in battle, the IAF is also at the forefront of technology. Ever evolving, it is continuously building training, preparing for tomorrow. The C-295 transport joined operational squadrons, bringing agility and reach. The Vadodara assembly line began shaping the future of aerospace in India. Every induction is more than a machine in service. It is sovereignty taking flight, and indigenous strength took center stage. Our effectiveness is measured not just in firepower. It is reflected in our compassion. The IAF was the first responder in every crisis, flying relief to cyclone-hit Orissa and Bengal, rescuing villagers in Arunachal, pilgrims in Uttarkashi, and tourists in Sikkim, while sustaining flood-hit Punjab and Jammu. From cliff rescues in Mani Mahesh to relief flights in Myanmar, Afghanistan, and evacuations under fire in Israel and Iran. A telecraft and crew carried food, medicine, and hope, delivering courage and compassion across India and beyond. From Mandalay to Kabul, from Pathankot to Baimor, our mission was one: to save, to serve, to protect.
पाकिस्तान से आए आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा। ये नया भारत किसी की परमाणु धमकियों से डरता नहीं।
When the hour of reckoning comes, only the brave take to the skies. On the ground, steel awakens, missiles mounted, radars are scanning. Every detail measured, every motion exact. Ready for the what we were born to do. With silent resolve, with unflinching discipline. In briefing rooms, missions are shaped, intent sharpened. The air warriors rose to the challenge, every step carrying the hopes of the nation. engines ignited, power unleashed. From the runway to the skies, India's resolve took flight, wings of fire cutting across the night. Targets locked, commands given. In a flash of light, precision became fire, and the enemy silenced.
ये नया भारत है.
The world now knows India's reach is absolute, its precision unmatched. From Alaska to Australia, from Pahalgam to Pathankot, from disaster zones to battlefields, the Indian Air Force has lived its creed. Infallible in its dominance, impervious in its defense, precise in its execution. We are more than warriors. We are the guardians of tomorrow. The Indian Air Force, touching the sky with glory.
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. India witnessed its highest Navratri sales in a decade, driven by Modi government's next generation GST reforms and by cutting tax rates and making products more affordable. These reforms have fueled consumer confidence and have also spending like never before, from upgrading vehicles to investing in home appliances and lifestyle goods. Families across the country embraced the festive season with unprecedented enthusiasm, turning Navratri into a record-breaking celebration of consumption and economic growth. So, highest Navratri sales in a decade. Remember this coming in after Modi government's next generation GST reforms, and that made the products cheaper, more affordable, and we could see the enthusiasm among the consumers as products experienced the highest growth during the Navratri festival. So not only electronics, there were also cars, car maker companies, also consumer products. Indian consumer economy witnessed its highest Navratri sales in over a decade. And this propelled by government's next generation GST reforms that reduced tax rates and made products more accessible to the consumers. So not only they lowered the prices, but also unlocked the consumer aspirations, enabling families to upgrade their vehicles, invest in more home appliances, spend more on lifestyle goods as well. Indeed, turning the festive cheer into record-breaking consumption. So, India witnessed a record Navratri sales in a decade. Remember this coming in after the GST reforms that were introduced. So car maker companies indicated a significant jump in sales, and we have to get to the figures, that what exactly was that figure. But from consumer products, electronic companies, they all indicated great growth during this Navratri compared to the previous year. In fact, this was the best figure in last 10 years. So, consumer economy of India witnessing its highest Navratri sales in over a decade. All right, let's get to some other news. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh emphasized that India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack was driven by a desire to combat terrorism, not by religious considerations. Now, addressing the Joint International Trade Community, that is JITO event in Hyderabad, Rajnath Singh stated, and I quote him now, "When we responded to the Pahalgam terror attack, we did not ask the dharm, that is the religion of the terrorists. We targeted terror, not civilians, not military establishments." Now, this assertion underscores India's commitment to protecting its citizens and territorial integrity. Take a look at this report.
हमने हमेशा फिर कोई कंप्रोमाइज नहीं किया है। 2016 की सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, चाहे 2019 की एयर स्ट्राइक हो, या अभी हाल में 2025 में जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, हमने साबित किया है कि जब भी जरूरत होगी हम भारत की एकता और अखंडता के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए चाहे जिस भी सीमा को लांघना पड़ेगा हम सीमा लांघेंगे, लेकिन अपने देश की रक्षा करेंगे। और मेरे साथियों, पहलगाम में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ था उसके बारे में आप जानते हैं। निर्दोष लोगों को धर्म पूछकर मारा गया था, लेकिन आपने देखा कि हम लोगों ने पाकिस्तान पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की तो धर्म पूछकर नहीं मारा। हमने यह नहीं देखा कि वो किस धर्म को मानने वाले हैं। हमने तो केवल इतना ही देखा कि टेररिस्ट सेंटर्स कहां हैं जिन आतंकवादियों ने हमारे पहलगाम के निर्दोष लोगों को मारा है। हमने उनके ऊपर आक्रमण किया है। हमने वहां के किसी मिलिट्री इस्टेब्लिशमेंट अथवा सिविलियन इस्टेब्लिशमेंट पर कभी आक्रमण नहीं किया। हम चाहते तो यह काम पहले भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन नहीं किया हम लोगों ने। और साथियों, याद रखिए, जब हम अपनी सैन्य शक्ति, अपनी आर्थिक शक्ति बढ़ाने की बात करते हैं तो हमारा मकसद, हमारी कोशिश किसी पर वर्चस्व स्थापित करना नहीं होती है। हमारी शक्ति का उद्देश्य है अपने आदर्शों की रक्षा, अपने धर्म और आस्था की रक्षा और उन मानवीय मूल्यों की रक्षा जो भगवान महावीर की शिक्षाओं में सबसे ऊंचे, सबसे श्रेष्ठ रूप से प्रकट होते हैं।
Viewers, we're taking a short break, but we continue to track the biggest international news. Hamas agrees to free Israeli hostages after Donald Trump's ultimatum on the Gaza peace plan. We'll get you updates on that big international news and other news as well. Don't go anywhere.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. After the death of 12 children in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, the centre has now issued an advisory regarding the poisonous syrup story that we've been tracking here on Republic TV. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive.
Hamas agrees to free Israeli hostages after Trump's ultimatum on Gaza peace plan. Prime Minister Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace efforts and says indications of the release of hostages mark a significant step forward. One-member Judicial Commission forms sitting judge of Guwahati High Court to probe Zubin Garg's death case. Election Commission team led by CSC Ganesh Kumar in Bihar to review the poll preparedness ahead of upcoming assembly elections. Exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show protests outside a military post in POK. A significant breakthrough. Hamas announces that it has agreed to release all the Israeli hostages under a framework advanced by US President Trump to end conflict in Gaza. The group, however, added that while it accepted parts of the proposal, other elements require further negotiation. In a statement, the terror group said it was willing to immediately engage in negotiations through mediators to work out the details. If implemented, it would mark the most significant breakthrough in months of stalled efforts to secure the release of hostages taken during October 2023 assault on Israel. Hamas also reiterated that it was willing to hand over the administration of Gaza to a Palestinian body of independent technocrats. That is right. And this signals openness to a transitional governing structure that could bypass the faction's direct control. Following Hamas's statement, Donald Trump asked Israel to immediately halt its bombing in Gaza, saying that the terror group was ready to peace, for any kind of peace, after partially accepting his Middle East plan. All right, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We have with us a guest who will be joining in a short while from now. And, this is the biggest stories we are tracking right now on Republic TV. And this is coming in already as we see that there's a huge breakthrough when it comes to Trump's peace proposal. Deepak Vora is joining us right now, former ambassador coming in right now, Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Vora. And, I just want to ask you one question. It's been 2 years since that deadly Hamas attack, 2023, October. And now we see some movement here. Now, Trump, as usual, has gone ahead and made this peace proposal. It looks like there is a movement there when it comes to a peace proposal, and these both factions moving towards a peace deal.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you. I'll be with you for a few minutes because I have to rush off somewhere. You have asked a question about how do I react to this. The chances of success of the 20-point peace plan that President Donald Trump, the maverick leader of the United States, has made, the chances on a scale of 1 to 10 are minus 15. Why do I say that? There are three main players. There's Israel, which says, look, I am the security provider in this region. I'm a Jewish civilization. This is my home. And if anybody tries to throw me out of here, I'm going to hit them as hard as I can. They don't want Hamas, because Hamas is dedicated to the eradication of the Jewish state. And you had mentioned rightly that 2 years ago, Israel suffered a horrific invasion from Hamas and brutality that is unprecedented. What does the United States want? Ma'am, very clear. Whether the Palestinians live or don't live, President Donald Trump doesn't care. What he's interested in is he wants to control Gaza. He wants to convert it, as he has said earlier, also into a Riviera, and he wants money. What does Hamas want? They want to have control over Gaza as well as over the West Bank, over the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority is not going to let them do this. Also, Hamas is dedicated to the eradication of Israel. Israel, in turn, is dedicated to the eradication of Hamas. How do you reconcile this? It's very nice for optics. It's very nice for photographs. It's very nice to get a great analysis. I've been in that region almost 20 years. Ma'am, this is not going to work. They'll be shooting at each other within 48 hours. How many hostages they have, I don't know. If Israel gets back those hostages, very good. But there are so many ifs and buts in this. Amongst the Islamic community, it was only Pakistan that said, oh, what a great peace plan. And then when there was a massive backlash in the country, they said, what we meant was, what a terrible peace plan. They've withdrawn their endorsement. None of the other Arab countries have said anything. The bottom line, Israel is there to stay. Hamas is not going to accept the reality of Israel. And so we have an imbroglio. We have a situation which no one knows how to deal with. All this two-state business is nonsense, ma'am. You remember that in 1947, based on religion, a two-state theory was tried, India and Jihadistan. It still continues because Jihadistan does not want to survive as a responsible member of the community of nations. It just wants to be the exporter of terror. So we are seeing this, ma'am. I've seen this wherever I've been posted. My own feeling is that unless there is a change of mindset, which is not going to happen, you will see no success in this plan. And finally, let me put it this way. Somebody might come around and say, give the Palestinians a home somewhere. Maybe I can persuade them to move, as Donald Trump is likely to say. Who's going to accept them, man? Everybody knows what happened in Jordan in 1970, Black September, when 30,000 Palestinians were massacred by the Jordanian army that was being advised by a fellow called Zia-ul Haq, who later became president of Pakistan. So, ma'am, it's not going to happen. I've seen it too often, and I'm too old at 74 to believe that miracles can happen.
All right. Ambassador Vora, I also want to ask you a little bit more about what Prime Minister Modi has said. Prime Minister Modi says that it's praised Trump as Hamas has agreed to release the hostages, and PM Modi is saying it's a decisive progress. So Prime Minister Modi there going ahead and giving a positive reaction to this. Now,
absolutely. The agreement is positive.
India wants to be part of the solution. India.
So, what we say, ma'am, in diplomacy, even if there is a 1% chance of success, make 100% effort. This is what we are looking. Prime Minister has welcomed the agreement, yes, but where is the goodwill on either side? Will Israel agree to the survival of Hamas in Gaza? Not a chance. Why have they been fighting for so long? Why have they inflicted so much of damage and suffering on the people of Palestine who may or may not support Hamas? And why have they inflicted this kind of suffering on their own people? Look at Hamas. You think they are going to turn around suddenly and tell the Jews, oh, we love you, sweetheart, we love you, darling, we won't trouble you again? Not at all, man. So take it from me, the agreement itself is a piece of paper that we welcome because there was nothing earlier. Whether this piece of paper is translated into reality, I doubt it.
Right. Also you're talking about the credibility of this peace offer. How credible do you think demand is for Hamas's disarmament? There are some conditions which have been put forward, but you were also saying that and you were casting doubt, can Hamas fully disarm itself even after this peace proposal?
No, because many of the countries in the region, ma'am, those who have signed normalcy agreements with Israel or those who were on the verge of doing so, like Saudi Arabia, they want to keep Hamas there because it's a pressure point on Israel. They want Hezbollah. Otherwise, what prevents the Arab states from getting together and booting out Hamas? They've done nothing about this. They all say, terrible chaps, they shouldn't. And Qatar is hosting these fellows. Qatar is punching above it. There's total chaos in the Islamic world, just as there is in the wider Middle East, ma'am. I do not see, honestly, after 52 years in diplomacy, I do not see any solid movement on the ground. We'll see lots of statements. We'll see lots of hand clapping. People will have a conference. Soon there'll be a conference in Geneva, which the Swiss government will pay for. The Hamas guys will go and get, whatever anybody does. I've been to these international conferences. I know what happened. So everybody will make speeches, then in the evening go out and enjoy themselves. Nothing, ma'am. Nothing is going to go. I'm sorry for being pessimistic. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being realistic. I've seen this before, ma'am. I've seen this many times.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Vora, for joining us here.
I'm sorry I was a bit
and giving us your time. That's fine. That's fine. I'm also being joined by another guest right now with Mr. Adam Scott Bellows, CEO of Israeli Innovation Fund, live from Tel Aviv, joining us right now. And Mr. Bellows, I'm coming across to you right now, and you're in Tel Aviv. I just want to hear your first reaction because Hamas has agreed to release all Israeli hostages. That's what they are saying. But do you really agree that it's going to be an easy and a smooth process?
Absolutely not. I do not believe it will be an easy or a smooth process. Nothing has been a smooth process or easy for Israel since October 7th, despite what some international media outlets would like to portray. I would be very surprised if this goes through fully. I would be surprised if the amount of hostages that are alive are returned in a timely manner. I believe there was just a statement saying that 72 hours is unrealistic for this to happen. I think that there is two things that are guaranteed. One, Palestinian leadership never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. And two, you cannot trust Hamas.
Right. So how will Israel balance the pressure of bringing its hostages home now with dismantling the Hamas as well? Now there's a military bit and there is a political bit. So one is definitely getting the hostages home, but the other one is of course dismantling Hamas and making sure that Hamas disarms itself. How do you think Israel will balance both going forward?
I'm not really sure they're two separate things. I think the destruction of Hamas is something that the Israeli government guaranteed the Israeli people. And I think while everybody is elated by the idea that our hostages will be returned, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing, I am very concerned, and I know that other Israelis do share my concern, that we will be finishing the job like our government promised us. From what I understand, there are thousands of members of Hamas that are dormant and hiding in the refugee camps right now amongst the Gazan population. There were videos of celebration of the citizens of Gaza after finding out that Hamas will possibly be accepting this peace negotiation deal. But I do believe the eradication of this organization is going to be very difficult, especially given that they're also quite powerful inside of Judea, Samaria, the West Bank. I'd be very interested to see how things move forward. I understand the point that the plan has 21 different points. At the same time, people like to say that elections are poetry and politics is prose. So I'd really like to see the poetry versus the prose and how that plays out over the next few weeks, especially given what the previous ambassador who was just Ambassador Vorhan just said. Realistically, this may not actually be able to go through the way that it's being sold at this time.
Yes. Also, I want to ask you, Mr. Bellows, before I let you go, is that now from Israel's side, what are the conditions Israel would not compromise on at all? Because we know that even if Israel stops airstrikes due to what Trump has said, they would like their own conditions to be met as well.
I think it's going to be very difficult for Israel to agree to anything without the hostages being returned home, hostages that are both with us and no longer with us. So I think that is the main concern and the main reason for this deal going through. Not only that, there's an extreme amount of political pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to finish this situation with the hostages and to get them home immediately in order for any military campaign to continue after that. Again, I'm going to be very surprised if all of this actually happens and goes through. I hope I answered your question.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Adam Scott Bellows, CEO of Israel Innovation Fund, live from Tel Aviv.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I have to move ahead right now to some of the stories we're tracking. The full election commission team, led by the Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar, arrived in Patna on a two-day visit to review the preparations for the upcoming Bihar Assembly elections. On the first day of the visit, the election commission team will meet with representatives of various political parties today morning to engage in discussions and hear their suggestions. After meeting with the political party representatives, the commission will go ahead and hold meetings with administrative and police officials on the same day. During these meetings, preparations which are related to administration and law and order will be reviewed. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The ECI team is right now in Bihar and they have a task, I repeat, they have a task ahead of them. When we talk about the task, it's basically to review the preparedness, a poll preparedness in Bihar. And we see that a delegation of the Election Commission, led by the Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar, arrived in Bihar's Patna to review poll preparedness ahead of the upcoming Legislative Assembly polls. Delegation includes Election Commissioner Sukhbir Singh Sandhu and Vivek Joshi. Let's go to Gopi, who's joining us right now. Gopi, the ECI delegation has organized a briefing for general, the police and expenditure observers to be deployed as central observers for the Bihar elections and by-elections in certain states as well. Just take our viewers through the latest coming in, Gopi.
Well, look, Shivangi, it was later last evening that the full election commission team led by Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar reached Patna last night, and now it is going to be a 2-day visit where deliberations and discussions are going to happen for the upcoming Bihar elections. While what we are learning from our sources is on the first day of their visit, the Election Commission team is going to meet with the representatives of various political parties, which is underway right now. It is happening today morning, and they're going to engage into discussions and hear out the suggestions of different political parties. While on the second day, as you were mentioning, the commission will be meeting all divisional commissioners along with police IGs, DIGs, district magistrates, as well as senior and district police chiefs. This is what we are picking up from our sources as of now. Yes, all eyes would be towards the declaration of dates as well, which is expected, wherein Bihar elections is going to happen post-Chhath. That is what we are learning from our sources, as the new government needs to be in inception before November 22nd.
All right, thank you for joining us, our Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar and his team in Patna to review the Bihar poll preparations. Viewers, we move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. AIADMK General Secretary Palaniswamy is on the Awakening Journey campaign with the theme Let's Protect the People, Let's Save Tamil Nadu. On Friday, met the people of the constituencies there. He went on to criticize MK Stalin for raising issues only for elections. Despite DMK's 16-year-old rule inaction, while AIADMK fights for people, not family interests like DMK. Right-wing students conducted a protest march in JNU a day after a scuffle on campus with the left wing. The violent clash was during a Visarjan Shobha Yatra organized on the occasion of Vijayadashami following the 9-day Navratri celebrations, which began with the provocative poster circulated by the other group announcing a Ravan Dehan that portrayed former JNU students Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, known for their activism as Ravan, which escalated with separate effigy burnings on the same very campus. Niti Aayog released the first publication under its Niti Tax Policy Working Paper Series titled Enhancing Tax Certainty in Permanent Establishment and Profit Attribution for Foreign Investors in India. The Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, BVR Subramaniam, has now thanked the Prime Minister for his role in reforms actually picking up and happening in various parts of the economy.
It's a very delightful day when we have come to release the first working paper on tax policy by Niti Aayog. Thanks to the guidance of the Prime Minister, you can see reforms actually picking up and happening in various parts of the economy. You saw the GST 2.0 rollout just 10 days ago, and the kind of happiness and delight with which it was greeted all around.
The Puducherry Roadside Vendors Association, which was protesting against the municipality for cancelling the elections and demanding immediate election, staged a protest today and entered into a scuffle with the police. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said that Navi Mumbai International Airport will be named after late D.B. Patil, and he added that the proposal, which was recently discussed with Prime Minister Modi, received a positive response. He also said that the approvals to rename Pune and Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar airports will also be expected soon. Big updates coming in right now. Opposition leader Mata Prasad Pandey under house arrest, viewers. Police are right now at his residence. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. And this is coming in as we understand an SP delegation is scheduled to travel to Bareilly today. The house arrest at his Vrindavan residence before departing for Bareilly. Now the delegation will be led by Mata Prasad. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. And we understand that the UP police deployed outside the LOP house in Lucknow amid plans to visit Bareilly. In a significant political development, the police personnel were deployed outside the residence of the leader of opposition in UP. This happened just today morning, in the early hours of today morning itself. Now the move comes as the SP leader was scheduled to lead a party delegation to Bareilly. Remember, Bareilly is where recent tensions were seen, raising law and order concerns. We're getting some reactions coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead and play it up.
अब आपके सामने है, देख लो, रोका जा रहा है। इन्होंने शुरू से कहा रोकने का, कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति तो इन्होंने खुद बिगाड़ी। कोई शांतपूर्ण ढंग से ज्ञापन देने जा रहा था, उस पर लाठीचार्ज करना, उसे पीटना, उसे पकड़ना, तो एक पक्षीय है ना। अगर कोई दो समुदाय लड़े होते तो मैं मान लेता कि बड़ी गंभीर घटना हो गई। अब आपके सामने है, देख लो, रोका जा रहा है। इन्होंने शुरू से कहा रोकने का, कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति तो इन्होंने खुद बिगाड़ी। कोई शांतपूर्ण ढंग से ज्ञापन देने जा रहा था, उस पर लाठीचार्ज करना, उसे पीटना, उसे पकड़ना, तो एक पक्षीय है ना। अगर कोई दो समुदाय लड़े होते तो मैं मान लेता कि बड़ी गंभीर घटना हो गई।
All right, viewers, so getting those pictures coming in right now, and remember this is the latest development, significant political development coming in. Police personnel were deployed outside the residence of the LOP in UP, Mr. Prasad Pandey, and this happened in Lucknow early on Saturday morning, that is today. The move comes as a senior SP leader was scheduled to lead a party delegation to Bareilly. A 14-member delegation from the SP had announced plans to visit Bareilly today itself to assess the ground situation and hear public grievances following recent unrest in the Bareilly region. Now, the team was supposed to be led by Pandey himself, who had insisted the visit was intended as a peaceful attempt to understand the concerns of the people. But the SP MP has been put under house arrest, high alert in Bareilly. We'll try to, of course, get our viewers more updates as to what exactly is happening on the ground. But this is what we understand is happening as we speak. Live pictures also from earlier today. These pictures are coming in from earlier today. We'll put some live pictures out as well as to what's happening, but these pictures are coming in from earlier today morning when that house arrest happened. Okay, so the Bareilly district administration has, however, made it very clear that no political visit will be allowed at this time. This is what the Bareilly administration has made it clear, given the tension, given the sensitive situation in Bareilly. This is also coming in as it's a sensitive nature of the situation. Officials have stated that the presence of some leaders could risk disturbing the fragile peace. I really want to go across to Raghavendra, who's joining us right now. We have with us, I want to come across to you right now, and what we see is that the Bareilly district administration has made it clear that no political visits will be allowed at this time. However, the SP delegation was all ready to visit Bareilly later in the day.
बिल्कुल देखिए, बरेली की घटना को लेकर के अखिलेश यादव ने एक प्रतिनिधि मंडल बनाया था, जिसकी जिम्मेदारी माता प्रसाद पांडे जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं विधानसभा में, समाजवादी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ लीडर हैं, उनको दिया गया है। तो मैं उनके आवास पर हूँ। ये लखनऊ का वृंदावन कॉलोनी है, जहाँ पर माता प्रसाद पांडे अपने निजी आवास पर रहते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि उनके घर के बाहर भारी फोर्स लगी हुई है, पुलिस फोर्स लगी हुई है। आप देखिए, कई गाड़ियों से पुलिस फोर्स पहुंची हुई है। यूपी पुलिस, लखनऊ पुलिस के लोग हैं यहाँ पर, माता प्रसाद पांडे के घर पर मौजूद हैं, और जो भी और प्रतिनिधि मंडल में जो लोग शामिल है वहाँ पर भी पुलिस पहुंची हुई है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि इनके घर के अंदर भी यहाँ पर यूपी पुलिस के लोग हैं, और आपको मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ। देखिए, ये बैठे भी हुए हैं और शायद अभी तक मौका नहीं मिला चलने के लिए। बात करते हैं। सर, क्या हुआ, आप पहुँच नहीं पा रहे हैं क्या वहाँ?
अब यहीं से नहीं निकल दे रहे हैं, वहाँ पहुँचने
हो रहा है।
Yes. Okay, we're getting some issues with the audio. We're getting some issues with the audio because our colleague is right over there where the SP MP is under house arrest. We'll try to go across to him because we are getting a live feed and live pictures exactly from that spot. So we'll try to go across to him. But these pictures are coming in. This is a police personnel presence which is deployed outside the residence of the leader of opposition in the UP Assembly and the Mata Prasad Pandey in Lucknow.
जाने से क्या माहौल खराब हो जाएगा। हम तो जाते तो कुछ वहाँ जाए सांप्रदायिक उन्माद की बात तो थी नहीं, केवल एक वर्ग को परेशान किया जा रहा है। इसलिए हम उससे मिलते अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से पूछते पुलिस की कार्रवाई क्या है, सरकार की कार्रवाई क्या है। इस नाते हम उसको देखते तो इन लोगों ने कहा आपको जाने की अनुमति नहीं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रतिनिधि मंडल को सर वहाँ पर नहीं पहुँचने दिया जा रहा है, क्या कुछ जैसा कि आपने कहा कुछ आशंका है, कुछ छिपाने की कोशिश की जा रही है?
देखिए, अगर ऐसी कोई बात ना होती तो हमें क्यों रोकते। वहाँ कुछ इन लोगों ने ज्यादती की है जो जनता के नज़र में नहीं आ पा रही है। छिपा हम लोग जाते तो वो जो इन्होंने अवैधानिक ढंग से काम किया होगा, लोगों को निरपराध लोगों को पकड़ के बंद कर रहे हैं, या हम लोग जानेंगे तो उसका पर्दाफाश होगा। जब पर्दाफाश होगा तो पुलिस और इसके लिए एक समस्या खड़ी होगी, इसलिए नहीं जाने दे रहा।
कुछ सदस्य वहाँ पहुँचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इधर उधर पैतरा देके, या सारे लोग अभी रोके गए हैं?
नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं, सब लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं पहुँचने का,
कोशिश कर रहे हैं
पहुँचने। कुछ लोग हाईवे पर पहुँच भी गए हैं। हमारे दो एक प्रतिनिधिमंडल के सदस्य बरेली पहुँच गए हैं, वो घूम रहे हैं। हाँ,
कुछ लोग हिम्मत दिखा रहे हैं। अखिलेश जी ने तो 2 जगह पे गेट डाकने की कोशिश की है, तो कहीं न कहीं सदस्यों में वो जोश है।
हाँ, सब पूरे जोश से तैयार हैं वहाँ जाने के लिए। आज नहीं, कल नहीं, परसों कभी रोक पाए, कब तक रोकेंगे?
अच्छा, कब तक रोकेंगे? आप लोग पहुँचेंगे?
हाँ,
अन्य दिन भी प्रयास कर सकते हैं,
अन्य दिन भी प्रयास।
लेकिन वहाँ की हकीकत आप ला के अध्यक्ष जी को जरूर बताएं।
जरूर बताएं,
क्योंकि उन्होंने जिम्मेदारी आपको दी।
जी हाँ,
बरेली की घटना के बारे में पूरी विस्तृत जानकारी
पूरी हम लोग। हाँ,
तो आप देख सकते हैं और आपने सुना माता प्रसाद पांडे को कि उनको बरेली जाना था, सच्चाई से अवगत होना था और वह जानकारी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष को देनी थी, लेकिन अभी पुलिस उनको नहीं जाने दे रही है। नोटिस भी उनको सर्व किया गया है अब देखिए कि रास्ता कैसे निकलता है। हालांकि इन्होंने कहा कितने दिन रोकेंगे, हम अन्य दिन भी प्रयास करेंगे वहां पहुंचने के लिए। जी
Raghavendra, I really want to come across to you because, what the officials are raising, the problem that they're saying is that this is not the right time to go to Bareilly. They are telling political leaders not to go to Bareilly because the situation there is very fragile. It's a sensitive situation. It's been only, a few days since things are looking a little normal there. So, we see that Pandey has termed the administration's action as undemocratic and a violation of constitutional rights. However, the administration there has made it very clear this is not the right time for political leaders to go. Raghavendra.
hello, mic check, mic.
All right, I'll come back to Raghavendra in a short while from now. But what we see is that the SP MLA is under house arrest. And the SP MLA is under house arrest, and we'll take a short break. Much more coming right up. We'll continue to be live and breaking.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत
Getting you some updates coming in. Internet ban across Leh extended till October 6th. That is right, viewers. 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G and public internet services to remain barred till October 6th evening. And the Ladakh LG Kavindra Gupta to hold security assessment meeting today, later in the day, around 11 a.m. at LG Secretariat, Leh. So this is what you see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Internet services suspended till October 6th. I'm going to go across to Gursimran, who will get us an update. At 11 a.m. is the security meet, Gursimran. Please take our viewers through what can we expect next, who will be there at the security meet, and also why the internet services still remain suspended.
See, the decision has been taken to suspend, to continue with the suspension of internet services, that is 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G and the public internet services. That has been taken by the Ministry of Home Affairs after the inputs that were received by the local administration. Reason being that it was all set to be restored, but due to the fake videos that have come into fore that were trying to distort the peace process that is ongoing in Ladakh, that decision has been taken that it will be further extended by 3 days, and now the next review will be taken on the 6th of October evening at around 5 to 6 in the evening. Coming to the other update, that is Kavindra Gupta, the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, is going to hold a security assessment meeting today morning at around 11 a.m. That will be attended by the Chief Secretary of Ladakh, Dr. Pawan Kotwal, and the DGP, Dr. S.T. Singh Jamwal, along with the senior officials from the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, CRPF, that has been deployed in the law and order duties, along with the Leh Police SSP and the Deputy Commissioner of Leh, in which a discussion will primarily be about relaxation in the ongoing 163 BNSS restrictions that are there in place, and it is expected that by Monday Leh will open completely. That is, there will be no restriction that will be put in place starting Monday, and the schools will also open, the colleges will also open, and the Leh will resume back to the normal life after the violence that broke out on 24th of September.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. Gursimran, thank you for that. I will be coming back to you for more updates. India's defense sector has witnessed a remarkable transformation over the years, viewers. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh highlighted the nation's rapid strides towards self-reliance. With the vision to build a strong and vibrant defense industry, India is steadily decreasing its dependence on foreign countries. A recent agreement with HAL to purchase 97 light combat aircraft with over 64% of the equipment to be produced in India is a testament to this progress. Take a look.
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते मित्रों मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में भी भारत सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर तेजी से कदम आगे बढ़ा चुका है। विदेशों पर हमारी निर्भरता निरंतर कम होती जा रही है और इसी विजन को लेकर आज भारत एक सशक्त और वाइब्रेंट डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री खड़ा कर रहा है। हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत हद तक डिफेंस इंपोर्ट पर पहले निर्भर रहा करते थे, लेकिन आज हालात बदल रहे हैं। अब हर पुर्जे, हर हथियार, हर प्लेटफॉर्म पर गर्व से लिखा जा रहा है मेड इन इंडिया। साथियों, पिछले महीने में ही हमारी सरकार ने 97 लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट, कितने कॉस्टली होते हैं बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, खरीदने के लिए हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड एचएएल के साथ एक समझौता किया है। इन विमानों में 64% से ज्यादा पार्ट्स, इक्विपमेंट्स यदि लगेंगे तो 64% से ज्यादा वो इंडिजिनस होंगे, भारत में बने होंगे, भारत की धरती पर बने होंगे और भारतवासियों के हाथों बने होंगे। कहने का मतलब यह है साथियों, तेजस लड़ाकू विमान हो, आकाश मिसाइल हो, अर्जुन टैंक हो या फिर प्रचंड हेलीकॉप्टर हो, आज हमारी सेनाओं की ताकत भारतीय हाथों में बनी टेक्नोलॉजी से बढ़ रही है।
Viewers, getting you some inside details of the POK meeting. In fact, the Pak government is absolutely cornered. And we see that the Pak government has now responded to POK protesters' demand. Now, we see, viewers, that Republic has accessed the internal documents of meeting in POK. 9 advisors of Shehbaz Sharif met 3 representatives of the Awami Action Committee late last night. Of the 38 demands, Pakistan government accepts 21. I repeat, out of 38 demands, Pakistan government is accepting 21 demands of the Awami Committee. So we're getting these inside scoop of the POK meeting, and we're getting some reactions coming in, viewers. Let's play them out.
मैं जी बिल्कुल वीडियो बयान भी दे रहा हूँ। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह तमाम लोगों की सपोर्ट से, ओवरसीज भाइयों की सपोर्ट से हमने एक मजबूत एहतजाज किया। गो कि उसके अंदर हमारा बहुत कीमती जानी नुकसान हुआ जिसका मजाला नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह कि हमने अपनी मैक्सिमम चीज़ें अचीव कर ली हैं और जो थोड़ी देर के बाद हमको आला के मुकाम पे जाके उसको प्रॉपरली अनाउंस करेंगे। अवाम मुतमईन रहे और अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करे कि उनकी जो मेहनत थी वो रायगार नहीं हुई, वो कामयाब हुए हैं। हमारी क्योंकि कीमती जानें सर ज़ाया हुई हैं, लिहाजा हमने ये फैसला किया कि 3 रोज़ा जो है वो रियासत भर में शोक मनाया जाएगा।
All right, so what we see right now are pictures coming in, inside scoop of the POK meeting which has taken place. Republic has accessed the details and exactly what is happening. Now, just getting you through the details that Republic has accessed, internal documents of meeting in POK, 9 advisors of Shehbaz meet 3 of the Awami Action Committee late last night. I'm being joined by our senior editor Shravan Sen. Shravan, of the 38 demands, Pakistan government accepts 21 demands of Awami Committee, and this is coming in as we see that the negotiations are happening. However, it's very clear that the Pakistan government is cornered right now. Shravan.
Well, in fact, this was a meeting that took place late last evening. In fact, we've got the minutes of the meeting that took place late last evening. And important to point out here that Shehbaz Sharif's government, which was completely cornered by the protesters in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, was actually forced to accept the demands that have been made. In fact, if you take a look at the composition of the internal meeting that has taken place, or the committee, the composition of the committee itself, you have at least 7 members of the federal committee. And in fact, it also includes a former prime minister. You've had Raja Parvez Ashraf, Rana Sanoullah, and Professor Ahsan Iqbal. Remember, they happened to be advisors to Shehbaz Sharif. 7 of them had to be present in that particular meeting. You also had 2 from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, from the Legislative Assembly, who were part of the meeting. And from the Awami Action Committee, it was 3, Raja Ahmed, Mohammad Shaukat Nawaz Mir, and Anjum Zaman. Now, these 3 members were from the Awami Action Committee. Now, there are a couple of points that I want to highlight from this particular internal meeting documents that we have accessed. One, the fact that there were about 38 demands that were made. 21 of the demands have already been met with. In fact, there has been an assurance that has been given to the Awami Action Committee that they would basically accept the demands and they would be fulfilling it within the next 90 days. Some of the big points that are being made, and the big breaking news coming in, if we can put out the breaking news, Pakistan has actually admitted to the brutality that has been committed by the Pakistani police as well as Pakistan Army. Shehbaz Sharif's government has agreed to carry out a judicial inquiry into the brutality that has been committed by the Pakistan police and the army itself. That in itself is a big admission, because remember, 15 people have died in the protests that have taken place inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in the last 5 days itself. That's a very important, that's a crucial point that we are making right now. So it's important to point out here that finally Shehbaz Sharif's government has admitted that the firing that took place in the last few days, particularly in Muzaffarabad, Rawalkot, and along the Pakistan border, is a clear admission of the fact that they were losing grip here. And that is the reason why a judicial inquiry has now been announced by the Pakistani government. It does not just end there. There are other assurances that have been given. Pakistan-occupied Kashmir's the entire government will be basically revamped. We are being told that it will be curtailed. There would be less than 12 ministers in the government itself. Apart from that, there have been assurances that have also been given with regards to the electricity bill and a few other tariffs that were basically brought in. The taxes would essentially be reduced. So these are some of the elements. If I can just come full frame right now, if you can just come to me right now, I'll just quickly show you the document that I have.
Yes, Shravan, we are being joined by Gursimran live right now. And Shravan, if you would like to go to Gursimran, and also I would tell our viewers that finally the Pakistan government is waking up. It's waking up. Finally, Shravan.
Well, in fact, let me make it very clear. Shehbaz Sharif has lost here. You have the Pakistan occupied Kashmir protesters. They have won here. And the fact that they have been able to corner the Pakistani government to begin with. The very fact that the entire government act is going to be amended within the next 90 days. And it just does not end there. They've also agreed to the fact that at least as far as the Legislative Assembly seats are concerned, the reservations that have been made, there too there would be changes. There are other details with regards to what are they essentially offering in terms of land, in terms of a few other amenities that are likely to be brought in, but that is quite irrelevant at this point in time because these are doles that are being handed out by the Pakistan government to the protesters. But having said that, what is very, very important to highlight is this, that they have been able to ensure that the Pakistani government finally responds to the protests that are essentially taking place.
Yes. And Shravan, I'm also being joined right now by our colleague. We are being joined by Gursimran. I'll just take a question from Gursimran, then I'll come back to you. Okay, Shravan, I think you have the documents. We have the documents there which are showing what happened inside that meeting. Yes, Shravan.
Document. This is the internal document that was basically given to the Awami Action Committee members yesterday. This basically lists out all the discussions that have essentially taken place, the FIRs to be registered. So importantly, FIR is also going to be registered against some officials of the Pakistani police itself. And they are also making a mention of the fact that a judicial inquiry is going to take place. FIR shall be registered under relevant sections of the Anti-Terrorism Act on the incidents of violence and vandalism to the deaths of a few people. A judicial commission will be appointed where required. They've also admitted to the fact that arrests that were basically made from Rawalpindi as well as Islamabad on 2nd and 3rd of October, they would also be released. So a lot of developments essentially taking place and becoming very clear that in the last few days when these protests were actually taking place, it was across Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Every area was basically covered. And they have essentially been able to send across a very strong message. And the message is essentially about the fact that they are no longer going to accept, the kind of brutality that has been, enforced. And the fact that they have been able to send across the message to Islamabad that no longer can they run a puppet regime.
Right. And Shravan, we also have, would you like to take a question to Gursimran? Because we have Gursimran with us right now. And Shravan, I also want to tell our viewers that we have been reporting on the kind of atrocities that the people of POK have to go through, that finally that the Pakistan government is on a back foot. We also have Ishan. I believe we also have Ishan with us. Shravan, would you like to go to our reporters joining us live? Yes, so we have our reporters. Let's put our reporters on with us. We have Gursimran and we have Ishan, we have Shravan, we have all our reporters and editors with us. But I'll just go to Gursimran first in the meanwhile. Gursimran, we have seen how thousands of people are attending funerals of those who were killed during the protest in POK. And it's very important to highlight that after years and years of brutality, years of being treated like second-class and third-class citizens, the Pakistan government is so scared of further violence that they are finally bending down, literally bending down to the demands.
Yes, a total of 21 assurances have been given. It cannot be said that the demands have been accepted, but assurances have been given by the Shehbaz Sharif government. The 7 ministerial delegation of the Shehbaz Sharif government met 5 members of the Awami Action Committee and the Joint Awami Action Committee yesterday, and after deliberations that have taken place, it has been decided that there will be assurances that given, that includes the registration of the FIR against those who killed the innocent civilians of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir in the violence that has erupted post 29th of September and went on till 3rd of October. Also, it has been decided that a very important demand that was of the Awami Action Committee, that was to kept in abeyance the decision that the 12 seats be reserved for the Kashmiri refugees. It has been decided that legal framework will be actually looked into, and there will be a committee that will be formed that will have the two legal experts from the federal government, two legal experts from the Azad Jammu and Kashmir, that is Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir government, and two legal experts from the Awami Action Committee that will look into all the aspects. But till then, all the decisions have been kept in abeyance. So that is a kind of sigh of relief. Also, the decision with regards to the land possession that will be given to the families, with regards to the Mangla project that has also been agreed upon by this.
I wanted to hold on for a second. I wanted to hold on for a second, good Zubin, because I'm joined by Ishan, who's joining us live from New Delhi. And Ishan, I'm coming across to you right now. Finally, it's very clear that the Pakistan government cannot ignore the demands of the people of POK. In fact, India has highlighted again and again how the people of POK have been suffering under brutality by their military, under brutality by their government, how they're not getting the resources that they deserve. And now the Pakistan government is scared. The Ministry of External Affairs of India has also showed concern for the people of POK.
Definitely, the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have been suffering under a brutal regime wherein the recent protest up to 12 civilians and 3 police officers have been reported to have lost their lives and in these clashes, and the recent clashes definitely have taken a violent uptick, and now we are seeing the demands, the government of Pakistan giving in to the demands of the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Furthermore, the most important point of these demands were the 12 reserve seats which have been given to the Pakistani Kashmiri migrants from India who are living in Pakistan. Now, these 12 seats are going to people who are not even part of the region which they are supposedly representing, and now this has caused great anger amongst the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They are now revolting against this exploitation wherein not only the resources but the democracy.
Yes, Ishan, I'm really sorry I have to take a short break right now. Thank you, Ishan. Thank you, Gursimran. And thank you, Shaman Sen, for getting us these details exclusive of that negotiating table, from the negotiating table between the Awami Committee and the Pakistan government. Taking a very short break right now. Do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking. Election Commission team led by this Ganesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner in Bihar, to review the poll preparedness ahead of upcoming assembly elections.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in regarding the Nirav Modi extradition hearing. The hearing will take place on 23rd of November at the Westminster Court in London. Now, sources say that Nirav Modi again moves an application in the UK court against his extradition to India. Now, First Secretary London has forwarded the appeal to Indian agencies that was received from Ludovica Scaron Koha Associate Boutique in LLP, and Indian agencies have responded to the appeal. India has assured UK that Nirav will not be questioned. India has assured that if Nirav is extradited, then he will be kept in Arthur Road Jail in Barrack number 12. So a big update in the case. Nirav Modi, remember, was arrested in the Punjab National case, a fraud case. And Indian agencies are looking for his extradition back to India. And now the update is that the hearing in the case is going to take place on 23rd of November at the Westminster Court in London. Now, remember this coming in, even as sources say that Nirav Modi moved an application in the UK court against his extradition to India. All right, let's get all the updates. Shravan Sen is now joining us live from the newsroom for more updates. Shravan, what are the updates that we are getting to know? Because hearing is now going to take place on 23rd of November. Any updates on the extradition of Nirav Modi?
Well, in fact, we are given to understand that sometime in the month of September is when Nirav Modi had filed yet another application. This was against his extradition. This was filed on 18th. The first Commissioner of the High Commission in London received the appeal, and we're being told that this has been forwarded to the Indian investigative agencies, who have given an assurance to the Crown Prosecution Service. And the Crown Prosecution Service has been essentially told that if at all he is extradited to India, then he will not be questioned. He will be only kept at the Arthur Road jail. And of course, there would be a judicial trial that would be carried out. The assurance that has been given by the Indian investigative agencies is that no questioning will be done by the agencies once he is brought. He would be directly taken to Arthur Road jail in Mumbai. In fact, pictures of the barrack number 12, these are pictures that have been taken out by the Indian investigative agencies as in part of an assurance exercise that has been done. In fact, they've told the Crown Prosecution Service that he would be kept in this area, in this particular barrack in Arthur Road Jail, number 12, and the fact that all protocols would essentially be followed. Having said that, remember, as of now, Nirav Modi does not really have much of legal options available before him. It's the 10th bail application that has already been filed by him. The court in United Kingdom have already rejected the bail application on the grounds that he could turn out to be a flight risk, and that is the reason why bail hasn't been granted to Nirav Modi. Unlike in the case of other fugitive economic offenders, we have essentially seen that, for example, in the case of Vijay Mallya, he was already granted bail by the court in United Kingdom. But as far as Nirav Modi is concerned, you've essentially seen the Indian investigative agencies going extremely strong there and putting out details of the bank fraud that was allegedly committed by Nirav Modi, and the very fact that attempts have essentially been made by Nirav Modi and his family members to conceal facts of this particular case, and not just that, also try and influence the witnesses. And that is the reason why, remember, the bail hasn't been granted to Nirav Modi. He's still behind bars in London.
Right. And Shaman, as far as the grounds really that have been given by Nirav Modi's legal team, what is the point that they are looking? What is the point that they are advocating? Because the UK High Court has already cleared the extradition of Nirav Modi.
Well, as far as the grounds that have been given by the Indian investigative agencies is that multiple cases have already been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate. The very fact that he has siphoned off funds that were received in the name of loans, and the fact that he has defrauded a consortium of banks. They've essentially put out evidence of the fact that how a letter of intents, these were basically LOUs that were fraudulently, they had secured from these very banks, based on which loans were basically granted, and he had carried out his business in Hong Kong, in London, and a few other countries, and this was done in a fraudulent manner, resulting in a loss to the public exchequer. Now, what is important to point out here is that they've been able to establish the money trail. In fact, you've had his assets being frozen by the Enforcement Directorate. These are some of the details that have been provided by the Indian investigative agencies to the UK Westminster Court in the past, resulting in the fact that his extradition proceedings they had proceeded forward, and the fact that they were able to convince the courts in London. Now, remember, yet another application has been filed by Nirav Modi, in which he is essentially trying to argue the fact that if at all he is extradited to India, then his rights would be violated.
All right, Shavan, stay with us. So we'll just come back to you. Right now, we are joined in also by Aditya, who's joining us from the national capital. Aditya, now remember, this fresh developments came, after there was this team that came to inspect the Tihar jail also for inspection. And what is the update that you are giving, that you're going to give us regarding this extradition process now?
Yes, development which is happening with the case. The first an application moved by the fugitive Nirav Modi, after which a reply was sought by the Indian government, and then the reply which has been given by the Indian government contents that there will be a interrogation, but there will be a trial. That Nirav Modi will be put up on trial, but he won't be interrogated in this matter. This is a reply being filed by the administration before the court, and the court is set to take up the matter on November 23.
Right, Aditya. All right, thank you so much, Aditya, for all those updates there. All right, let's get you some other news now. We have more breaking news coming in, viewers. And that is that opposition leader Matmo Pandey under house arrest. Police presence at his residence. SP delegation is en route of Bareilly, stopped by police. Internet remains suspended amid high security alert. So remember, these developments are coming in after the violence that was seen in Bareilly a few days back. And now opposition leader Matmo Pandey has been put under house arrest. Now, police are present at his residence, and the SP delegation that was en route to Bareilly has been stopped by the police. The internet remains suspended amid high security alert in the region. Remember, this coming in after violence broke out, and now a number of political leaders have been put under house arrest, including the opposition leader Matmo Pandey. Let's get all the updates from our reporter who's joining us. Raghavendra is now joining us. Raghavendra, what is the update that you can give us? All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter there. But this coming in as the opposition leader, Matmo Pandey, has been put under house arrest. So UPLOP is under house arrest, and on the screen you can see the UPLOP All right, opposition leader Matmo Pandey is under house arrest. Let's listen in.
अब आपके सामने है, देख लो, रोका जा रहा है। इन्होंने शुरू से ही कहा रोकने का। कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति तो इन्होंने खुद बिगाड़ी। कोई शांतपूर्ण ढंग से ज्ञापन देने जा रहा था, उस पर लाठीचार्ज करना, उसे पीटना, उसे पकड़ना, तो ये तो एक पक्षीय है ना। अगर कोई दो समुदाय लड़े होते तो मैं मान लेता कि बड़ी गंभीर घटना हो गई। अब आपके सामने है, देख लो, रोका जा रहा है। इन्होंने शुरू से ही कहा रोकने का। कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति तो इन्होंने खुद बिगाड़ी। कोई शांतपूर्ण ढंग से ज्ञापन देने जा रहा था, उस पर लाठीचार्ज करना, उसे पीटना, उसे पकड़ना, तो ये तो एक पक्षीय है ना। अगर कोई दो समुदाय लड़े होते तो मैं मान लेता कि बड़ी गंभीर घटना हो गई।
All right, so situation is now being looked at very closely as far as Bareilly is concerned, and taking a precautionary method. UP government has decided to suspend internet in Bareilly district, and this remember coming in after Friday prayers. Raghavendra, my colleague, is now joining us. Raghavendra, internet remains suspended. Opposition's leader has been put under house arrest. Give us more updates. What is happening there after violence in Bareilly?
जो बरेली में जो घटना घटी है उसको लेकर अखिलेश यादव ने एक प्रतिनिधि मंडल समाजवादी पार्टी का बनाया, नेतृत्व दिया। जो विधानसभा में नेता प्रतिपक्ष है माता प्रसाद पांडे को जिम्मेदारी दिया। वो डेलीगेशन आज बरेली में जाना था, धरातल पे जो थी उसको जानना था, समझना था, और वो रिपोर्ट अखिलेश यादव को सौंपनी थी। लेकिन निकलने से पहले ही घर पर, जब आप पूरी तरह से तैयार भी नहीं हुए थे, उसके पहले ही यहाँ पर भारी संख्या में पुलिस पहुँचती है और घर को चारों तरफ से एकदम पहरे में बदल देती है। अभी तक आप जा नहीं पाए हैं, 11 बज चुके हैं। क्यों नहीं सर जाने दिया गया?
अब वो बता रहे हैं, उनको ये डर है कि हमारे जाने से वहाँ माहौल बिगड़ जाएगा। माहौल तो खुला, प्रशासन बिगाड़े हुए है वहाँ का। हम तो माहौल ठीक करने जा रहे थे। इन्होंने कहा वहाँ निषेधाज्ञा है, बिना डीएम के परमिशन के नहीं जा सकते। तो निषेधाज्ञा तो बरेली में है ना, तो बरेली के बॉर्डर तो जाने देना चाहिए।
इंटरनेट बंद कर दिए हैं 60 किलोमीटर तक।
अच्छा,
शहर में, बरेली में?
हमें पता नहीं, हम तो जानकारी नहीं।
बुलडोजर चलने की बात हो रही है।
इसी सबको देखने जा रहे थे और उसको रोकने का प्रयास करते, उस बात को अपने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष को कहते, पार्टी के नेताओं के बीच में विमर्श करते कि ये सरकार अनावश्यक लोगों के घर गिरा रही है, कोई कारण नहीं है, घर गिरा दे, फर्जी जेल भेज दे, फर्जी मुकदमा लिखा दे। इस सरकार की प्रवृत्ति में
प्रशासन कह रहा है कि उपद्रवियों पर एक्शन हो रहा है, उनको जेल भेजा जा रहा है।
अब उनके नज़र में तो उनको छोड़ कर सर उपद्रवी है। इनका क्या इतिहास रहा है?
तो आप क्या चाहते हैं सर फाइनली? आपको वहां पे जाने दिया जाए?
बिल्कुल जाने दिया जाना चाहिए।
कितना समय लगेगा? 5-6 घंटे तो लगेगा पहुंचने में?
5-6 घंटे, 4 घंटे का टाइम।
4 घंटे?
हाँ, बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया तो 4 घंटे।
अगर मौका मिला तो शाम तक पहुंच सकते?
हाँ, शाम तक पहुँच।
कुछ आपके और अन्य सदस्य जिनका डेलीगेशन में नाम है, उनको अलग अलग एरिया में रोका गया है। सांसद इकरा हसन को भी रोका गया है गाजीपुर बॉर्डर पर, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, इनको ये सबको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हालांकि हम लोग जाते तो वहाँ कुछ इनका बिगाड़ते नहीं। प्रशासन को सहायता मिलती है हमारे जाने से। हम लोगों से शांत की अपील करते, लोगों से बातें, लेकिन ये अवैधानिक और असंवैधानिक कार्यों को छिपाने के लिए कोई प्रतिनिधिमंडल नहीं जाने देना चाह रहे हैं।
सर, आपके बयान से ये लगता है कि आप जाएंगे तो कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें मिलेंगी जो सरकार या प्रशासन को ठीक न लगे। क्या आप ऐसा कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं? कुछ ऐसा आपको देखने को मिलेगा?
सरकार को तो हम लोग कोई बात ठीक नहीं लगती है, क्योंकि सरकार गलती करती है ना। अगर किसी की गलती का उजागर कर दो तो ये लोग गलती मानने वाले नहीं हैं, बल्कि गलती की पुनरावृत्ति करने वाले लोग हैं। इसलिए ये लोग अनावश्यक हम लोगों को रोक रहे हैं।
आज अगर नहीं मौका मिला तो क्या किसी और दिन?
फिर किसी दिन मौका मिलेगा, जाएगा। संभल में इन्होंने रोका था तो संभल बाद में गया था। बहराइच रोका था, बहराइच बाद में गया था।
बिना सूचना के भी क्या सर आप लोग जा सकते हैं, या किसी प्रोटोकॉल का उल्लंघन होता है कि हम बिना संज्ञान में दिए अगर हम पहुंच जाएं, बिना बताए पहुंच जाएं, तो क्या उस पर एक्शन भी हो सकता है क्या?
नहीं, उस पर क्या एक्शन होगा ये तो हमारे रणनीति का मामला है, हम इसमें बाद में बात करेंगे।
देखिए, आप सुन सकते हैं माता प्रसाद पांडे को, जो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं समाजवादी पार्टी के, विधानसभा अध्यक्ष भी रह चुके हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं विधानसभा में समाजवादी पार्टी के। उनका कहना है कि मैं वहां पर जाना चाहता था, वहां की जो स्थिति है उसको जानना चाहता था, सारी रिपोर्ट अध्यक्ष जी को सौंपना चाहता था, लेकिन पुलिस ने हमको अभी तक परमिशन नहीं दिया है जाने के लिए और हाउस अरेस्ट करके रखा है। क्या कहेंगे?
All right. Thank you so much for all those updates there. And viewers, we need to move on in the bulletin now in a big breakthrough, in a significant breakthrough. Hamas has announced that it has agreed to release all the Israeli hostages under the framework advanced by the United States President Donald Trump to end the conflict in Gaza. Now, the group, however, added that while it accepted parts of the proposal, other elements require further negotiations. In a statement, the terror group said that it was willing to immediately engage in negotiations through mediators to work out the details. If implemented, it would mark the most significant breakthrough in the months of stalled efforts to secure the release of hostages taken during the October 2023 assault on Israel. Hamas also reiterated that it was willing to hand over the administration of Gaza to a Palestinian body of independent technocrats, signaling openness to a transitional governing structure that could bypass the faction's direct control. And following Hamas's statement, Donald Trump asked Israel to immediately halt its bombing in Gaza, saying that the terror group was ready for peace after partially accepting the Middle East plan. All right, let's get a perspective on this. We are right now joined in by Mr. Netabar, foreign desk editor at Israeli Hayom, who is joining us live from Pardes Khana, north of Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Mr. Netabar, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, would like to know from you, how are you looking at this acceptance of conditions by Hamas, considering that the Hamas has said that it is willing to accept some of the conditions, but not all. What is your first reaction on that?
Well, first there is relief. We learned in the last few hours that the Israeli army in the Gaza Strip has stopped any offensive action and will now only take defensive measures to protect the troops stationed there. For first time in, I think, almost 6 months, there is no offensive operations being carried out inside the Gaza Strip by the army. So it's a start of a very long and as we can expect, a very frustrating process of negotiating with Hamas. Hamas has every incentive to stall, to take this process to the longest terms possible in order to get as many of its demands taken into consideration. And there is a big chance that both sides will not find agreeable solution, mainly because the fact that Hamas is interested in remaining the controlling element in the Gaza Strip in the day after the war, which is something Israel cannot accept.
But at the same time, if we look at the plan, the U.S. Donald Trump's 20-point plan, and what Hamas responds to it is, of course, Hamas has agreed to release the hostages, and it's also talking about an administration, that it is ready for. But there are a number of other issues that Hamas says would require further, negotiations. How do you look at the further negotiations really working out?
That's what I meant when I said that there will be a long and frustrating process, because negotiating with Hamas is always difficult, is always a very prolonged back and forth. And since there is no military operations on the ground, Hamas has all the incentive to make these negotiations as long as possible in order to vex both the mediators, which is Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, and also the United States, and at the end of the chain, Israel. So we're going to see a very prolonged sort of period of negotiations, and I think I'm not sure that President Trump understands that when Hamas says yes, but you should not look at the yes as much as you should look at the but. and this but is considerable, and I really hope that they find a way to make Hamas reach the end point, and the hostages will be released, and the military operation in Gaza will stop. And as Trump's plan suggested, the Israeli army will gradually retreat from the Gaza Strip, leaving it for interim government that will bring peace to the Strip after 2 years of very difficult, very intense war. The footage that you can see now on your screen is footage I took 2 days ago inside the Shati refugee camp in the Gaza Strip. We can see that the devastation is outwardly. Hamas has been fighting for every building, every corner street. Almost every entrance to every building was booby-trapped. We've seen cynical use of the civilian population. It's almost beyond belief for someone who's coming from outside to understand how much Hamas has been using civilian population in Gaza as a human shield.
And what, in your view, is going to be the most challenging of the tasks? Of course, there are a number of issues that, need to be negotiated as far as Hamas's demands are concerned. But out of all of these, which one do you think is going to be the most crucial, or rather, I'd say, most challenging for both the sides to agree?
I think it's the question of the governance and control of the Gaza Strip in the day after the war. Hamas is interested in a model that is similar to Hezbollah. Yes, there will be a government which is not run by Hamas, but Hamas will still be a large armed group inside the Gaza Strip, which will leave it in a position to control but not to govern the Gaza Strip. And that's something Israel will find very, very, very hard to accept. And there will need to be a solution which leaves Hamas either disarmed or out of the Gaza Strip entirely as a political force, which will be very, very, very difficult to achieve. And right now, I don't see how both sides come to terms with a suggestion that is acceptable for both, and I'm very curious to see what President Trump and the mediator, Qatar and Egypt, has in mind for that.
And also, much will also depend on how the hostage release part also takes place, because they believe to be, of course, there were 48 hostages still being held in the Palestinian territory by the armed group. And out of these, how many are actually alive, and how that exchange takes place is also going to be really significant. That will also determine how the negotiations really pan out in the future as well.
Well, I think the hostages for Israel is one of the main issues of this war. I think there is an avid demand to get everybody out in the first 48 to 72 hours of the ceasefire, and it's now not clear whether it will happen before negotiations over the entire deal, after or during. It's still to be decided. It is obvious that Israel will not allow Hamas to keep any number of hostages. You've been asking about how many of them are still alive. Israeli leaders have estimated that at least 20 of those 48 hostages are alive, but some of them are in dire risk because Hamas is either mistreating them or ignoring medical conditions and not allowing doctors to visit. Or so we might be disappointed to see even a lower number of
absolutely. Right. We have to wait and watch how that really pans out. Thank you so much, Mr. Nettabar, for joining us and sharing your insights on that big story. And right now, we're also joined in by Mr. Udi Somer, Barak Leadership Center and Professor of Political Science at the Tel Aviv University. Thank you so much, Mr. Somer, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, I'd like to know from you, what is your view on the developments that are right now, panning across the Middle East, especially considering the fact fact that, these developments came in after Donald Trump issued a warning that, if Hamas doesn't agree, then all hell will break loose. And under those circumstances, now this acceptance has come from Hamas. Are you skeptical or are you positive of the outcomes?
So, first of all, I'm glad to be here. I'm actually talking to you from India, from Chandigarh, so it's a pleasure to be here. I am actually quite optimistic about the chances, and largely because of the person that you mentioned, President Donald Trump. It's very clear that he's been able to make changes in the region that nobody else has been able to do. He builds on the basis of, or the foundations of what the people in the Biden administration had done, both in terms of the ceasefire plan and in terms of the hostage deal. The devil is in the details, and they set the details, but Donald Trump was the X factor. He was the one that has been able to push that over the finish line. And it's very clear that the current ceasefire, if it does happen, should be largely attributed to his decision to put much of his political capital, both within America, because there is a fierce debate even within the Republican Party, and certainly in terms of foreign policy, on that issue. That's a part because of his understanding of world politics, and part because of his interest in winning the Peace Nobel Prize.
Right. Of course, Hamas's response to the US's Gaza plan is really, really significant. But, if we compare the peace plan of what Donald Trump has said and what Hamas have so far agreed to, they haven't agreed to all points. They said there are certain points that, really need to be negotiated and they're going to be discussed upon. How do you think the next course of negotiations are going to look like?
So you're absolutely right that Hamas has said yes to the hostage deal and to the ceasefire, but in terms of releasing, in terms of putting down their weapons, in terms of the presence of the Israeli Defense Forces in the Gaza Strip, and various other critical issues, these have been glossed over. These are absolutely right about that. But I think what Trump has been able to create was a reality where Hamas is important, but it does not have the ultimate power at this point. At this point, it is the regional powers, the regional Arab powers, by the way, which is a point of this is a problem for Israel, because Israel used to be the most beloved child of the Americans, if you wish, in the region. And now you can see how Qatar and to some extent Turkey are actually taking over. So I think both of those countries, which are very, very close with Hamas, and in many ways Hamas is dependent on them, both of them gave their word to Donald Trump that this deal was going to happen. So I think you are right that Hamas has been quite circumspect or quite unclear, quite ambiguous in their response, at least for some elements of the ceasefire. But that being said, given the fact that both Hamas and Qatar, which have been able to make huge diplomatic achievements with America in recent weeks, including the apology for the Israeli prime minister, including the security pact with America, the fact that they have been able to tell, or they were willing to put their weight on this and give the assurance to the Americans, and specifically to Donald Trump, that this was going to happen. I think this really increases the likelihood. And it's always probability. We have no certainty in life in general, and certainly in Middle East politics, but it increases the likelihood that this is actually going to be successful.
Absolutely. So Hamas's statement is really significant. US President Donald Trump calling it, in fact, a big day. But of course, much will depend on how the negotiations really pan out in the future as well. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your perspective on that big story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has emphasized that India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack was driven by a desire to combat terrorism and not by religious considerations. Now, addressing the Jain International Trade Community, that is the JITO event in Hyderabad, Rajnath Singh stated, and I quote, when we responded to the Pahalgam terror attack, we did not ask the dharm, that is religion of the terrorists. We targeted terror, not civilians or military establishments. Now, this assertion underscores India's commitment to protecting its citizens and territorial integrity, as demonstrated by military actions such as the 2016 surgical strikes, 2019 Balakot airstrikes and Operation Sindoor. Here's a report.
हमने हमेशा फिर कोई कंप्रोमाइज नहीं किया है। 2016 की सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, चाहे 2019 की एयर स्ट्राइक हो, या अभी हाल में 2025 में जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, हमने साबित किया है कि जब भी जरूरत होगी हम भारत की एकता और अखंडता के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए चाहे जिस भी सीमा को लांघना पड़ेगा हम सीमा लांघेंगे, लेकिन अपने देश की रक्षा करेंगे। और मेरे साथियों, पहलगाम में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ था उसके बारे में आप जानते हैं। निर्दोष लोगों को धर्म पूछकर मारा गया था, लेकिन आपने देखा कि हम लोगों ने पाकिस्तान पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की तो धर्म पूछकर नहीं मारा। हमने यह नहीं देखा कि वो किस धर्म को मानने वाले हैं, हमने तो केवल इतना ही देखा कि टेररिस्ट सेंटर्स कहां हैं जिन आतंकवादियों ने हमारे पहलगाम के निर्दोष लोगों को मारा है। हमने उनके ऊपर आक्रमण किया है। हमने वहां के किसी मिलिट्री इस्टेब्लिशमेंट अथवा सिविलियन इस्टेब्लिशमेंट पर कभी आक्रमण नहीं किया। हम चाहते तो यह काम पहले भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन नहीं किया हम लोगों ने। और साथियों, याद रखिए, जब हम अपनी सैन्य शक्ति, अपनी आर्थिक शक्ति बढ़ाने की बात करते हैं तो हमारा मकसद, हमारी कोशिश किसी पर वर्चस्व स्थापित करना नहीं होती है। हमारी शक्ति का उद्देश्य है अपने आदर्शों की रक्षा, अपने धर्म और आस्था की रक्षा और उन मानवीय मूल्यों की रक्षा जो भगवान महावीर की शिक्षाओं में सबसे ऊंचे, सबसे श्रेष्ठ रूप से प्रकट होते हैं।
And viewers, as the Indian Air Force marks 93 glorious years of valor, excellence and unwavering dedication, it continues to soar as the nation's shield in the skies. And ahead of the Air Force Day on 8th of October, a special tribute video has been released capturing the courage, the precision and relentless spirit of the men and women in blue. So join the journey of the Indian Air Force, infallible and always mission ready.
This is a battlefield of speed, power, and resolve. Here, every sortie shapes history, every mission forges legends. From the icy peaks of the Himalayas to the vast oceans below, a vigilant force commands the air, swift, silent, and relentless. It shields a billion dreams, carrying with it the strength of a nation. For those who dare challenge its domain, the answer is certain. This is the Indian Air Force. Infallible, impervious, precise, achuk, abhedya va sateek. The past year, our engines rode across continents. At Exercise Desert Night 24.1 over the Arabian Sea, Sukhoi 30s, Jaguars and AWACS forged new bonds with France and the UAE. At Red Flag Alaska, Indian Rafales and a 252-strong contingent undertook the longest ferry in our history, proving global reach in both combat and logistics. On the return leg, we trained with Greece and Egypt, diplomacy written in contrails. From pitch black in Australia to Udara Shakti in Malaysia, our Su-30s and IL-76s showed that distance is no barrier to dominance. In the Indian Ocean, our Su-30s and AWACS trained with the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, displaying seamless integration with the best in the world. And at Bright Star in Egypt, the tricolor rose above Africa's largest multilateral exercise, our presence commanding respect, our precision undeniable. These were not just exercises, they were declarations that the IAF is not a participant, but a leader. In Aero India 2025, the 15th edition of Asia's largest air show, brought together 80 nations, over 800 aerospace and defense companies, and hundreds of thousands of visitors. In 2025, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla made history as the first Indian mission pilot aboard the International Space Station. His successful flight marked IAF's pioneering role in exploring new frontiers of space. This year, the IAF bid farewell to the iconic warbird, the MiG-21. For 6 decades, this legend stood as India's shield in the sky. The Indian Air Force salutes its 62 years of valor, service, and an unbroken watch. Foremost in battle, the IAF is also at the forefront of technology. Ever evolving, it is continuously building training, preparing for tomorrow. The C-295 transport joined operational squadrons, bringing agility and reach. The Vadodara assembly line began shaping the future of aerospace in India. Every induction is more than a machine in service. It is sovereignty taking flight, and indigenous strength took center stage. Our effectiveness is measured not just in firepower. It is reflected in our compassion. The IAF was the first responder in every crisis, flying relief to cyclone-hit Orissa and Bengal, rescuing villagers in Arunachal, pilgrims in Uttarkashi, and tourists in Sikkim, while sustaining flood-hit Punjab and Jammu. From cliff rescues in Mani Mahesh to relief flights in Myanmar, Afghanistan, and evacuations under fire in Israel and Iran. A telecraft and crew carried food, medicine, and hope, delivering courage and compassion across India and beyond. From Mandalay to Kabul, from Pathankot to Baimor, our mission was one: to save, to serve, to protect.
पाकिस्तान से आए आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा। ये नया भारत किसी की परमाणु धमकियों से डरता नहीं।
When the hour of reckoning comes, only the brave take to the skies. On the ground, steel awakens. Missiles mounted, radars are scanning. Every detail measured, every motion exact. Ready for the what we were born to do. With silent resolve, with unflinching discipline. In briefing rooms, missions are shaped, intent sharpened. The air warriors rose to the challenge, every step carrying the hopes of the nation. Engines ignited, power unleashed. From the runway to the skies, India's resolve took flight, wings of fire cutting across the night. targets locked, commands given. In a flash of light, precision became fire, and the enemy silenced.
ये नया भारत है.
The world now knows India's reach is absolute, its precision unmatched. From Alaska to Australia, from Pahalgam to Pathankot, from disaster zones to battlefields, the Indian Air Force has lived its creed. Infallible in its dominance, impervious in its defense, precise in its execution. We are more than warriors. We are the guardians of tomorrow. The Indian Air Force, touching the sky with glory.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए. साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा. उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा. इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला.
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी
Welcome back, viewers. The Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has emphasized that India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack was driven by a desire to combat terrorism, not by religious considerations. Addressing the Jain International Trade Community event in Hyderabad, Rajnath Singh has said that when we responded to Pahalgam terror attack, we did not ask the dharma of the terrorists.
हमने हमेशा फिर कोई कंप्रोमाइज नहीं किया है। 2016 की सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, चाहे 2019 की एयर स्ट्राइक हो, या अभी हाल में 2025 में जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, हमने साबित किया है कि जब भी जरूरत होगी हम भारत की एकता और अखंडता के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए, अपने देश के हर नागरिक की रक्षा के लिए चाहे जिस भी सीमा को लांघना पड़ेगा हम सीमा लांघेंगे, लेकिन अपने देश की रक्षा करेंगे। और मेरे साथियों, पहलगाम में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ था उसके बारे में आप जानते हैं। निर्दोष लोगों को धर्म पूछकर मारा गया था, लेकिन आपने देखा कि हम लोगों ने पाकिस्तान पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की तो धर्म पूछकर नहीं मारा। हमने यह नहीं देखा कि वो किस धर्म को मानने वाले हैं, हमने तो केवल इतना ही देखा कि टेररिस्ट सेंटर्स कहां हैं जिन आतंकवादियों ने हमारे पहलगाम के निर्दोष लोगों को मारा है। हमने उनके ऊपर आक्रमण किया है। हमने वहां के किसी मिलिट्री एस्टेब्लिशमेंट अथवा सिविलियन एस्टेब्लिशमेंट पर कभी आक्रमण नहीं किया। हम चाहते तो यह काम पहले भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन नहीं किया हम लोगों ने। और साथियों, याद रखिए, जब हम अपनी सैन्य शक्ति, अपनी आर्थिक शक्ति बढ़ाने की बात करते हैं तो हमारा मकसद, हमारी कोशिश किसी पर वर्चस्व स्थापित करना नहीं होती है। हमारी शक्ति का उद्देश्य है अपने आदर्शों की रक्षा, अपने धर्म और आस्था की रक्षा और उन मानवीय मूल्यों की रक्षा जो भगवान महावीर की शिक्षाओं में सबसे ऊंचे, सबसे श्रेष्ठ रूप से प्रकट होते हैं।
Time for a short break, but we get you the latest coming in from Katak, where clashes have been reported. And the Election Commission will be reviewing poll preparedness in Bihar.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में GST बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस GST बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश।
राजस्थान में ऐसे 10 बच्चे बताए जा रहे हैं, अलग अलग जिलों के हैं, जो यहाँ के कफ सिरप पीने के बाद बीमार पड़े हैं।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है। जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें,
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो 1 साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा। और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज, यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है। जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show. We're tracking all the stories coming in, from poisonous syrups, which are now being banned by different state governments, to what is happening when it comes to Trump's peace proposal. All this and much we're coming right up. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Sources tell Republic. More updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. Let's start with the top headlines which are coming in. Sources tell Republic, Nirav Modi extradition hearing on November 23rd. Indian authorities respond to plea. Bareilly on a high alert. SP delegation stopped from visiting UP. LOP put under house arrest. Stone pelting and clashes during Durga idol immersion in Katak, Odisha. Election Commission team in Bihar to review the poll preparedness ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Cornered Pakistan government gives in. In fact, the Hamas has also accepted the peace plan of Trump, and the cornered Pakistan government gives in, admits atrocities on protesters.
Look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately.
Some top updates coming in on Republic TV, and after Rajasthan government, now Madhya Pradesh government has banned the cough syrup. Now we see that some of these cough syrups are being linked allegedly to the death of 11 children in 2 states. So the Rajasthan government has suspended the state drug controller and halted the distribution of medicines manufactured by Jaipur-based company Keson's Pharma. Now the Medical and Health Department stopped the supply of all 19 medicines manufactured by Keson's Pharma until further orders. Distribution of all other cough syrups containing some of these chemicals, which are very dangerous, have been suspended. So after Rajasthan government, MP bans some of these very suspicious syrups. And what we see right now is that Rajasthan suspending the drug controller, cracks down on key cough syrup suppliers. This is happening throughout. With multiple states. In fact, Tamil Nadu has banned these cough syrup as well after child deaths in Madhya Pradesh. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. This is the cold rift samples. The cold rift samples of cough syrup are found to be containing DEG. Now, DEG is a very, very a chemical. It is a substance which is not permissible beyond a certain limit. Now we see this is confirmed that the cold rift cough syrup samples found with high DEG levels, and the samples of the cough syrup cold rift found to be having huge DEG levels, viewers. So this is what we see right now. Tamil Nadu FDA test finds these DG levels beyond permissible limits in cough syrup cold ref. Satya Vijay is joining us right now. Satya Vijay, we know that Centre had given some advisories yesterday, but now things have moved forward in terms of some of these suppliers, some of these syrups are being banned. We are seeing that the Centre and the state governments both are taking cognizance of these syrups which have DEG levels which are beyond permissible limit.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, बात की जाए मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की तो देर से ही सही, लेकिन अब सरकार ने कड़ा फैसला लिया है। मुख्यमंत्री मोहन यादव का जो स्टेटमेंट आया है वो मैं आपको पढ़ के सुनाता हूँ। मुख्यमंत्री मोहन यादव ने लिखा है, वो मान रहे हैं कि कोल्ड सिरप की वजह से ही बच्चों की मौत हुई है। उन्होंने लिखा है कि छिंदवाड़ा में कोल्ड सिरप के कारण बच्चों की मृत्यु अत्यंत दुखद है। इस सिरप की बिक्री पर पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में बैन कर दिया गया है। सिरप को बनाने वाली कंपनी के अन्य प्रोडक्ट पर भी बैन लगाया गया है। तो देखिए, ये जो सिरप है, जो कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप है, ये छिंदवाड़ा में पहुंचती थी, जबलपुर के रास्ते ये छिंदवाड़ा आती थी, तमिलनाडु में ये सिरप बनाई जाती थी। लेकिन बड़ी चौंकाने वाली बात यह है कि मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने, जब छिंदवाड़ा में 9 बच्चों की मौत होती है, जब 6 बच्चों की मौत हुई थी, उस समय सिरप को यहाँ पर प्रतिबंधित किया। 9 बच्चे हो गए मौत के बाद, और उसी सरकार के पत्र के बाद तमिलनाडु सरकार ने सिरप की जांच करवाई, और मध्य प्रदेश से पहले तमिलनाडु सरकार ने वहां पर इसकी बिक्री, इसके उत्पादन, इसके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर रोक लगाई। और अब सरकार ये कह रही कि अब हमें पत्र मिला है वहां से, ये जांच में साबित हुआ है कि सिरप में जो है DEG, जो कि ऐसा रसायन है जो काफी खतरनाक होता है, ये कूलेंट में यूज होता है, ये दीवार में पेंट करने के लिए उपयोग होता है, ये ऐसा केमिकल है जिसको कि दवाओं में उपयोग नहीं होना चाहिए, उसका इस्तेमाल हो रहा था, इसीलिए इसे प्रतिबंधित किया है। तो अब मध्य प्रदेश में से प्रतिबंधित किया है। मतलब ये जो आदेश सरकार का आया है, इससे पहले तक छिंदवाड़ा छोड़ के ये कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो रही थी। पर्चा दिखाने पर डॉक्टर या मेडिकल स्टोर वाले इसको दे रहे थे। तो अब देखना यह कि एक स्टेप तो सरकार ने उठा लिया, चूंकि रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क लगातार ये मुहिम चला रहा था। हमारी खबर का बड़ा असर भी ये हुआ है कि अब सरकार ने पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में सिरप को बैन किया है। लेकिन अब जो दोषी हैं, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री का जो स्टेटमेंट है उसमें उन्होंने ये भी लिखा है कि जो भी दोषी होगा वो बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, उसे छोड़ेंगे नहीं, कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे। तो कार्रवाई कब होगी, किस किस पर होगी, स्वास्थ्य विभाग के किन लोगों पर एक्शन लिया जाएगा? क्योंकि जब छिंदवाड़ा में पहली मौत होती है, उसके बाद दूसरी मौत हुई, सिम्टम्स सेम थे, फिर तीसरी, फिर चौथी, इस तरह से 9 मौतें हो जाती हैं। जब पहली दूसरी मौत के बाद ही अगर छिंदवाड़ा में स्वास्थ्य विभाग और प्रशासन जागरूक होता, जाग जाता और इस सिरप पर बैन लगाता या एडवाइजरी जारी करता, तो ये मौत का आंकड़ा इतना नहीं बढ़ता। तो अब देखना यह है कि प्रतिबंधित तो कर दिए बैन, प्रतिबंधित तो कर दी गई है ये सिरप, लेकिन आगे किस तरह का एक्शन लिया जाएगा? क्योंकि 9 मासूम बच्चों के परिवार जो है वो न्याय की गुहार लगा रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि अगर इस सिरप से उनके बच्चों की मौत हुई है तो कठोर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए, उस फार्मा कंपनी पर भी, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर पर भी, डॉक्टर पर भी जिसने ये दवा लिखी। क्योंकि डॉक्टर वो होता है जिसको जानकारी होती है कि इसमें क्या कंटेंट है, और अगर डॉक्टर ये दवा लिख रहा है और पहली या दूसरी मौत के बाद अगर उससे इस तरह की रिपोर्ट्स मिलना चालू हो जाती हैं, परासिया ब्लॉक जो है जहां पर एक ही ब्लॉक में इतने बच्चों की मौत हुई है, तो डॉक्टर को भी सोचना था कि पहली मौत, दूसरी मौत, तीसरी मौत, तो वो ये दवा ना लिखे, लेकिन दवा लिखी जा रही थी। तो क्या इसके पीछे कमीशन का खेल चल रहा था? इन सब पहलुओं पर अभी कई सवाल हैं जिनके जवाब आना बाकी है।
That is right. You know, there was a risk-based inspection which was initiated, Satya Vijay, and this happened across 6 states. Now, the entire focus of this inspection is to understand कि gap कहाँ पर है, where were the gaps, why were these cough syrups not inspected, how did they even pass off regulations, how did the regulators not even see that these cough syrups are basically poison?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल, सिस्टम की खामी ही है। इसी वजह से देखिए कि सिरप यहाँ आती है और डॉक्टर उसको लिखते हैं और मरीज उसको लेते हैं, लेकिन जब पेशेंट बीमार होने लगा, उसे उल्टियाँ होने लगी, तो इसके बाद सिम्टम्स समझने चाहिए थे स्वास्थ्य विभाग को भी और जो डॉक्टर इस दवा को लिख रहे हैं उनको भी। तो वो जो गैप की बात आप कर रहे हैं कि एक स्टेट में ये सिरप बनती है, फिर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर उसको लेता है, फिर होलसेल यानी कि डीलर के पास जाती है और डीलर से मेडिकल स्टोर तक पहुंचती है। तो चूंकि जिन डॉक्टर ने, सबसे दिलचस्प बात यह कि प्रवीण सोनी जो कि परासिया ब्लॉक में सरकारी अस्पताल के डॉक्टर हैं, चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट हैं, वो सरकारी अस्पताल में जब ड्यूटी करते हैं तब वो इस सिरप को नहीं लिखते हैं, लेकिन अपनी प्राइवेट क्लिनिक पे, वैसे तो नियम के खिलाफ ये भी है कि उन्हें प्राइवेट क्लिनिक चलाना ही नहीं चाहिए, ये आदेश में है कि अगर कोई सरकारी डॉक्टर है प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर सकता है, प्राइवेट क्लिनिक से वो कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप लिखते हैं। इसीलिए सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं कि कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप के बारे में जब 1-2 मौत हुई तो समझना चाहिए था, या फिर फार्मा कंपनी को या फिर स्वास्थ्य विभाग को इसमें तुरंत संज्ञान लेना था। स्थानीय विधायक ने भी ये बात कही कि जब पहली दूसरी मौत हुई तो उसके बाद उन्होंने सरकार को पत्र लिखा उन सिम्टम्स को समझ के कि जब पहला अदनान नाम का बच्चा जो है उसकी मौत हुई, जब उसे सर्दी खांसी जुकाम था, उसे उल्टियां होने लगी, उसके शरीर में सूजन आ गई, उसके बाद दूसरे बच्चे की मौत, फिर तीसरी मौत, तो डॉक्टर को भी समझना चाहिए था कि क्या इस सिरप की वजह से ही ऐसा हो रहा है। अगर वो ये दुहाई देते हैं, वो ये तर्क देते हैं कि कंटेंट या दवा में क्या केमिकल्स हैं इसकी जानकारी फार्मा कंपनी को होती है, फूड डिपार्टमेंट देखता है, हम सिर्फ दवा लिखने का काम करते हैं, लेकिन वो MBBS करके आते हैं, वो पूरा एक स्पेसिफिक कोर्स करके आते हैं, उन्हें इतना अंदाजा होता है, तो वो ये दवा नहीं लिखते तो शायद इतनी मौतें ना होती। और अब अभी भी बात की जाए तो सिर्फ प्रतिबंध लगाया है, अभी भी यहाँ पर स्वास्थ्य विभाग के या फूड डिपार्टमेंट के किसी व्यक्ति को निलंबित नहीं किया गया है। क्या इसके पीछे ये जो चैन है एक दूसरे से जुड़ रही है? क्या क्योंकि कांग्रेस तो कई तरह के सवाल खड़े कर रही है, तो इसीलिए हम ग्राउंड जीरो पर लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं और ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या वजह रही जो इतनी ढील दी गई कि तमिलनाडु में, मध्य प्रदेश में 9 बच्चे मरते हैं, राजस्थान में 2 की मौत होती है, मध्य प्रदेश सरकार जांच के लिए तमिलनाडु सरकार को लिखती है, वहां पर जांच के बाद कंपनी को बैन कर दिया जाता है, उत्पादन पर भी बिक्री पर भी, उसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश में बैन की जाती है। मतलब आप सोच सकते हैं कि कल तक जो कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप है छिंदवाड़ा के अलावा मध्य प्रदेश के बाकी जिलों में बिक रही थी, वहां पे मिल रही थी, कोई लेता, और अगर उसका जो बैच है जिस बैच में ये डिफॉल्ट बताया जा रहा है वहां से दवा लेने वाले लोग बीमार पड़ सकते थे, लेकिन इतने दिन गुजरने के बाद अब जाकर इस दवा को प्रदेश में प्रतिबंधित किया है।
All right, you know, Satyamaj, I really want you to hold on right now because the big question, of course, is that how did these levels, how are these DEG levels so high in these cough syrups, and these children were having it, posing a huge health danger. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
आपने कब दिखाया था प्रवीण जी को?
17 तारीख को दिखाए थे।
हाँ, घर पे?
हाँ, उनके प्राइवेट क्लिनिक में।
उसमें कौन सी दवा लिखी थी?
कोल्ड ड्रिप करके एक सायरप भी है जो अभी न्यूज में चल रही है।
अच्छा, तो आपको लगता है कि आपके बेटे की मौत उस दवा से हुई?
हाँ बिल्कुल जी।
इसके लिए फिर आप कहाँ, यहाँ से छिंदवाड़ा से फिर क्या नागपुर तक गए थे दिखाने?
यहाँ आराम नहीं लगा तो बच्चे को फिर छिंदवाड़ा में GM श्रीवास्तव सर को दिखाए, वहाँ रात भर एडमिट रखे। उनने सुबह पता चला कि इनकी यूरिन आना बंद हो गई 24 तारीख को, तो उनने नागपुर रेफर कर दिए सीधा।
नागपुर में कितने दिन इलाज चला?
24 तारीख से लेके 1 तारीख तक बच्चे का इलाज चला।
जब मौत हुई तो वहाँ के डॉक्टरों ने क्या बताया?
वहाँ के डॉक्टर, उन्होंने वेंटिलेटर से सर उसकी दम वहीं टूट गई थी, तो उनने बोले आप ले जा सकते हो।
मौत की वजह क्या बताई थी वहाँ?
किडनी इन्फेक्शन
बताया था?
हाँ।
अब आप लोग क्या चाहते हैं?
क्या चाहेंगे सर, वही और क्या, बच्चे का किस कारण ये किडनी फेल क्यों हुई, बस उसी की सरकार से।
आप उसकी माँ?
हाँ सर।
क्या चाहते हैं आप?
हम न्याय चाहते हैं सर, हमको न्याय मिलना चाहिए। जो हमारे साथ हुआ है वो दूसरे माँ बाप के साथ ना होना चाहिए।
हम इसकी एक झलक देख रहे हैं। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि आज के कौशल दीक्षांत समारोह में बिहार को एक नई स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी मिली है। नीतीश जी की सरकार ने इस यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम भारत रत्न जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी के नाम पर रखा है। और कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को जननायक ये सोशल मीडिया की ट्रोल करने वाली टीम ने नहीं बनाया। कर्पूरी ठाकुर को जननायक बिहार के जन जन ने बनाया और उनके जीवन को देख करके बनाया था। और मैं तो बिहार के लोगों को कहूंगा कि जरा चौकन्ने रहिए। ये जननायक पद कर्पूरी ठाकुर से ही शोभायमान है। आजकल लोग ये जननायक की भी चोरी करने में लगे हैं और इसलिए बिहार के लोगों से मैं जागरूक रहने का आग्रह करूंगा कि हमारे कर्पूरी ठाकुर साहब का ये जनता द्वारा दिया गया सम्मान कोई चोरी न कर जाए। भारत रत्न कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी ने अपना पूरा जीवन समाज की सेवा और शिक्षा के विस्तार में लगाया। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात पर जोर दिया कि समाज का सबसे कमजोर व्यक्ति भी आगे बढ़े। उनके नाम पर बनने वाली ये स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी उसी सपने को आगे बढ़ाने का सशक्त माध्यम बनेगी। साथियों, एनडीए की डबल इंजन सरकार लगातार बिहार के शिक्षा संस्थाओं को आधुनिक बनाने में जुटी है। आईआईटी पटना में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विस्तार का काम भी शुरू हो चुका है। आज भी बिहार में कई बड़े शिक्षा संस्थानों के आधुनिकीकरण का काम आरंभ हुआ है। एनआईटी पटना के बिहटा कैंपस को भी अब हमारे होनहार विद्यार्थियों के लिए खोल दिया गया है। इसके अलावा पटना यूनिवर्सिटी, भूपेंद्र मंडल यूनिवर्सिटी, जयप्रकाश विद्यालय, छपरा और नालंदा ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी, इन सभी संस्थानों में नए एकेडमिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की नींव रखी गई है। साथियों, अच्छे संस्थानों के साथ साथ नीतीश जी की सरकार बिहार के नौजवानों की पढ़ाई का खर्च भी कम कर रही है। उच्च शिक्षा के लिए विद्यार्थियों को फीस की परेशानी ना हो, इसकी भी चिंता की जा रही है। बिहार सरकार स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड के माध्यम से बच्चों को उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद करती रही है। अब एक और बड़ा निर्णय लिया गया है। इस क्रेडिट कार्ड से मिलने वाले एजुकेशन लोन को इंटरेस्ट फ्री कर दिया गया है, ब्याज मुक्त कर दिया गया है। और ये बिहार सरकार का निर्णय है। इतना ही नहीं, विद्यार्थियों के लिए स्कॉलरशिप भी 1800 से बढ़ाकर के 3600 कर दी गई है। साथियों, आज भारत दुनिया के युवा देशों में से एक है और बिहार उन राज्यों में शामिल है जहां आबादी के अनुपात में सबसे अधिक युवा है। इसलिए जब बिहार के युवाओं का सामर्थ्य बढ़ता है तो स्वाभाविक रूप से देश की ताकत भी बढ़ती है। बिहार के युवाओं का सामर्थ्य और बढ़ाने के लिए एनडीए सरकार पूरी प्रतिबद्धता से काम कर रही है। आरजेडी कांग्रेस के शासनकाल की तुलना में बिहार का शिक्षा बजट कई गुना बढ़ाया गया है। आज बिहार में करीब करीब हर गांव टोले में एक स्कूल बन चुका है। इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज हो, मेडिकल कॉलेज हो, इनकी संख्या भी कई गुना बढ़ी है। हाल में ही केंद्र सरकार ने बिहार के 19 जिलों के लिए केंद्रीय विद्यालय स्वीकृत किए हैं। एक समय था जब बिहार में स्पोर्ट्स से जुड़ा इंटरनेशनल लेवल का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक नहीं था। आज बिहार में स्पोर्ट्स के नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स हो रहे हैं। साथियों, बिहार सरकार ने बीते 2 दशकों में 50 लाख नौजवानों को बिहार में रोजगार से जोड़ा है। बीते कुछ वर्षों में ही करीब 10 लाख पक्की सरकारी नौकरियां बिहार के नौजवानों को दी गई है। आप शिक्षा विभाग में ही देखिए कितने बड़े पैमाने पर शिक्षकों की भर्तियां हो रही है। पिछले 2 वर्षों में ही 2.5 लाख से अधिक शिक्षकों की नियुक्ति बिहार में हुई है। इससे नौजवानों को नौकरी मिली और शिक्षा व्यवस्था का स्तर भी ऊपर उठा। साथियों, बिहार सरकार अब नए लक्ष्यों को लेकर काम कर रही है। राज्य सरकार ने जितने रोजगार 20 साल में बनाए, और अभी नीतीश जी ने भी हमें अपने भाषण में बताया, आने वाले 5 साल में उससे 2 गुने रोजगार निर्माण का लक्ष्य है। संकल्प यही है कि बिहार के नौजवान को बिहार में ही नौकरी मिले, बिहार में ही काम मिले। साथियों, ये समय बिहार के युवाओं के लिए डबल बोनस का भी है। इस समय देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव चल रहा है। मुझे कोई कह रहा था कि बाइक और स्कूटर पर जीएसटी कम होने से बिहार के युवक बहुत खुश हैं। बहुत से युवाओं ने तो इस धनतेरस को ये खरीदने की भी प्लानिंग कर ली है। मैं बिहार के देश के युवाओं को उनकी जरूरतों की ज्यादातर चीजों पर जीएसटी कम होने की भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, जब स्किल्स बढ़ती हैं, देश आत्मनिर्भर होता है, निर्यात बढ़ता है, तो रोजगार के अवसर भी बढ़ते हैं। 2014 से पहले भारत को फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमी कहा जाता था, यानी ग्रोथ कम थी, रोजगार भी बहुत कम थे। आज भारत टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी बनने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। यानी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ रही है, रोजगार बढ़ रहे हैं, मोबाइल फोन, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, ऑटोमोबाइल और डिफेंस सेक्टर में भी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट में अभूतपूर्व वृद्धि हुई है। बड़े उद्योगों से लेकर जो हमारे एमएसएमईज हैं, उनमें अभूतपूर्व रोजगार का निर्माण हुआ है। इन सबका बड़ा लाभ हमारे युवाओं को और विशेषकर आईटीआई के स्किल्ड युवाओं को भी हुआ है। मुद्रा स्कीम ने भी करोड़ों नौजवानों को अपना रोजगार शुरू करने में मदद की है। अभी भारत सरकार ने 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए की प्रधानमंत्री विकसित भारत रोजगार योजना भी लागू की है। इससे देश के करीब 3.5 करोड़ नौजवानों को प्राइवेट सेक्टर में रोजगार पाने में मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, ये समय देश के हर युवा के लिए अवसरों से भरा हुआ है। हर चीज का विकल्प हो सकता है, लेकिन कौशल का, इनोवेशन का, परिश्रम का कोई विकल्प नहीं है। ये सब कुछ भारत के आप सभी नौजवानों के पास है। आप सभी की शक्ति विकसित भारत की शक्ति बनेगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ देश भर के आईटीआई के नौजवान मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं, और बिहार के नौजवानों को जो बिहार की सरकार ने अनेक विध नए तोहफे दिए हैं, इन सब के लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, live from New Delhi, Prime Minister Modi unveiling the various youth-focused initiatives and making very, very important points there, saying that Nitish government also is decreasing the fee for education, and especially talking about the youth of Bihar, saying that scholarships have also been increased, and Bihar has a huge number of youth in our country. So a huge part of our country's youth, they live in Bihar. All right, viewers, we're taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live and breaking. Stone pelting and clashes during Durga idol immersion in Katak in Odisha. Election Commission team in Bihar to review poll preparedness. Stay tuned, viewers.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे. एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है. इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल. हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए. साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers to the latest edition of Forces First. I am Rakshita Mishra with you, and in the past 48 hours, viewers, in fact in this entire week, there have been warnings after warnings, the darkest and the starkest warning for Pakistan, viewers. It has been served a brutal reality check over the continued support and export of cross-border terrorism. The strategic messaging by the High Command of Indian military, not even the Indian military but also the political leadership of the country, has reinforced the need to maintain a resolute stance on our new war doctrine. In Rajasthan's Anup Garg, viewers, in the latest, India's Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has signalled a decisive response to Islamabad over its petty attempts at provocation. Words that echo the new normal for a new India in dealing with the terror state of Pakistan. It was one blistering ultimatum to Pakistan like never before. Cease the state-sponsored terrorism or risk being wiped out of the world map. Message comes on the heels of Pakistan's recent military build-up and provocations in the disputed Sir Creek region. And he's made it clear that India will abandon the restraint shown in Operation Sindoor, promising a harsher response, unsparing attack this time. And he urges absolute preparedness in case of Operation Sindoor 2.0. Isn't it?
नौ टारगेट हम लोगों ने नियुक्त किए थे और इस टारगेट में ये हमने यकीन किया था कि इसमें कोई इनोसेंट नहीं खत्म होना चाहिए और कोई मिलिट्री टारगेट को भी हम नहीं उस टाइम डिस्ट्रॉय करना चाहते थे। हम टेररिस्ट टारगेट को डिस्ट्रॉय करना चाहते थे, टेररिस्ट टारगेट में जो ट्रेनिंग देते उनको डिस्ट्रॉय करना चाहते थे और जो उनको इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन करते थे या उनको तरबियत देते थे, जिनको हम बोलते हैं कि उनके आका, उनको डिस्ट्रॉय करना चाहते थे। और यही चीज हमने 9 टारगेट में की, जिसमें 7 टारगेट में आर्मी ने किया था, 2 एयरफोर्स ने किया था। और इस बार हमने हर टारगेट को डिस्ट्रॉय करने का प्रूफ भी दिखाया दुनिया को। ये तो पाकिस्तान छुपा ले जाता था, बट इस बार हमने दिखाया कि ये देखिए, यहाँ पे हमने ये डिस्ट्रॉय किया, ये डिस्ट्रॉय किया। और सारी जो खबर है तकरीबन 35 से 40 तो पहले नाम आए थे, लेकिन आपको पता है कि जब वो उनका 14 अगस्त को उन्होंने गलती से एक लिस्ट जाहिर कर दी थी जिसमें 100 से भी ज़्यादा नाम थे जो कि वहाँ पर लोग ख़त्म हुए। और ये मैं फौजियों की बात कर रहा हूँ जो वहाँ पे ख़त्म हुए थे। टेररिस्ट जो हैं वो तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा थे, ठीक है, तो टेररिस्ट को तो वो गिनते ही नहीं है, ठीक है। तो ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस बार भारत देश पूरी तैयारी के साथ है और इस बार वो संयम नहीं रखेगा जो सिंदूर 1.0 में हमने संयम रखा था। इस बार हम आगे की कार्रवाई करेंगे और कुछ ऐसी कार्रवाई करेंगे कि हो सकता है पाकिस्तान को सोचना पड़े कि उसे इतिहास में भूगोल में रहना है कि नहीं रहना। अगर उसे भूगोल में अपनी जगह बनानी है तो उसके लिए उसे जो स्टेट स्पॉन्सर टेररिज्म जिसको हम बोलते हैं, यानी कि उसका देश जो टेररिज्म को स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है उसे रोकना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। तो आप अपनी पूरी तैयारी करके रखिए और अगर परवरदिगार चाहेंगे, भगवान चाहेंगे, वाहेगुरु चाहेंगे तो बहुत जल्दी ही आपको मौका मिलेगा। उसके लिए ऑल द बेस्ट। जय हिंद।
Now, this warning by Army Chief General Dwivedi closely echoed Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's remarks from the day prior. Issuing a scathing rebuke from a military base in Gujarat's Bhuj, the minister blasted Pakistan's reckless military build-up along the contested 96-kilometer Sir Creek estuary that straddles this Gujarat and Sindh border. He warned that any misstep in this resource-rich zone, which is a gateway to Karachi, would trigger a crushing Indian response, one that could, as he said, erase Pakistan's history and geography. He called out Islamabad's provocations as a shameless ploy to distract from its crumbling economy and internal chaos. An unmistakable message. Sir Creek, viewers, is a red line, and Pakistan's futile aggressions will face a devastating retaliation.
साथियों, आज़ादी के 78 साल बीत जाने के बावजूद सरक्रीक इलाके में सीमा को लेकर एक विवाद खड़ा किया जाता है। भारत ने कई बार बातचीत के रास्ते इसका समाधान करने का प्रयास किया है, मगर पाकिस्तान की नीयत में खोट है, उसकी नीयत साफ नहीं है। जिस तरह से हाल में पाकिस्तान की फौज ने सरक्रीक के सटे इलाकों में अपना मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाया है, वह उसकी नीयत बताता है। साथियों, भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा भारतीय सेनाएं और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलकर मुस्तैदी से कर रही हैं। अगर सरक्रीक इलाके में पाकिस्तान की ओर से कोई भी हिमाकत की गई तो उसे ऐसा करारा जवाब मिलेगा कि इतिहास और भूगोल दोनों बदल जाएंगे मेरे साथियों। और 1965 की जंग में भारत की सेना ने लाहौर तक पहुंचने का सामर्थ्य भी दिखाया। आज 2025 में पाकिस्तान को याद रखना चाहिए कि कराची का एक रास्ता क्रीक से ही होकर गुजरता है।
Viewers, we'll just show you on the map what really is this creek. It's a 96-kilometer tidal estuary that's been a flashpoint since the 1965 war between India and Pakistan, where the Pakistani forces attempted to seize control of the run of Kutch. And the core of the dispute is the border demarcation, the boundary demarcation. India adheres to the Thalweg principle that advocates for the midline of the navigable channels as the international border, while Pakistan stubbornly claims the entire creek up to the eastern bank. Now, strategically, Sir Creek, viewers, is India's gateway to maintaining dominance in the Arabian Sea and securing its economic lifeline. We'll tell you about the importance. The creek's proximity to major Indian ports like Kandla, like Mundra, they're all crucial hubs for trade and for energy, viewers. Remember. So we are just going to tell you in points what is the importance, the economic importance and the strategic importance of this Sir Creek, viewers. Now, what Pakistan could do to exploit and disrupt maritime traffic if it targets from Sir Creek. There are hybrid threats. It's shallow. You can see the strategic significance is the maritime security, as I just said, control over strategic Arabian Sea axis. India's control over the ports, as I just mentioned, like Kandra and Mundra. Flip to the next point, viewers. Economic interests and it protects India's exclusive economic zone. Indian Navy stealth operations countering Pakistan naval hub near Karachi, and that's why the warning on Karachi came in. Now, the counter-terrorism significance, it thwarts Pakistan's hybrid threats like smuggling, ISI-backed smuggling and drone infiltration. Also, it also has, of course, immense strategic importance because these routes have been used time and again by the Pakistani terrorist viewers. That's why it becomes very, very important. And we will be now joined by our defense expert, Major General K.K. Sinha, on the broadcast for more on this. General Sinha, very warm welcome to you on Republic TV, sir. This Sir Creek has been a headache since the colonial era. It's a colonial era mess that continues, of course, to bother us. And we've seen that now in the latest, Rajnath Singh, it was a warning that we've never seen before. He, in as many words as he could, be clear that a road to Karachi goes through Sir Creek, and Pakistan must remember that. And the army chief also doubles down, saying that any misadventure will be met with a befitting reply. So help our viewers understand the significance of how Pakistan has attempted in the past to, attempt misadventures via Sir Creek, and why it's really, really important this time.
Good morning and Jai Hind. The Sir Creek and Siachen, these are the two, disputed area, you can say. India doesn't, actually consider it disputed because this is our area, especially Sir Creek. Actually, a wrong thing to, pronounce it as a Sir Creek. Actually name is the Ban Ganga. That was the first mistake which we did it. Ban Ganga is the main name. Sir Creek is the something colonial legacy we are carrying on. This is 96 kilometer, the line actually from the mouth, when you say right up to where the creek starts. So when I call it Creek Banganga. In this 96 kilometer, there are two nalas which are the main issues from the Indian and the BSF point of view, Indian Army and BSF point of view. There is also, something to do with our coastal defenses, with Navy and the Coast Guard. So it is a mixture of all forces operating over there. So we just can't, confine to the Army and the BSF issue. Army and BSF issue, because it comes up every time. There are two nalas which is coming to the Sir Creek. One is Harami Nala, it is called in India, in Pakistani use it. And is Bando Dhora. Bando Dhora, where, the main, issue is there. That is the Chinese has, by the money of Chinese, and Chinese were there. They created a band over there, and the military infrastructure is coming over there. See, you asked me to give it a perspective what happened in 65. This was the main area where Pakistani tried to take over this area because it is a direct threat to their Karachi port, which is very, very important. If we do anything, ground actions, the straight way we can reach Karachi. The shortest route to Karachi is through this, when we say Creek Banganga, we can straightway go there. But more important, in 1965, we had a upper hand. We were able to repel everything. In 1999, we have actually, during the Kargil war, we had actually down there one of the aircraft. There was some tussle over there, but we left it. Every time we tried to, solve the dispute by, dialogue. If we would have gone the way we have gone into Siachen Glacier, because these are the two areas, Sir Creek and Siachen Glacier, we would have been, better off. And now I think, we are looking forward to something. That's why you see, if the chief says, "Aap apni tayari kijiye," you start your preparations. God willing, we'll get the opportunity. You will see, operation, when say Operation Sindoor 2.0, which is now we are looking forward, it is going to come very, very fast. And I think we must be mentally prepared what we are talking and what we are going to do it. You have to take this area because strategic importance has gone in a manifold. Hydrocarbon in a big way has come. And Americans want to get into this. The Chinese want to get into this. Chinese have got, band made over there. Infrastructures are coming up. India, somehow we have not able to do it other than what we did it during the Operation Sindoor. Our flotilla which was there for a very long period of time, we were telling them we are going to even go for Karachi. We have this in our mind. We should have gone there, but somehow we have left it. But now the time has come that we have to do something, because otherwise you will miss the opportunity.
Right, sir. Absolutely, very rightly pointed out and explained to our viewers. Major General K.K. Sinha, always a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for joining us. Viewers, now reminding Pakistan of the nightmare yet again was Indian Air Force Chief, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, exposing the wreckage of Pakistan's aerial delusions during Operation Sindoor, dismissing Islamabad's frantic fabrications of downing Indian jets as Manohar Kahaniya or fascinating tales. He laid bare the fact that India vaporized 5 Pakistani fighter jets, 3 F-16s, 2 JF-17s in a series of precision strikes that left Rawalpindi's runways scarred, radars silenced and command centers in smoking ruins. The air chief credited this S-400 air defense system for playing a crucial role, restricting Pakistani aircraft from deploying weapons and granting Indian air superiority. Viewers, these revelations aren't just a post-mortem, viewers. They're a gut punch to Pakistan's terror-sponsoring syndicate and nailing their lies, viewers. And of course, another important point that was made by Air Chief Marshal was that the next war is going to be very, very different. Listen in.
As far as Pakistan losses are concerned, I think it was very clear. It was clearly spelled out in the initial debriefs also that we have struck a large number of their airfields, and we struck a large number of their installations. And what we have gathered from whatever int reports we have got is that on ground, because of our strikes, there have been radars at least 4 places, command and control centers at 2 places, runway, of course, damaged at 2 places. Then 3 of their hangars in 3 different stations have been damaged. And in that hangar, as well as on tarmac, we have signs of one C-130 class of aircraft, one AEW&C class of aircraft, and at least 4 to 5 fighter aircraft, most likely F-16, because that base happened to be F-16, which would have been under maintenance that time. Along with that, one SAM system, which has been destroyed. And so these are the strikes that, the destruction that has taken place on ground by our strikes.
And of course, operational readiness is pertinent at the moment to be prepared for the next conflict, for the next war. So he was speaking also, the Air Chief Marshal, on India's fighter jet dilemma, the requirements for the squadrons. He emphasized that India will procure its next generation stealth fighter depending on its strategic requirements, be it the Rafale or the Su-57, saying that while the Rafale remains a strong contender due to its proven suitability under the earlier MMRCA evaluation and the ease of integration, the Air Force remains open to all options, including aircraft like the Russian Sukhoi 57. Emphasizing the need for a fighter in that class, he noted that the final choice would depend on which platform best meets the operational requirements and offers technology transfer, indigenous production and strategic autonomy.
As far as Su-57, S-57, correct? Su-57. So that is concerned, I just want to say is that we have to weigh all the options. And we in Defense Ministry and in Indian Air Force, we have a very set process of induction of any weapon system. And that process will be followed. So what comes will depend on what meets the requirement and what is the best for us. And I'm sure whatever decisions collectively is taken will be best for the Indian Defence Forces. We had already done our own homework in terms of the earlier MMRCA contract. In that we have found Rafale to be the best aircraft suited for us in those numbers, amongst those candidates. And means any aircraft of that class is what is required immediately. Now, whether it is Rafale or something else, it really doesn't matter. But yes, Rafale is easy to absorb. So whichever design house is ready to come with the proposal to make in India, to give us technology, give us more freedom, I think that design house should be chosen.
Now, shifting focus to Ladakh, viewers. Ladakh's protest turned ugly very, very fast. It was unprecedented. Crowds in Leh threw stones at the police, at the CRPF, leaving more than 70 hurt and 4 dead, and a curfew that shut down the internet for days. And all because locals want protection under the 6th schedule, a part of India's constitution that lets tribal groups control their own land, forests and projects to stop big dams, mines, army bases from wrecking their glaciers and environment. But viewers, it's of course important to understand that anarchy will not provide any sort of solution. At a time, especially when China is breathing down India's neck and the government is investing heavily in building the strategic infrastructure, internal unrest in Ladakh is the last thing the country can afford. The 6th schedule, applicable in certain northeastern states, protects the land, jobs and culture of indigenous communities. And for Ladakh, whose population is small and it's mostly tribal and vulnerable to demographic change, these guarantees are seen as essential, quite understandably. The centre, of course, the talks that have been going on and have been long drawn have fueled the frustration, but of course, the angle of anarchy and infiltration of foreign forces that have been discovered in the investigation are also cause of worry. We have defence expert Major Samar Palto joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir. Major Toor, well, we have to understand that Ladakh is very, very strategically important. You know, it has LAC, it has the LOC, and China is always having an eye. There have been regions that have been the flashpoints between India and China for the longest time. And now China and Pakistan both are watching on very closely the unrest. Can India afford the sort of instability and the distrust? Can New Delhi really afford that with Ladakhis, sir?
See, Rakshita, as we see it, initially everybody used to see Leh Ladakh as a Buddhist-dominated majority. But you see, over the years, how ISI has infiltrated into Kashmir and its propaganda machinery, and it fueling terrorism through its money. And as a result, today, if you see the demographic transition in Leh Ladakh, it is the Muslim majority now. Buddhists are not considered a majority in Ladakh anymore, number one. Number two, now if we see an involvement of a deep state, so why are we not discussing regarding Becky Norman? Becky Norman is Wangchuk's first wife. She's of American origin. She came 30 years ago in Leh Ladakh, and it was only courtesy her education in Harvard and what all she studied that she helped in setting up the NGO that they now run today. That is the School for International Training for the students. So that is what the investigation agencies are going into depth. And see, when you are, and then he had an inner circle led by a gentleman named Jagmat Paljor. So anybody who wanted to approach, Sonam Wangchuk had to come across this gentleman named Jagmat Paljor, and the individuals were asked, whether are you influential? Are you connected? What do you have anything to offer to us? If the person was capable enough and had some influence, they would let him through to Sonam Wangchuk, else they were not even entertained. And this is, exactly what has been coming out, that his, Paidal Yatra from Leh to Delhi, in that wherever they took halts, Sonam Wangchuk was the one who used to take halts in, very good hotels with attached bathroom and hot running water and, warm food. And the followers used to, pitch their tents and sleep outside in the, difficult weather and situations.
Right.
And, they used to travel on regular intervals in vehicles. And when they were about to approach a populated area, they used to get off the vehicles and start walking. So this has been a farce. And other than that, there are evidences that he's incited violence.
Yes.
He has given
Major
examples
Tour,
of
there
Arab
have been
Spring.
tensions. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Major Tour, but I want to understand from you, the demand for statehood and schedule, the sixth schedule, what implications it could have if granted. Are there roadblocks? Are there concerns for security, concerns for army, concerns for the center? If this state that is very strategically placed, if the demands are granted, will there be an issue? Will it have any implications?
See, it's like, the sixth schedule, if you approve it, it is like putting all eggs in one basket. I mean, the Home Ministry wouldn't have much role left when it comes to the development. If probably the government wants to come up with a certain project or a building for the benefit of the Ladakhi people, but if whoever is heading the committee for development in Ladakh puts his foot down that no, this project will not happen here, then we are held as hostage. We will not be able to develop the state, and it is because of Article 370, it is because of Article 35, it is because of Schedule 6 that there has not been a speedy development in these regions. And why do you want to dominate as a certain individual? I mean, if you really were a good leader, you would have pacified the crowds not to get violent. You would not have given dark and very black examples of Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal to the youth of Ladakh.
Right, sir.
You would have catered for employment. You would have catered for schemes which would, enhance employment in the region.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
you see, it is reading between the lines. And, 6 satellite phones have been found, and how the coordination has been taking place.
Right.
We cannot rule out
both
the
internal
funding by
and external
cryptocurrency.
security threats, of course, looming quite a lot there. Thank you so much, Major Tour, as always, joining us, Republic TV viewers. Now we shift our focus to the last segment. It's a major boost to India's homegrown defense push. The Indian Army has greenlit a 30,000 crore rupee tender for the Anand Shastra air defense missile system. Developed by the DRDO, the mobile system is designed to guard the army formations against a fast-changing spectrum of aerial threats, from the enemy fighter jets and helicopters to swarms of the drones and loitering munitions, especially after Operation Sindoor. Viewers, the system is set to arm 5 to 6 regiments, shooting down enemy aircraft, drones and cruise missiles at ranges up to 40 kilometers with pinpoint radar-guided fury, all to shore up the skies along the tense borders with Pakistan and China. It's a game changer for the quick reaction firepower, ditching foreign buys for homegrown tech that packs mobility and all-weather smarts, rolling out from mobile launchers that can hustle into position in minutes, viewers. So those are the significant points, viewers. The Guardian in the skies, the Shastra that India has been waiting for, and a major push, of course, for Make in India in defense. And that's all we could pack in, viewers, in this edition of Forces First. We'll be back with more news and keeping a close eye on all the news from the borders and, of course, beyond. Thank you so much for watching, and Jai Hind.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. And this week on Nation Wants to Know, the man behind the Zoho revolution that is sweeping across India is growing faster than Microsoft, and his app is growing, giving WhatsApp a run for its money. So why does billionaire Sridhar Vembu choose to live in a village? What does dharma in business really mean to Vembu? And why is rural Bharat young, hungry and ready to change the world? Well, Republic Media Network's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami speaks to Sridhar Vembu, the Zoho founder and the biggest newsmaker of the week, as he visits the Republic Media Network headquarters and spends a day on our campus. And this interview tonight as he speaks on simple living, high thinking and the mindset and philosophy driving the Zoho revolution. So don't miss this conversation tonight only on Nation Wants to Know. Sources tell Republic Nirav Modi extradition hearing on 23rd of November. Indian authorities respond to plea. Bareilly on high alert, SP delegation stopped from visiting. Uttar Pradesh LOP put under house arrest. Stone pelting and clashes during Durga idol immersion in Katak in Odisha. Election Commission team in Bihar to review poll preparedness ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Cornered Pakistan government gives in, admits atrocities on protesters, accepts 21 demands out of 38. Hamas accepts Gaza peace plan, agrees to release Israeli hostages. Prime Minister Nirav Modi and world leaders welcome the peace plan.
If you look at globally, the talent pool that is waiting to be tapped, that's in India, primarily rural Bharat. That's where I would say perhaps the biggest untapped global pool of talent resides right now. It's born, it's young, it's hungry, it's ready for the opportunity.
Meet India's IT billionaire leading a silent revolution from Tenkasi in Tamil Nadu. Sridhar Vembu speaks to Arnab Goswami on an unmissable edition of Nation Wants to Know.
Reasons there is a renewed focus on you and a great interest in you as an individual and so as a company is because of the thrust on Swadeshi.
Yeah.
Tell me about Aratai.
This is a messenger product. It's like WhatsApp, it has differences. We actually have some significant differences. We are building it like a platform. I felt someday our nation will need to.
Zoho founder speaks about the growth of his firm and the Aratai revolution. Sridhar Vembu speaks about his mantra and how Atmanirbhar Bharat will be India's biggest success story. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. Huge revelations coming to light in connection with an espionage and corruption racket. Involvement of Pakistan High Commission is under probe. And as per sources, Pakistan High Commission officials are exploiting visa applicants. So this is a big story. That is, Pakistan High Commission officials are exploiting visa applicants. It is supplying SIM cards and also intermediaries being used to channel funds. All right, let's get all the updates. Our senior editor Shawan Sen is now joining us on the phone line. Shawan, what are the details emerging in the case? This is a huge corruption and espionage racket that has been busted.
Well, in fact, the details are essentially emerging after the arrest that was made on 30th of September when two people, Wasim Akram, who happens to be a YouTuber from Court Village, and Tawfiq from Alimev, they were basically arrested on charges of spying for Pakistan. Once again exposing how the visa desk at Pakistan High Commission has essentially been operating. In fact, investigations have revealed that Wasim as well as Tawfiq, they were basically collecting money from people under the pretense of arranging Pakistani visas, and large amount of these funds that were basically being passed to the Pakistani High Commission officials, including one identified as Danish, had routed this money to ISI agents who were entering India on a tourist visa. So this is an espionage racket that has been busted by the investigative agencies. It's just not one state police, because arrests have been made by multiple state police, which includes Haryana as well as Punjab. But the details which are basically emerging following the investigation are shocking to say the least, because these are funds which have been supporting the agents' stay in India and has been helping them to expand their spy networks. In fact, Wasim, who's a YouTuber, is a civil engineer by training and was in touch with the Pakistani High Commission official staffer named Jafar, who's also, his alias happens to be Muzammal Hussain. And during his own visa process, Wasim was basically in touch with the Pakistani High Commission officials. And it all started with his initial application being rejected. Thereafter, he had paid 20,000 rupees as bribe, and he secured the visa and traveled to Karur in Pakistan back in the year 2022. And following his return, he maintained contact with Jafar, Pakistani High Commission official, through WhatsApp, and thereafter he started also getting in this particular module. Wasim was part of this module, collecting bribe and then transferring it into an account linked to Pakistani High Commission officials.
Shawan, of course, earlier this year, of course, Jyoti Malhotra, who Hisar-based YouTuber, she was arrested, and after that, a number of other, people were also arrested, and now these new arrests have come in. is the modus operandi being, used in this case also the same as what was used by the Pakistani handlers are there this time as well?
Well, in fact, as far as Jyoti Malhotra is concerned, she was also part of the Palwal module, which is being probed by the investigative agencies. But it does appear at this point in time that there are several who are actually involved, and this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the investigation that has been carried out. Just to take you through some of the details that we have got. One, the person that they have identified inside Pakistan High Commission is Muzammil Hussain, and he was the one who was basically working during the visa application for various others. In fact, Wasim had actually traveled back in the year 2022, and after coming back, once he was in touch with Jafar, he ensured that he collected about 4 to 5 lakh rupees and transferred this money. Now, there is a similarity between at least two modules that is emerging. One, the Palwal module, and the other happens to be the Malerkotla module. Both of them are from different states. One happens to be in Punjab and the other in Haryana. And it is pretty much similar, where you have Pakistani High Commission visa staffers exploiting visa applicants through corruption, coercing them into supplying SIM cards, and also provide intelligence inputs, using intermediaries to channel funds. So these are some ways of how it is essentially being operated.
And Shaman, it is very interesting that this is exposing how the visa desk of the Pakistan High Commission is basically being misused for ISI led espionage, and now these cases have also come to the fore, really showing how this desk is being misused there. All right, Aditya, my colleague, is now joining us for more updates. Aditya, what are the details emerging in the case? As our senior editor, Chavan Sen was telling us that more details have emerged from the case. There have been new arrests being made. What are the updates you can provide us?
Well, see, in this case of Palwal module, the arrest has been made under the OSA and the BNS, which is the Official Secrets Act, and the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Now, see, this development comes after there's a big expose on the case of how the visa desk was used, exploited for corruption and for the espionage. In this matter, the modus operandi seems to be that first, the visa was denied. Then second, the visa was granted after a bribe was being paid. Then after the visit from the Pakistan, the contact was maintained from the WhatsApp. And then thereafter, after the contact was maintained through the WhatsApp, the details were shared over, and for which the money was transferred on the account. Now, this seems to be the modus operandi. In the earlier matter also, there has been the same modus operandi being applied, where the corruption has been on the visa desk, which was later deployed to use the contact being made by the staff in the PSC to exploit their position and to gain the information, the very secret information coming, and to exploit for their purpose. In both the matters, the money was transferred for their gain, which is the money plus the modus operandi also includes the deployment of SIM cards. The SIM cards were also used. The money was transferred through small batches of UPI account, which seems to be the modus operandi of this case.
And, after details had emerged in the case, two officials, of course, Jafar, Danish, they were sent out, they were expelled out of India. Now, with fresh details emerging in the case, can we expect some more action?
We'll see what the action, yes, the actions are under two acts. They're very strict act coming in from the one is Official Secrets Act and the one is the BNS. Seeing the stringent of the Official Secrets Act and the gravity and the scale of the act here in itself of the OSA, the action will be wide, the scanner will be deployed, and of course the whole objective herein will be to ensure that whatever data, if which is being shared should not, and what is done should be under the scanner, should be investigated and find out at what scale, at what gravity, at what was the conduct on which the data was leaked and shared with the staff of the PSC.
All right. Thank you so much for all those updates there. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. US President Donald Trump expressed confidence regarding Hamas's willingness to ensure peace in Gaza after the group agreed to the 20-point peace plan introduced by him earlier this week. Now, Donald Trump mentioned that the issue is not just about peace in Gaza alone, but in the whole of the Middle East region. He further said that Israel should stop its attacks in Gaza so that Hamas can quickly release the hostages.
The countries that helped me put this together, Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive. So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented. But thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that.
All right, big news coming in. A heavy police force was deployed after a clash erupted during a Durga Puja immersion in Katak. Well, clashes broke out after the stone pelting during Durga idol immersion. Tensions gripped Katak after this violent clash broke out between the two groups during the goddess Durga idol immersion procession. And this happened under Durga Bazaar police limits late on Friday night. At least 6 persons, including Deputy Commissioner of Police Rishikesh Khilari, sustained serious injuries as well. Now, sources said that Katak DCP also sustained eye injuries. And according to reports, the clash began at around 2 a.m. when the Puja Committee's idol procession was on its way to Debigada for immersion, and local residents allegedly objected to the music being played during the procession. That sparked a heated exchange, and later stone and glass bottle pelting was reported from a stretch near the Dargah Bazaar Jail Road, leading to a violent confrontation. The region reportedly turned into a war zone for around 3 hours. Both the groups hurled stones and glass bottles at each other, damaging several vehicles in the area. Police resorted to lathi charge to bring the situation under control. Now, despite a temporary calm, fresh clashes erupted again after the idol reached the region, further escalating the unrest. And in protest, the members of the procession staged a sit-in on the road, demanding action, and they halt as many as 50 idols remain stranded. They have halted the immersion midway as the situation remains tense. Now, police have deployed additional forces in the area to restore order and ensure smooth completion of the immersion process. So, tensions in Katak continuing. This after violent clash erupted during Durga idol immersion ceremony in Katak. This happened late Friday night. The police. All right, these are the visuals that you can see how the police really had to intervene with a lathi charge to restore order. The altercation resulted in injuries to several people, including DCP as well. These are the late night visuals that we can see in Katak. The tension began at 2 at night, that is 2 a.m. late on Friday night. And this as the Puja Committee's procession was en route for the idol immersion. And local residents expressed displeasure as far as the music was concerned. and that led to a heated argument between the groups, and one can see the debris really scattered all over. The situation worsened because the two groups had a violent clash. Stones were thrown, glass bottles were thrown, and this entire area turned into a conflict zone. So the warring groups engaged in throwing stones, throwing glass bottles at each other, and as a result, number of people sustained injuries as well. The police had to resort to lathi charge to disperse the crowd. And so far, the idol immersion is still not complete because the members of the procession are now staging a dharna on the road, and immersion has been temporarily halted. So many of the idols are still stranded.
छोटा मोटा कुछ होके उसको थोड़ा सा एस्केलेट हो जाता है कभी कभी, बट जनरली कोई इशू नहीं है. छोटा मोटा कुछ होके उसको थोड़ा सा एस्केलेट हो जाता है कभी कभी, बट जनरली कोई छोटा मोटा कुछ होके उसको थोड़ा सा एस्केलेट.
All right, let's look at these visuals once again. One can see entire chaos. We can see the debris really lying on the floor, and this as a violent confrontation occurred, and this was during the Durga immersion, and these are the visuals of earlier before the violent clash took place, and we can see there's a huge crowd there, and thereafter police had to come in and resort to lathi charge. All right, viewers, let's move on to the bulletin. We have big breaking news related to the Karur stampede case. Now the SIT has taken over the investigation of the Karur stampede, in which 41 people died during a TVK leader Vijay's campaign event. The files were taken from the Karur police station and they were transported to Chennai. This is because the SIT has now taken over the investigation of the stampede, and Republic TV has also accessed the High Court order copy over the Karur stampede, which had also ordered that Vijay's campaign vehicle should also be seized. So Republic TV has gotten access to the High Court order, and which clearly states that Vijay's campaign vehicle should be seized. SIT has taken over the case. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister took to social media to share the SOP for further political campaigning. All right, let's move on in the bulletin. The US government shutdown has entered its third day with mounting impacts on the military, families, federal workers, and also essential public services. Now, the White House blames Democrats for the deadlock and warning of severe economic consequences and growing hardship across the country. Take a look at this quick report.
We are now in day 3 of the Democrat-led government shutdown. The Democrats continue to recklessly hold the American people hostage over their demands to give illegal aliens free health care. Republicans are fully unified behind passing nonpartisan clean funding bill, the exact same bill that Democrats approved back in March to reopen the federal government. But those same Senate Democrats are now voting against this clean funding bill and keeping the people's government closed. I understand Democrats will have an opportunity very shortly here to change course, and we hope that they will. There are significant personal impacts on millions of Americans as a result of this current government shutdown. The 1.3 million men and women of America's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force who serve honorably and put their lives on the line to defend us all are not being paid. Military families are already seeking out food assistance because of financial anxiety caused by this Democrat shutdown. According to new reporting from the Military Times, staff members at the Armed Services YMCA food pantry distribution location near Fort Hood in Texas found a line of military families stretched around the side of the building yesterday at 5 in the morning. According to the staff who work there, that is, quote, not happened ever. They've already had a 34% increase this week over past weeks. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe we have a sacred responsibility to protect and provide for our military families with the resources they need to thrive. If Democrats believe in this very simple premise too, they should end this shutdown immediately. Unfortunately, the severe impacts of the Democrat shutdown extend beyond our troops. Nearly 7 million mothers, infants, and low-income families who rely on government-run food assistance will be in jeopardy if the WIC program runs out of money in the weeks ahead.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए, वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश
Viewers, this week our nation wants to know the man behind the Zoho revolution that is sweeping across India is growing faster than Microsoft. His app, Avatar, is giving WhatsApp a run for its money. Why does billionaire Sridhar Vembu choose to live in a village? What does dharma in business really mean to Vembu? And why is rural Bharat young, hungry and ready to change the world? Republic Media Network's editor-in-chief Arnav Goswami speaks to Sridhar Vembu, the Zoho founder and the biggest newsmaker of the week, as he visits Republic Media Network headquarters and spends a day on our campus. Unmissable interview tonight as he speaks on simple living, high thinking and the mindset and philosophy driving the Zoho revolution. Don't miss this conversation tonight only on Nation Wants to Know. It's time for the headlines. So, Sister Republic, Nirav Modi extradition hearing on November 23rd. Indian authorities respond to plea. Bareilly on high alert. SP delegation stopped from visiting UP. LOP put under house arrest. Stone pelting and clashes during Durga idol immersion in Katak, Odisha. Election Commission team in Bihar to review the poll preparedness ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Alright viewers, we're getting some updates coming in right now. The top 3 samples of the Cold Rift cough syrup are found to contain a dangerous substance DEG beyond the permissible limit. It is now confirmed that the cough syrup Cold Rift samples had high DEG levels, and the samples of cough syrup Cold Rift found to have high DEG levels, viewers. Now, in fact, many state governments have already warned against these levels. In Tamil Nadu, FDA test finds DEG beyond permissible limit in cough syrup Cold Rift. Cold Rift is also linked to many cough syrup related complaints. So what we see right now, viewers, are back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And right now, a lot of updates coming in as to what is happening when it comes to the poisonous syrup debate. Once there was news coming in that many children have lost their life. Now it's confirmed that cold reef cough syrup samples were found with high DG levels. Samples of the cough syrup cold reef found to have high DG levels, and Tamil Nadu FDA test finds DG beyond the permissible limit. And viewers, after Rajasthan government, now the Madhya Pradesh government has banned the cough syrup cold reef, allegedly linked to the deaths of 11 children in the two states. Now, the Rajasthan government has suspended the state drug controller and halted the distribution of medicines manufactured by Jaipur-based company Caeson's Pharma. Now, the medical and the health department stopped the supply of all 19 medicines manufactured by Caeson's Pharma until further orders. The distribution of all other cough syrups containing the DEG has also been suspended, viewers. 11 children lost their life in two states, and now the cough syrup has been banned. We're getting some reactions coming in, viewers. Let's play them out.
आपने कब दिखाया था प्रवीण जी को?
17 तारीख को दिखाए थे।
हाँ, घर पे?
हाँ, उनके प्राइवेट क्लिनिक में।
उसमें कौन सी दवा लिखी थी?
कोल्ड ड्रिप करके एक सायरप भी है जो अभी न्यूज में चल रही है।
अच्छा, तो आपको लगता है कि आपके बेटे की मौत उस दवा से हुई?
हाँ, बिल्कुल जी।
इसके लिए फिर आप कहाँ, यहाँ से छिंदवाड़ा से फिर क्या नागपुर तक गए थे दिखाने?
यहाँ आराम नहीं लगा तो बच्चे को फिर छिंदवाड़ा में GM श्रीवास्तव सर को दिखाए। वहाँ रात भर एडमिट रखे। उनने सुबह पता चला कि इनकी यूरिन आना बंद हो गई 24 तारीख को, तो उनने नागपुर रेफर कर दिए सीधा।
नागपुर में कितने दिन इलाज चला?
24 तारीख से लेके 1 तारीख तक बच्चे का इलाज चला।
जब मौत हुई तो वहाँ के डॉक्टरों ने क्या बताया?
वहाँ के डॉक्टर उन्होंने वेंटिलेटर से सर उसकी दम वहीं टूट गई थी, तो उनने बोले आप ले जा सकते हो।
मौत की वजह क्या बताई थी वहाँ?
किडनी इन्फेक्शन
बताया था।
हाँ।
अब आप लोग क्या चाहते हैं?
क्या चाहेंगे सर, वही और क्या, बच्चे का किस कारण ये किडनी फेल क्यों हुई, बस उसी की सरकार से।
आप उसकी माँ है?
हाँ सर।
क्या चाहते हैं आप?
हम न्याय चाहते हैं सर, हमको न्याय मिलना चाहिए। जो हमारे साथ हुआ है वो दूसरे माँ बाप के साथ ना होना चाहिए। ऐसा क्यों हुआ हमारे साथ ये सब, इसलिए हम न्याय मांगना चाहते हैं सरकार से, हमारी मदद की जाए।
तो देखिए, लगातार जिस तरह से खबर अब छिंदवाड़ा में आग की तरह फैल रही है कि कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप जो है उसकी वजह से बच्चों की मौत हो रही है, किडनी फेल हो रही है, उसी कड़ी में एक परिवार ये हुए हैं यहाँ आए हुए हैं। इनका कहना है कि जब इनके बच्चे की तबीयत खराब हुई थी, इन्होंने डॉक्टर को दिखाया, उन्होंने कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप लिखी, इन्होंने पर्चा भी दिखाया, उसमें कोल्ड ड्रिप सिरप लिखी हुई है, और अब ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको इंसाफ मिले, क्योंकि इनके बच्चे की भी मौत इसी तरह की इन्फेक्टेड सिरप से हुई है।
All right, viewers, we're trying to go across to Satyavijay in a short while from now, but the risk-based inspection has been initiated, and right now we see that the manufacturing premises of 19 drugs have been sampled, spread across 6 states. I want to go across to Satyavijay, who's joining us live. Satyavijay, now there is an effort to find the gaps now, Satyavijay. What went wrong? And also suggest a process improvement and to avoid such incidents in the future.
देखिए, मुझे नेटवर्क इश्यू की वजह से आपका सवाल तो सुनाई नहीं दिया, लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं कि अब मध्य प्रदेश सरकार देर से ही सही लेकिन जाग गई है। मध्य प्रदेश में इस दवा को, जो कोल्ड ड्रिप कफ सिरप है, इसे पूरे प्रदेश में प्रतिबंधित कर दिया है। दूसरी तरफ सैंपल लेने का काम लगातार जारी है, लेकिन कई ऐसी चीजें हैं जिन पर से अभी पर्दा नहीं उठा है। जो 9 मौत हुई हैं, उसके बाद इतना देरी से सरकार क्यों जागी? जो रिपोर्ट फिलहाल तमिलनाडु की जो फार्मा कंपनी है, उसको मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने जब ये लिखा था कि ये जो कफ सिरप कोल्ड ड्रिप है, इसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तमिलनाडु में है, और वहां से जो रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें साफ तौर पर लिखा है कि डाईएथिलीन ग्लाइकोल 48.6% इस कफ सिरप में मिला हुआ था, और ये केमिकल जो है काफी पॉइजनस था, काफी जहरीला था। मतलब साफ है कि बच्चों की मौत किडनी फेल की वजह से हुई, और किडनी फेल क्यों हुई? क्योंकि उसमें डाईएथिलीन ग्लाइकोल जैसा केमिकल था। इसीलिए सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं कि जो फार्मा कंपनी है, अगर उसने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग गलत की थी तो वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास कैसे पहुंची दवा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से डीलर के पास और डीलर के पास से मेडिकल स्टोर, ये पूरी चैन है और इसमें कहीं ना कहीं देरी हुई है। इसी वजह से परासिया ब्लॉक के 9 बच्चों की मौत हुई है। अब देखना यह है कि जैसा कि मुख्यमंत्री मोहन यादव कह रहे हैं कि जो भी दोषी हैं उन्हें छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। सिरप से के साथ साथ इस कंपनी ने जो भी बाकी दवाएं बनाई हैं उनको भी बैन कर दिया है, लेकिन दोषी कौन है इसकी जिम्मेदारी अभी तक तय नहीं हुई है। कौन है इन 9 मौतों का जिम्मेदार, यह अभी तय नहीं हो पाया है। किस पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी यह तय नहीं हो पाया है। परासिया में स्थिति की बात करें तो लोग दहशत में हैं, अपने बच्चों को दिखाने तो ला रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको अब इस तरह के कफ सिरप देने में डर लग रहा है। क्यों? क्योंकि क्या सबके मन में एक आशंका है कि कहीं उनके कफ सिरप में भी इस तरह का कोई केमिकल तो नहीं जिससे कि उनके बच्चे को की जान को खतरा हो। इसीलिए देखना ये कि सरकार इसको इस पूरा जो एक घटनाक्रम हुआ है जिसमें दुखद 9 बच्चों की मौत हुई, इसके बाद अब किस तरह के कदम उठाती है, क्योंकि कई घटनाएं इससे पहले भी देखने को मिली। इंदौर की घटना भी हाल ही की, अंबानी हॉस्पिटल की, जहां पर कि चूहे के कुतरने से 2 नवजात बच्चों की मौत हुई थी। तब भी यह सवाल खड़ा हुआ था कि मध्य प्रदेश में स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्थाएं कब ठीक होंगी, और अब एक के बाद एक 9 बच्चे परासिया ब्लॉक के ही एक जहरीली सिरप से, एक कफ सिरप जिसे जान बचाने के लिए दिया गया था लेकिन वो जानलेवा साबित हुई, उससे मौत हो जाती है। तो ऐसे में अब आगे क्या करने वाली है सरकार, किस तरह के कदम उठाएगी जिससे कि आगे चल के किसी और मासूम की इस तरह से मौत ना हो।
Satyavijay, speaking of the government, the Union Health Ministry has already issued an advisory to all states and union territories. Advisory issue हो गया है government से, Health Ministry से. What does that advisory say?
जी हाँ, एक एडवाइजरी जारी की गई है स्वास्थ्य विभाग की तरफ से। उसमें यही जिक्र किया है कि कोई भी जो है पेशेंट या परिजन अपने बच्चे को बिना डॉक्टर को दिखाए दवा ना लें, छोटे बच्चों को कफ सिरप देने से बचें, एक प्रॉपर जो ट्रीटमेंट होता है उसके बाद ही दवा दी जाए। जो लक्षण इस तरह के जो परासिया ब्लॉक में जो बच्चों में लक्षण आए कि उनको यूरिन बनना और यूरिन पास होना बंद हो गई थी, अगर इस तरह के सिम्टम्स आए, 6 घंटे तक किसी बच्चे को अगर यूरिन नहीं होती है तो उसे तुरंत ज़्यादा बेहतर हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया जाए। इस तरह की एडवाइजरी जारी की है और इस एडवाइजरी की कोशिश यही है कि किसी और बच्चे की, किसी और मासूम की जान ना जाए, इसलिए इस तरह की सावधानियां बरती जाएं। डॉक्टर्स के लिए भी उसमें लिखा है कि डॉक्टर्स देख कर दवा लिखें, कम ऐसे जो है जिसमें इस तरह के कंटेंट हो, जैसा कि डायथिलीन ग्लाइकोन जैसा कंटेंट आया है, उस तरह के कंटेंट वाली दवा ना लिखें। कोशिश करें कि कॉम्बिनेशन दवाओं का ना दिया जाए, अगर बुखार है तो जुकाम उसमें ऐड करके इस तरह की दवा ना दी जाए।
All right, thank you, Satyavijay, for getting us all those details. I really have to move ahead right now to some of the stories we're tracking. A tragic incident in Pune has raised serious questions over the safety of all elevators in residential buildings. A 12-year-old boy lost his life after getting trapped inside a malfunctioning lift at a housing society in Pimpri, Chinchwad. Despite efforts by residents and the fire department, the child could not be saved in time. Take a look. A 12-year-old boy's life was cut short in a horrific elevator mishap in Pimpri, Chinchwad, Pune. The child was trapped inside a malfunctioning lift on Friday evening. The elevator, old and rusted with iron bars, got stuck between the 3rd and 4th floors. The boy was playing inside when his foot accidentally slipped through the iron bars. The lift jammed instantly, leaving him trapped and screaming for help. Residents rushed in and efforts were made to save the child. The fire department was called. Using a cutter, rescuers broke open the lift doors and brought the child out. The boy was rushed to a nearby private hospital, but it was too late as doctors declared him dead before arrival. The shocking incident has raised questions about the maintenance and safety of old elevators. As the Indian Air Force marks 93 glorious years of valor, excellence and unwavering dedication, it continues to soar as the nation's shield in the skies. Ahead of the Air Force Day on October 8th, a special tribute video has been released, capturing the courage, precision and the relentless spirit of the men and women in blue.
This is a battlefield of speed, power, and resolve. Here, every sortie shapes history, every mission forges legends. From the icy peaks of the Himalayas to the vast oceans below, a vigilant force commands the air, swift, silent, and relentless. It shields a billion dreams, carrying with it the strength of a nation. For those who dare challenge its domain, the answer is certain. This is the Indian Air Force. Infallible, impervious, precise, achuk, abhedya va sateek. The past year, our engines rode across continents. At Exercise Desert Night 24.1 over the Arabian Sea, Sukhoi 30s, Jaguars and AWACS forged new bonds with France and the UAE. At Red Flag Alaska, Indian Rafales and a 252-strong contingent undertook the longest ferry in our history, proving global reach in both combat and logistics. On the return leg, we trained with Greece and Egypt, diplomacy written in contrails. From pitch black in Australia to Dara Shakti in Malaysia, our Su-30s and IL-76s showed that distance is no barrier to dominance. In the Indian Ocean, our Su-30s and AWACS trained with the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier strike group, displaying seamless integration with the best in the world. And at Bright Star in Egypt, the tricolor rose above Africa's largest multilateral exercise, our presence commanding respect, our precision undeniable. These were not just exercises, they were declarations that the IAF is not a participant, but a leader. In Aero India 2025, the 15th edition of Asia's largest air show, brought together 80 nations, over 800 aerospace and defense companies, and hundreds of thousands of visitors. In 2025, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla made history as the first Indian mission pilot aboard the International Space Station. His successful flight marked IAF's pioneering role in exploring new frontiers of space. This year, the IAF bid farewell to the iconic warbird, the MiG-21. For 6 decades, this legend stood as India's shield in the sky. The Indian Air Force salutes its 62 years of valor, service, and an unbroken watch. Foremost in battle, the IAF is also at the forefront of technology. Ever evolving, it is continuously building training, preparing for tomorrow. The C-295 transport joined operational squadrons, bringing agility and reach. The Vadodara assembly line began shaping the future of aerospace in India. Every induction is more than a machine in service. It is sovereignty taking flight, and indigenous strength took center stage. Our effectiveness is measured not just in firepower. It is reflected in our compassion. The IAF was the first responder in every crisis, flying relief to cyclone-hit Orissa and Bengal, rescuing villagers in Arunachal, pilgrims in Uttarkashi, and tourists in Sikkim, while sustaining flood-hit Punjab and Jammu. From cliff rescues in Mani Mahesh to relief flights in Myanmar, Afghanistan, and evacuations under fire in Israel and Iran. A telecraft and crew carried food, medicine, and hope, delivering courage and compassion across India and beyond. From Mandalay to Kabul, from Pathankot to Baimor, our mission was one: to save, to serve, to protect.
आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा। ये नया भारत किसी की परमाणु धमकियों से डरता नहीं।
When the hour of reckoning comes, only the brave take to the skies. On the ground, steel awakens, missiles mounted, radars are scanning. Every detail measured, every motion exact. Ready for the what we were born to do. With silent resolve, with unflinching discipline. In briefing rooms, missions are shaped, intent sharpened. The air warriors rose to the challenge, every step carrying the hopes of the nation. Engines ignited, power unleashed. From the runway to the skies, India's resolve took flight, wings of fire cutting across the night. Targets locked, commands given. In a flash of light, precision became fire, and the enemy silenced.
ये नया भारत है।
The world now knows India's reach is absolute, its precision unmatched. From Alaska to Australia, from Pahalgam to Pathankot, from disaster zones to battlefields, the Indian Air Force has lived its creed. Infallible in its dominance, impervious in its defense, precise in its execution. We are more than warriors. We are the guardians of tomorrow. The Indian Air Force, I with glory.
And tensions in West Asia could be shifting after a surprising move by by President Trump. In fact, Trump is calling for an immediate end to Israel's bombing of Gaza after Hamas signaled partial acceptance. Here's a report. Take a look. In fresh turn of events in West Asia, former US President Trump has publicly ordered Israel to immediately stop bombing Gaza. This follows Hamas's partial acceptance of a peace deal he proposed earlier this week.
Countries that helped me put this together: Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down and concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents, because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive. So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented. But thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that.
Trump's comments come after the group agreed to release all Israeli hostages, both living and deceased, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners and the transfer of power in Gaza to a new, non-Hamas-led government. Trump's 20-point peace plan, unveiled Monday, also demands Hamas disarm and fully withdraw from political life in Gaza. But so far, Hamas has stopped short of agreeing to that, instead calling for further negotiations on several parts of the proposal. Meanwhile, there's a question mark whether Israeli military operations in parts of Gaza will be continuing despite Trump's call for an immediate halt.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान हो।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakhta Mishra with you. Let's take a quick look at all the top stories making headlines at 2 p.m. this Saturday. Sources tell Republic Nirav Modi extradition hearing on the 23rd of November. Indian authorities respond to plea. Bareilly on high alert. Samajwadi Party delegation stopped from visiting UP. Leader of opposition put under house arrest. Stone pelting and clashes during Durga idol immersion in Odisha's Katak. Election Commission team in Bihar to review the poll preparedness ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Cornered Park government gives in, admits atrocities on protesters, accepts 21 demands out of 38 in POK.
I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having Some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive.
Hamas accepts the Gaza peace plan, agrees to release the Israeli hostages. Prime Minister Modi and world leaders welcome the peace plan.
You look at globally, the talent pool that is waiting to be tapped. That's in India, primarily rural Bharat. That's where I would say perhaps the biggest untapped global pool of talent resides right now. It's born, it's young, it's hungry, it's ready for the opportunity.
Meet India's IT billionaire leading a silent revolution from Tenkasi in Tamil Nadu. Sridhar Vembu speaks to Arnab Goswami on an unmissable edition of Nation Wants to Know.
There is a renewed focus on you and a great interest in you as an individual and Zoho as a company is because of the thrust on Swadeshi. Yeah. Tell me about Aratai.
This is a messenger product. It's like WhatsApp, it has differences. We actually have some significant differences. We are building it like a platform. I felt someday our nation will need to.
The Zoho founder speaks about the growth of his firm and the Aratai revolution. Sridhar Vembu speaks on his mantra, how Atmanirbharta will be India's biggest success story. Now, viewers, we start with news coming in from the national capital. It's 14-day judicial custody for the molester Baba Chaitanyanand Saraswati. And we're getting details of the demands that this molester Baba is now making. Now, he's accused of sexually abusing female students, blackmailing them, torturing them, threatening them. He's demanding medicines, sannyasi clothing, and sattvic food in prison. He wants VIP treatment in prison. The molester Baba, whose chats, sleazy chats, dirty chats have been recovered from his phone. The latest input suggests that he is now making demands in custody, as he's in 14-day custody now, and demands a special treatment. He wants his sannyasi clothes, he wants sattvic food. And we have Jatin joining us live on the broadcast for more. Jatin, यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि अलग-अलग इनकी जो डिमांड्स हैं वो सामने आ रही हैं. सात्विक खाना, सन्यासी वाला चोला जो है वो भी डिमांड किया जा रहा है अब चैतन्यानंद द्वारा.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, कल जब कोर्ट ने चैतन्यानंद को 14 दिन की न्यायिक हिरासत में भेजा था, उसी टाइम चैतन्यानंद की तरफ से कोर्ट में ये अर्जी डाली गई थी कि उसको सन्यासी वेशभूषा चाहिए, सात्विक खाना चाहिए जेल के अंदर, और एक तरीके से वीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट का जिक्र करता नजर आया था, जिसको लेकर आज पटियाला उस कोर्ट में सुनवाई हुई. और उस सुनवाई में दिल्ली पुलिस ने अपना जवाब कोर्ट में दाखिल कर दिया है. जो जानकारी हमें मिल रही है उसमें दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया कि 5 दिन की कस्टडी में वो किसी भी तरीके के सन्यासी वेश में नहीं था. हालांकि उसके पुराने बैकग्राउंड के बारे में भी अपने जवाब में दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया कि कैसे वो इस मठ से जुड़ा, और उसके बाद वो ओढ़ता तो सन्यासी चोला है लेकिन उससे पहले की गतिविधि सफेद कपड़ों की तरह ही थी. तो अपने जवाब में दिल्ली पुलिस ने तमाम बातें कोर्ट को बताई हैं. हालांकि अब कोर्ट इस पूरे मामले में 8 तारीख को सुनवाई करेगा और संभवतः कोर्ट बताएगा कि आखिरकार जिस ट्रीटमेंट की बात चैतन्यानंद कर रहा है वो ट्रीटमेंट उसको दिया जाना चाहिए या नहीं. इसको लेकर 8 तारीख को तमाम जो चीजें हैं वो सामने आएंगी. लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जितने भी फैक्ट्स मिले हैं उन सभी फैक्ट्स को दिल्ली पुलिस ने कोर्ट के सामने रखा. चाहे वो चैतन्यानंद के फोन से मिले स्क्रीनशॉट हो, लड़कियों की जो आपत्तिजनक फोटोज वीडियोज हैं वो उसके फोन से बरामद हुई, वो भी कोर्ट में सबमिट किया गया. बाकायदा उसका जो इंस्टीट्यूट के अंदर कैबिन था, कमरा था, उसकी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग भी करके कोर्ट में सबमिट की गई है. लेकिन अब 14 दिन की न्यायिक हिरासत में है, तिहाड़ जेल में इस समय चैतन्यानंद है और वो वहां पर अलग तरीके की डिमांड कर रहा है. हालांकि दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा कि किताबों और खाने से उनको कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन एक परसेप्शन क्रिएट करने की कोशिश है अपनी डिमांड के जरिए कि वो सैफरन कपड़े पहनकर अपना जो व्यक्तित्व है वो दर्शाने की कोशिश। लेकिन एक दूसरा पहलू भी है कि उसी सैफरन कपड़ों में वो जो अपने काम करता था वो कहीं ना कहीं अब सवालों के घेरे में, और कहीं ना कहीं अब इस पूरे मामले में 8 तारीख को कोर्ट सुनवाई करेगा और तमाम फैक्ट सामने आएंगे।
Right. Thank you so much, Justin, for joining us with the details. We will go across to the BJP press conference right now, viewers, on Rahul Gandhi's foreign trips and the comments made.
सरकार ने सैन्य कार्रवाई को टाल दिया। संप्रभुता, sovereignty of our country. The first principle is there will be no external interference in our internal matters. संप्रभुता का पहला सबक ही यह है कि भारी ताकतें हमारे अंदरूनी मामले में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करेंगी। लेकिन ये क्या, कांग्रेस सरकार के पूर्व में गृह मंत्री रहे पी चिदम्बरम जी, जो वरिष्ठ नेता भी हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि भारत पर दबाव था और दबाव के चलते यह फैसला मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार, जो कि रिमोट कंट्रोल से सोनिया गांधी जी चलाती थी, यह निर्णय लिया 26/11 के आतंकी हमले पर कोई मजबूत प्रतिक्रिया, कोई आक्रमण या युद्ध उस वक्त की कांग्रेस की सरकार नहीं करेगी। ये जो शपथ सोनिया गांधी जी ने, स्वर्गीय मनमोहन सिंह जी ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने